Alright, folks, good morning. Today is that wonderful time of year in which Guinea advances yet one more peg on the calendar. Which means today we're going to be doing something light and goofy. No big serious stream project today, we're just going to do some fun little Vampire Survivor. Since the Among Us DLC collaboration came out, what was it, later last year? And it turned out to be surprisingly fun. Vampire Survivor DLCs are always super cheap, so picked it up, consumed it in practically a day. So that's basically going to be our place of duty. Normally, my main guy is Peppino because I love playing as an immobile tree. You could thank Gromfaloon for that. That was basically my first time seeing the magic of Vampire Survivors in actions. He ruined it for me. He took my entire month of July of 2022. And then the entire rest of the year after. But because the emergency meeting is the latest DLC, and it's super fun, and we're just gonna have fun for the birthday, we're gonna play some Imposta. Which map? It works great everywhere. But I think we'll keep to the theme and go to Polis Replica. Hyper, Hurry, Arcanas, Limit, Inverse, Endless, all sounds good. Because this is gonna be it's gonna be just like the Peppino streams. But Among Us. So all that, maybe random events off. We'll turn random off. Keep everything else. Then which music? Need something suitably festive, but also bumpin'. Did Bouncy this one? Maybe. Maybe Pile. Strong maybe. Classics. Too classic, I think, for the occasion. I have to adjust the volume because when I play it normally, I tend to put the volume lower in game because it's so much louder than everything else on the computer. And I play this too idle over everything else. Plenty of that song. Not this time, Dust Elementals, next time. We do kazoo music the entire day. Kazoo music is really tempting. I do adore kazoos. Do I? Let's go, ghosts. Alright. I limited 2 weapons, right? I should have. Start with... do some Wicked Season. Oh, I didn't limit it to, I don't think. Oh, did I not? No, I did. There's the X's. I just wasn't seeing them or everything else. Alright, alright. Then let's get the setup in. There's a very specific build I'm going for here. It occurs to me maybe this isn't the best one for an on-stream idol, because I gotta give my attention back to it periodically on this map. That's okay. Now where is my other? It's giving me everything but the one that I want specifically. Oh, right, Embrace, gotta go up. Now let me see real quick. Audio bars actually look good. Give me a second here to see how it sounds on this end. You're right, I am muted. This entire time, Swedish guy. I had every other thing done correctly, but somehow muted myself. Thank you for pointing that out. And on this festive occasion too, which means gotta restart stream a third time today, it's gotta be done. No, it's alright. I'll go Tome. Right now the things I got don't matter too much. Since between... I don't really put eggs on these guys. But that first weapon, functionally, gets you more and more powerful the longer you go on. Which means all the cool lore stuff I was talking about, you guys don't get privy access to, sorry about that. Just gotta read lips if you go through the VOD. Is this an official character? This is Swedish guy. This was the Among Us DLC collaboration of Vampire Survivors. Their emergency meeting DLC. And it's great fun. It's actually a really good fit, the humor of Vampire Survivors and the humor of Among Us. And like I was saying when I was muted, normally for funny streams like this I go for Peppino because Peppino is my main man. And it's hilarious to just be a tree and demolish everything with pretty explosions. And you could thank Grom Falloon for that, because watching Grom play Peppino once is what consumed my entire July of 2022. There, that's basically catch up from when I was muted. And so, Vampire Survivors is cheap. The Vampire Survivor DLCs are cheap. And thank you, Swedish guy. And so when this came out, I hopped right on it, consumed it in a day. And basically the joke is, the normal joke is being the tree Peppino destroying everything. The joke this time is going to be playing the imposter and tonguing everything to death for the entire day. Birthday sub, I haven't got any sandwiches. Oh wait, that's an icon on you though. I didn't see her here alert, but I see the icon. So thank you for the sub. $87 seconds. Oh, there it is. You had to announce it. If you don't announce it, I don't get to see it. But thank you again, man. That's very appreciated. Not fast enough to go through walls yet. Maybe I should just let those expire just to see what happens. Periodically they pop up in like Among Us style for like some kind of disaster occurring, some sabotage, you gotta push the button. But given that it rewards you with a chest, maybe nothing happens if you fail to push it? Explosions, nah. Money done. And while this sits here and idles and tongues everybody, I have a book that Fennec actually bought for himself when he first moved here. Shortly after he moved here, that would have been late 2021, early 2022. He really hasn't been here that long. Last year was his one full... yeah, 2 full years, 2022, 2023. He really hasn't been here that long, really. And he's just recently finished it. They both die at the end by Adam Silvera. And once he finished it, he gave it to me to read. And the basic premise is that it's a world much like ours, except when you're about to die, you get a phone call, and you're told that you're about to die. And spoilers, they both die at the end. According to him, it is a very queer book, which surprised him. But given the cover, it's kind of obvious to me. I see two guys walking along a bridge or something in the moonlight. I'm going to assume, hey, same. Opens with, hello, I'm calling from Deathcast. I regret to inform you that sometime in the next 24 hours you'll be meeting an untimely death. On behalf of everyone here at Deathcast, we are so sorry to lose you. Live this day to the fullest, okay. Dedicated. For those who need a reminder to make every day count. And a shout out to his mom for all the love. And Cecilia for all the tough love, whoever that is. This build seems a bit broken. That's the fun thing about Vampire Survivors, is that Vampire Survivors put so many ways to break the game. There's not really any such thing as balance. Now, normally, when you start playing the DLC, you're not whipping tongues off all over the place. You do gotta struggle through actually playing the game to get to that point. But I've got limit breaks on, I've got arcanas, I've got everything except... No, I did put eggs on this guy, that's right, to make it extra funny. I forget exactly how many eggs I put onto him. I put enough eggs to make him absolutely fly through walls by pressing the W button just once, and whoop, there you are halfway across the map. Removed all of his movement speed eggs. I think that's what I did. That must have been like 25,000 or so, because you do need a stupidly high amount of eggs to unlock the ability to remove the movement-based eggs. Is my camera reversed or the book wrong? My camera is in fact reversed. Because this way, I'm facing this direction, the camera's facing this direction, and if the camera wasn't reversed, I'd be facing like this the entire time, which is just really, really weird. Let's pretend I'm reading in Arabic. In Arabic, you do read backwards. The Part 1, Deathcast. I'm sure the printers must love this author because every single new segment, it starts with 2 pages of sheer lack, wall to wall, edge to edge. So the printers must be making bank off his ink use. You gotta go make food, Swedish guy, enjoy it. Part 1, Deathcast, and a quote, "To live is the rarest thing in the world. Most people exist, that is all," by Oscar Wilde. Grab more of these chests real quick. I could grab the mini crewmates, because they're funny, but they also add extra effects, and I simply want the tonguing to be the primary attack that I do. Oh, that's right, the other! This build also calls for me to get the Gemini, because the Gemini gives a counterpart to the tongue, which doubles the amount I'm already using. September 5, 2017. When was this published? First paperback edition 2018, copyright 2017, Adam Silvera. So pretty much the present day. The present day, the previous present day. But when they could foresee your death and give you a call to let you know, hey, this is your last day. September 5, 2017, Mateo Torres, 12:22 a.m. Deathcast is calling with a warning of a lifetime. I'm going to die today. Forget that, warning is too strong a word, since warning suggests something can be avoided, like a car honking at someone who's crossing the street when it isn't their light. Or is, as the drivers here like to do. I have nearly been hit crossing the crosswalk with the light in my favor in broad daylight wearing bright clothes. And the driver's still like, sorry I didn't see you, when he's an inch away from me. Giving them the chance to step back. This is more of a heads up. The alert. A distinctive and endless gong, like a church bell 1 block away, is blasting from my phone on the other side of the room. I'm freaking out already. 100 thoughts immediately drown out everything around me. I bet this chaos is what a first-time skydiver feels as she's plummeting out of a plane, or a pianist playing his first concert. Not that I will ever know for sure. It's crazy. 1 minute ago, I was reading yesterday's blog entry from Countdowners, where Deckers chronicled their final hours through statuses and photos via live feeds. This particular one about a college junior trying to find a home for his golden retriever. And now I'm going to die. No. Yes. Yes. My chest tightens. I'm dying today. I've always been afraid of dying. This is such a good book for a birthday stream, isn't it? I've always been afraid of dying. I don't know why I thought this would jinx it from actually happening. Not forever, obviously, but long enough so I can grow up. Dad has even been drilling it into my head that I should pretend I'm the main character of the story that nothing bad ever happens to, most especially death, because the hero has to be around to save the day. But the noise in my head is quieting down, and there's a deathcast herald on the other end of the phone, waiting to tell me I'm going to die today, at 18 years old. Wow. I don't want to pick up the phone. I'd rather run into Dad's bedroom and curse into a pillow because he chose the wrong time to land himself in intensive care. Or punch a wall because my mom marked me for an early death when she died giving birth to me. The phone rings, or it's got to be the 13th time. Is that deliberate symbolism, Adam? And I can't avoid it any more than I could avoid what's going down sometime today. Is this entire book going to take place within the span of 24 hours then? Like I know from Fennec telling me about the book that it has some perspective shifts here and there, and that'll probably prolong the day. But it says they both die at the end. I just realized their shadow makes a little Grim Reaper. Look, I was too busy noticing the gay to notice the death. I slide my laptop off my crossed legs and get up from my bed, swaying to the side, feeling really faint. I'm like a zombie moving towards my desk, slow and walking dead. The caller ID reads Deathcast, of course. I'm shaking, but manage to press talk. I don't say anything. I'm not sure what to say. I just breathe, because I have fewer than 28,000 breaths left in me. The average number of breaths a non-dying person takes per day. And I might as well use them up while I can. Hello. I'm calling from Deathcast. I'm Andrea. You there, Timothy? Timothy. My name isn't Timothy. You've got the wrong person, I tell Andrea. My heart settles down. Even though I feel for this Timothy person. I truly do. My name is Mateo. I got the name from my father, and he wants me to pass it down eventually. Now I can, if having a kid is a thing that happens for me. Computer keys are tapping on her end, probably correcting the entry or something in her database. Oh, apologies. Timothy is a gentleman I just got off the phone with. He didn't take the news very well, poor thing. You're Mateo Therese, right? And just like that, my last hope is obliterated. Mateo, kindly confirm this is indeed you. I'm afraid I have many other calls to make tonight. I always imagined my herald, their official name, not mine, would sound sympathetic and ease me into the news. Maybe even harp on how it's especially tragic because I'm so young. To be honest, I would have been okay with her being chipper, telling me how I should have fun and make the most of the day since I at least know what's going to happen. That way, I'm not stuck at home starting 1,000 piece puzzles I'll never finish, or masturbating because sex with an actual person scares me. But this herald makes me feel like I should stop wasting her time because unlike me, she has so much of it. Okay, Mateo's me. I'm Mateo. Mateo, I regret to inform you that sometime within the next 24 hours, you'll be meeting an untimely death. And while there isn't anything we can do to suspend that, you still have a chance to live. The herald goes on about how life isn't always fair, then lists some events I could participate in today. I shouldn't be mad at her, but it's obvious she's bored reciting these lines that have been burned into memory from telling hundreds, maybe thousands about how they'll soon be dead. She has no sympathy to offer me. She's probably filing her nails or playing tic-tac-toe against herself as she talks to me. On Countdowners, Deckers post entries about everything from their phone call to how they're spending their end day. It's basically Twitter for Deckers. I've read tons of feeds where Deckers admit to asking their heralds how they would die. But it's basic knowledge that those specifics aren't available to anyone, not even former President Reynolds, who tried to hide from death in an underground bunker 4 years ago and was assassinated by one of his own Secret Service agents. Deathcast can only provide a date for when someone is going to die, but not the exact minute or how it will happen. Hold on, 30 seconds. Yeah, sure, this one's basically like a laurel. The ones that do like visible attacks I won't pick up. Yay. Okay, where was I? Back in front of the spaceship. Do you understand all this? Yeah. Log on to deathcast.com and fill out any special request you may have for your funeral in addition to the inscription you'd like engraved on your headstone. Dang, they have all this mortuary stuff built in. Is it still expensive, or is this also part of some government subsidy program? Cause that stuff is expensive, man. We were lucky that Dad was so into himself that he basically had all of his funeral arrangements down to the headstone, what it's going to say and everything, planned out ahead of time. We simply had to go to the funeral parlor and be like, he wanted this, this, and this. And they're like, gotcha, getting it done. Or perhaps you'd like to be cremated, in which case, I've only ever been to one funeral. My grandmother died when I was 7. And at her funeral, I threw a tantrum because she wasn't waking up. Fast forward 5 years when Deathcast came into the picture, and suddenly everyone was awake at their own funerals. Having the chance to say goodbye before you die is an incredible opportunity. But isn't that time spent? Another one. Where is it? There it is. Got enough speed now that I could just fly off the map. Maybe I would feel different if I could count on people showing up to my funeral. If I had more friends than I do fingers. Plus, the funerals are for the living. If the soon-to-be deceased wants to say goodbye, they can. But what are they gonna do? Have 2 funerals? One before he's dead and then one afterwards when he actually dies? Or just have the pre-funeral, then dump him in a ditch afterwards? And Timothy, On behalf of everyone here at Deathcast, we are so sorry to lose you. Live this day to the fullest, okay? I'm Mateo. Sorry about that, Mateo. I'm mortified. 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 It's been a long day, and these calls can be so stressful, and I hang up. Which is rude, I know. But I can't listen to someone tell me what a stressful day she's been having, when I might drop dead in the next hour, or even the next 10 minutes. I could choke on a cough drop. I could leave my apartment to do something with myself and fall down the stairs and snap my neck before I even make it outside. Someone could break it and murder me. The only thing I can confidently rule out is dying of old age. I sink to the floor, on my knees. It's all ending today, and there is absolutely nothing I can do about it. I can't journey across dragon-infested lands, retrieve scepters that can halt death. I can't hop onto a flying carpet in search of a genie to grant my wish for a full and simple life. I could maybe find some mad scientist to cryogenically freeze me, but chances are, I'd die in the middle of that wacky experiment. If you actually follow up on most cryogenic projects, they are slush. The rich guinea pigs who have put in top dollar to get frozen. Slush and ice flakes is basically it now. Too fast to hit the button. So he's not wrong in the sense that if he freezes himself, he likely will die in there. You could probably reliably count it as his own cause of death the moment he goes in. Death is inevitable for everyone, and it's absolute for me today. The list of people I will miss, if the dead can miss anyone, is so short I couldn't even call it a list. There's Dad for doing his best, my best friend Lydia, not only for not ignoring me in the hallways, but for actually sitting down across from me at lunch, partnering with me in earth science, and talking to me about how she wants to become an environmentalist who will save the world, and I could repay her by living in it. And that's it. If someone were interested in my list of people I won't miss, I'd have nothing for them. No one has ever wronged me. And I even get why some people didn't take a shot on me. Really, I do. I'm such a paranoid mess. The few times I was invited to do something fun with classmates, like roller skating in the park, or going for a drive late at night, I bowed out because we might be setting ourselves up for death. Maybe. I guess what I'll miss most are the wasted opportunities to live my life, and the lost potential to make great friends with everyone I sat next to for 4 years. I'll miss how we never got to bond over sleepovers where everyone stayed up and played Xbox Infinity. In 2017, they've already got to the Xbox Infinity. And board gamed all night, all because I was too scared. The number one person I'll miss the most is future Mateo, who maybe loosened up a bit and lived. It's hard to picture him clearly, but I imagine future Mateo trying out new things like smoking pot with his friends, getting a driver's license, and hopping on a plane to Puerto Rico to learn more about his roots. Maybe he's dating someone. Maybe he likes that company. He probably plays piano for his friends, sings in front of them, and he would definitely have a crowded funeral service, one that would stretch over an entire weekend after he's gone. One where the room is packed with new people who didn't get a chance to hug him one last time. Future Mateo would have a longer list of friends he'll miss. But I will never grow up to be future Mateo. No one will ever get high with me. No one will be my audience as I play piano. And no one will sit shotgun in my dad's car after I get my license. I'll never fight with friends over who gets the better bowling shoes, or who gets to be Wolverine when we play video games. I collapse back onto the floor, thinking about how it's do or die now. Not even that. Do, and then die. $52 and not seeing my purple chest. Don't I get... Okay, I do get him, and he's all the way down there. Give me that Gemini. Pick a card. Listed weapons come with a counterpart to include the base imposter tongue and its evolved form. Not that it could be easily told with all the chaos going on here. "12:42 a.m. Dad takes hot showers to cool down whenever he is upset or disappointed in himself. I copied him around the time I turned 13, because confusing Mateo thoughts surfaced, and I needed tons of Mateo time to sort through them. I'm showering now because I feel guilty for hoping the world, or some part of it beyond Lydia and my dad, will be sad to see me go. Because I refused to live invincibly on all the days I didn't get alert. I wasted all those yesterdays, and I'm completely out of tomorrows. I'm not going to tell anyone. Except Dad, but he's not even awake, so it doesn't really count. I don't want to spend my last day wondering if people are being genuine when they throw sad words at me. No one should spend their last hours second-guessing people. I've got to get out into the world, though. Trick myself into thinking it is any other day. Man, I could imagine. Oh, right, forgot about that boss came and went. I could imagine working service industry like back when I worked restaurants. What, you got your deathcast call? Well, too bad, it's still Tuesday, get your ass into work or you're fired. With no sense of irony from the management. Or the trumped-up team leader who assumes herself management, as the case may be for Boston Market all those years ago. Get out to the world though, trick myself into the day. I got to see Dad at the hospital, and hold his hand for the first time since I was a kid. And for what will be the last? Wow, the last time ever. I'll be gone before I could adjust to my mortality. I'll also have to see Lydia and her 1-year-old Penny. Lydia named me Penny's godfather when the baby was born. Aww. And it sucks how I'm the person expected to take care of her in case Lydia passes away, since Lydia's boyfriend Christian died a little over a year ago. Lydia just can't hold on to guys, can she? Sure. How is an 18-year-old with no income going to take care of a baby? Short answer, he isn't. But I was supposed to get older and tell Penny stories of her world-saving mother and chill father, and welcome her into my home when I was financially secure and emotionally prepared to do so. Now I'm being whisked out of her life, before I can become more than some guy in a photo album who Lydia may tell stories about, during which Penny will nod her head, maybe make fun of my glasses, and then flip the page to family she actually knows and cares about. I won't even be a ghost to her. But that's no reason to not go tickle her one more time or wipe squashing green peas off her face. Or give Lydia a little break so she could focus on studying for her GED, or brush her teeth, or comb her hair, or take a nap. After that, I will somehow pull myself away from my best friend and her daughter, and I will have to go and live. I turn off the faucet, and the water stops raining down on me. Today isn't the day for an hour shower. This guy could afford hour showers in 2017. Definitely not California then, not in 2017. Lazy stream? What are you talking about, Swedish guy? It takes a lot to talk for several hours at a time. When I was first streaming, and I was doing the thing where like you play a lot of narrative games and text-heavy games, Because if you're nervous and don't have stuff to talk about and you're not comfortable talking on stream yet, you could read the text on screen. That gets your tongue numb so quickly, your jaw gets sore so fast, your throat dries up and tightens. That is work. I have water here to keep the throat lubricated, and then tea to keep the actual lips and mouth lubricated, because if I drink too much water all at once, then I start getting the weird cotton mouth effect where it's like you're totally dried out despite constantly drinking. And some extra moisture because birthday. Plus, what you mean lazy? I got all this going on. I've got like 500 gold built in a second. Almost 1 million monsters killed within half an hour. That is progress. That is work. Or something. I grab my glasses off the sink and put them on. I step out of the tub, slipping on a puddle of water, and while falling backwards, I'm expecting to see if that theory of your life flashing before your eyes carries any truth to it. When I grab hold of the towel rack and catch myself. Truly hardcore gaming. I'm exercising my tongue, on and off game. That is double effort. I breathe in and out, because dying this way would just be an extremely unfortunate way to go. Someone would add to me the shower KO feed. Someone would add me to the shower KO feed on the Dumb Deaths blog. A high traffic site that grosses me out on so many levels. I need to get out of here and live. But first, I have to make it out of this apartment alive. It's only been 12 pages and already, he's making an epic adventure of just leaving the shower. Seismic activity. Kindly press the button, okay. "12:56 a.m.s and half an hour for him too now. I write thank you notes for my neighbors in 4F and 4A, telling them it's my end day. With Dad in the hospital, Elliot in 4F has been checking in on me, bringing me dinner, especially since our stove has been busted for the past week after I tried making Dad's empanadas. He makes empanadas too. So, apparently, the book itself is pretty gay, and so is the author, so maybe Mateo is too, and he makes empanadas. If he wasn't dying in 2017, he'd be a catch. Empanada. Sean in 4A was planning on stopping by on Saturday to fix the stove's burner, but it's not necessary anymore. Dad will know how to fix it, and might need a distraction when I'm gone. I go into my closet and pull out the blue and gray flannel shirt Lydia got me for my 18th birthday, then put it over my white t-shirt. I haven't ordered outside yet. The shirt is how I get to keep Lydia close today. I check my watch. An old one of Dad's he gave me after buying a digital one that could glow, for his bad eyes, and it's close to 1 a.m. On a regular day, I would be playing video games until late at night, even if it meant going to school exhausted. Panic. With work. And he's actually got to do customer service day in, day out. Come on, man. At least I can fall asleep during my free periods. I shouldn't have taken those frees for granted. I should have taken up another class like art, even though I can't draw to save my life. Or do anything to save my life, obviously. And I want to say that's neither here nor there, but it pretty much is everything, isn't it? They're doing the thing where they write a sentence with a full stop, and then parentheses go afterwards. Functionally, that attaches the parentheses to the upcoming sentence, not the one that it's hanging on to before. And if it's the end of a paragraph, what is it doing? The parentheses are just hanging out in the void for any fell creature to devour. You gotta take care of your parentheses, tighten them up, keep them in the sentence they relate to. Electrocute enemies? Nah, I don't need lightning. I got tongue, that's enough. Shout at enemies? Nah. Throw science? That's the bottle, right? The holy water? No thanks. Leftover body parts, it's a bone, don't need it. The Atlantean didn't even last a full second. Where was I? Maybe I should have joined a band and played piano, gotten some recognition before working my way up to singing in chorus. Then maybe a duet with someone cool. And then maybe braving a solo. Heck, even theater could have been fun if I'd gotten to play a role that forced me to break out. But no. I elected for another free period where I could shut down and nap. It is 12:58 a.m. When it hits 1 o'clock, I am forcing myself out of this apartment. It has been both my sanctuary and my prison, and for once, I need to go breathe in the outside air instead of tearing through it to get from point A to point B. I have to count trees, maybe sing a favorite song while dipping my feet in the Hudson. Oh, he's an East Coaster. I guess I can't complain too much. Fennec is an Indiana guy that's plenty far out east. So it's not all dismal out there. And just do my best to remember to be remembered as the young man who died too early. It's 1 a.m. I can't believe I'm never returning to my bedroom. I unlock the front door, turn the knob, and pull the door open. I shake my head and slam the door shut. I'm not walking out into a world that will kill me before my time. Perspective shift already. Rufus Emeterio, 1:05 a.m. And what a start to this chapter. Deathcast is hitting me up as I'm beating my ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend to death. And on that note, I got buttons to push. Because again, I have no idea what happens if I don't push these buttons. Maybe it ends around prematurely. Maybe it simply deprives you of a chance to get a guaranteed maximum tier treasure chest with a high chance of upgrades, a high chance of candy box. Beating my ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend to death. I'm still on top of this dude, pinning his shoulders down with my knees, and the only reason I'm not clocking him with the right eye again is because of the ringing coming from my pocket. That loud Deathcast ringtone everyone knows too damn well, either from personal experience, the news, or every shitty show using the alert for that dun-dun-dun effect. My boys, Tagaway and Malcolm, are no longer cheering on the beatdown. They're dead quiet, and I'm waiting for this punk tech's phone to go off too, but nothing. Just my phone. Maybe the call telling me I'm about to lose my life just saved his. You gotta pick it up, Rube, Tagaway says. He was recording the beatdown because watching fights online is his thing. But now he's staring at his phone like he's scared a call is coming for him too. The hell I do, I say. My heart is pounding mad fast. Even faster than when I first moved up on Peck. Even faster than when I first decked him and laid him out. Peck's left eye is swollen already, and there's still nothing but pure terror in his right eye. These Deathcast calls go strong until 3. He don't know for sure if I'm about to take him down with me. I don't know either. My phone stops ringing. Maybe it was a mistake, Malcolm says. My phone rings again. Malcolm stays shut. I wasn't hopeful. I don't know stats or nothing like that, but Deathcast fuck-up alerts isn't exactly common news. And we Emiterios haven't exactly been lucky with staying alive. But meeting our maker way ahead of our time? We're your guys. I'm shaking, and that buzzing panic is in my head like someone is punching me non-stop. Because I have no idea how I'm going to go, just that I am. And my life isn't exactly flashing before my eyes. Not that I expect it to later on when I'm actually at death's edge. Peck squirms from underneath me, and I raise my fist so he calms the hell down. Maybe he got a weapon on him, Malcolm says. He is a giant of our group, the kind of guy who would have been helpful to have around when my sister couldn't get her seatbelt off as her car flipped into the Hudson River. Hudson again, that is the true final boss of this story. Before the call, I would have bet anything Peck doesn't have any weapon on him, since we're the ones who jumped him when he was coming out of work. But I'm not betting my life, not like this. I drop my phone. I pat him down and flip him over, checking his waistband for a pocket knife. I stand, and he stays down. Malcolm drags Peck's backpack out from under the blue car where Tago threw it. He unzips the backpack and flips it over, letting some Black Panther and Hawkeye comics hit the ground. Nothing. Tagway rushes towards Peck, and I swear he is about to kick him like his head's a soccer ball. But he grabs my phone off the ground and answers a call. Who are you calling for? His neck twitch surprises no one. Hold up, I ain't him. Hold up, wait a sec. He holds the phone out. You want me to hang up, Roof? I don't know. I still have Peck bloodied and beat in the parking lot of this elementary school, and it's not like I need to take this call to make sure Deathcast isn't actually calling to tell me I won the lottery. I snatched the phone from Kagome, pissed and confused. And I might throw up, but my parents and sisters didn't, so maybe I won't either. Watch him, I tell Kagome and Malcolm. Hey, the boss is back. It's been 85 minutes already. Watch him, I tell Kagome and Malcolm, they nod. I don't know how I became the alpha dog. I ended up in the foster home years after them. I give myself some distance, as if privacy actually matters, and make sure I stay out of the light coming from the exit sign. Not trying to get caught in the middle of the night with blood on my knuckles. Yeah? Hello. This is Victor from Deathcast, calling to speak with Rufus Emiterio. He butchers my last name, but there's no point correcting him. No one else is around to carry on the Emiterio name. Yeah, it's me. Rufus, I regret to inform you that sometime in the next 24 hours... 23 hours, I interrupt, pacing back and forth from one end of this car to the other. You're calling after one. It's bullshit. Other Deckers got their alert an hour ago. Maybe if Deathcast called an hour ago, I wouldn't have been waiting outside the restaurant where freshman year college dropout Peck worked so I could chase him into this parking lot. Yes, you're right, I'm sorry, Victor says. I'm trying to stay shut, because I don't want to take my problem out on some guy doing his job. Even though I have no idea why the hell anyone applies for this position in the first place. So this guy isn't too bad. Yeah, he's been on the violent side, but he actually cares about the working class employees. He knows that it's just customer service, it's just his job. He hasn't really got a choice in this, it's simply what he's paid to do. And has enough sense not to lash out. Far too many customers in the service industry treat it like the servant industry. Let's pretend I got a future for a second. Entertain me. In no universe am I ever waking up and saying, I think I'll get a 12 to 3 shift where I do nothing but tell people their lives are over. But Victor and others did. I don't want to hear none of that don't kill the messenger business either. Especially when the messenger is calling to tell me that I'm straight wrecked by the day's end. I love how the number gets bigger, the bigger the number gets. Will we hit 1 million with the way that the, whatever you call that first weapon, bumps your stats up periodically? It's basically like an inbuilt egg if you get that Medbay one and then upgrade it. You can see it's giving stat boosts basically every second by this point. Rufus, I regret to inform you that sometime in the next 23 hours, you'll be meeting an untimely death. While there isn't anything I can do to suspend that, I'm calling to inform you of your options for the day. First of all, how are you doing? It took a while for you to answer. Is everything okay? He wants to know how I'm doing. Yeah, right. I can hear it in the stunted way he asked me. He doesn't actually care about me any more than he does the other deckers he's got to call tonight. His calls are probably monitored, so he's not trying to lose his job by speeding through this. I don't know how I'm doing. I squeeze my phone so I don't throw it against the wall, painted with little white and brown kids holding hands underneath a rainbow. I look over my shoulder and Peck is still face first on the ground, as Malcolm and Tagawe stare at me. They better make sure he doesn't run away before we can figure out what we're doing with him. Just tell me my options. This'll be good. Victor tells me the forecast for the day. It's supposed to rain before noon, and later on, as well, if I make it that long. Special festivals I have zero interest in attending, especially not a yoga class on the high line, rain or no rain. Formal funeral arrangements, restaurants with the best Decker discounts if I use today's code. I zone out on everything else, because I'm anxious on how the rest of my end day is going to play out. How do you guys know? I interrupt. Maybe this dude will take pity on me, and I can clue in Tagawe and Malcolm on this huge mystery. The end days. How do you know? Some list, crystal ball, calendar from the future? Everyone stays speculating on how Deathcast receives this life-changing information. Tagawe told me about all these crazy theories he read online, like Deathcast consulting a band of legit psychics, and a really ridiculous one with an alien shackled to a bathtub and forced by the government to report on end days. There are mad things wrong with that theory, but I don't have time to comment on them right now. Oh, 1 minute to go. Get the button, get the button, get the button. The cool thing is, this map in particular, now it's upside down right now, but it is pretty much a perfect reproduction of an Among Us map. I'm afraid that information isn't available to heralds either, Victor claims. We're equally curious, but it's not knowledge we need to perform our job. Another flat answer. I bet you he knows and can't say if he wants to keep his job. Screw this guy. Yo, Victor, be a person for 1 minute. I don't know if you know, but I'm 17. 3 weeks from my 18th birthday. Doesn't it piss you off that I'll never go to college, get married, have kids, travel? Doubt it. You're just sitting in your little throne in your little office because you know you got another few decades ahead of you, right? Victor clears his throat. You want me to be a person, Rufus? You want me to get off my throne and get real with you? Okay. An hour ago, I got off the phone with a woman who cried over how she won't be a mother anymore after her 4-year-old daughter dies today. She begged me to tell her how she can save her daughter's life, but no one has that power. And I had to put a request in to the youth department to dispatch a cop, just in case the mother's responsible, which, believe it or not, is not the most disgusting thing I've done for this job. Rufus, I feel for you. I do. But I'm not at fault for your death. And I, unfortunately, have many more of these calls to make tonight. Can you do me a solid and cooperate? Damn. I cooperate for the rest of the call. Even though this dude has no business telling me anyone else's. But all I can think about is a mother whose daughter will never attend the school right behind me. I see alert there's a button. At the end of the call, Victor gives me that company line I've grown used to hearing from all the new TV shows and movies incorporating Deathcast and characters' day-to-days. On behalf of Deathcast, we are sorry to lose you. Live this day to the fullest. I can't tell you who hangs up first, but it doesn't matter. The damage is done. Will be done. Today is my end day. A straight-up Rufus Armageddon. I don't know how this is gonna go down. I'm praying I don't drown like my parents and sis. The only person I've done dirty is Peck, for real. So I'm counting on not getting shot, but who knows? Misfires happen too. The how doesn't matter as much as what I do before it goes down. But not knowing is still freaking shaking me. You only die once after all. Maybe Peck is going to be responsible for all this. What if he is? What if that is why the call only came after 1 AM? I walk back over to the three of them fast. I pick Peck up by the back of his collar, and then slam him against a brick wall. Blood slides from an open wound on his forehead, and I can't believe this dude threw me over the edge like this. He should have never run his mouth about all the reasons Amy didn't want me anymore. If that had never gotten back to me, my hand wouldn't be around his throat right now, getting him even more scared than I am. You didn't beat me, okay? Amy didn't split with me because of you, so get that out of your head right now. She loved me, and we got complicated, and she would have taken me back eventually. I know this is legit. Malcolm and Tagaway think so too. I lean in on Peck, looking him dead on in his only good eye. I better never see you again for the rest of my life. Yeah. Not much of that left. But this dude is a fucking clown and might get funny. You feel me? Peck nods. Button. Button got the button. I don't want to be too high up. Plenty of broad open space right here. No snow, so no snowmen that I can't kill. It's not indoors, so not imposter objects that I can't kill. The both of them you can kill, but only if you walk right up on them to activate them. Otherwise, they act as props and can't be destroyed until active. How about I turn this jam up? Just a little bit. I let go of his throat and grab his phone out of his pocket. I hurled it against the wall and the screen just totaled. Malcolm stomps it out. Get the hell out of here. But he's not taking the SIM card out? He's not smashing the phone and everything? Like as thoroughly as he could? Malcolm grabs my shoulder. Don't let him go. He's got those connections. Peck slides along the wall. Nervous, like he's skating across some windows high up in the city. I shake Malcolm off my shoulder. I said, get the hell out of here. Peck takes off, running in a dizzying zigzag. He never looks back once to see if we're coming for him or stops for his comics and backpack. I thought you said he's got friends in some gang, Malcolm says. What if they come for you? They're not a real gang. And he was a gang reject. I got no reason to get scared of the gang that let Peck in. He can't even call them or Amy. We took care of that. I wouldn't want him reaching out to Amy before I can. I gotta explain myself. And I don't know. She may not want to see me if she figures out what I did, end day or not. Deathcast can't call him either, Tagaway says, his neck twitching twice. I wasn't gonna kill him. Malcolm and Tagaway were quiet. Yeah, he was. He knows and they knows he knows. They saw the way I was laying into him, like I had no off button. I can't stop shaking. I could have killed him, even if I didn't mean to. I don't know if I would have been able to live with myself or not if I did end up snuffing him gone. Nah, that's the line, I know it. I'm just trying to be hard. But I'm not hard. I've barely been able to live with myself for surviving something my family didn't. Something that wasn't even my fault. There's no way in hell I would have been chill with myself for beating someone to death. I storm towards our bikes. My handles are tangled in Tagaway's wheel from after we chased Peck here, jumping off our bikes to tackle him. You guys can't follow me, I say, picking my bike up. You get that, right? Nah, we're with you, just not happening, I interrupt. I'm a ticking time bomb. And even if you're not blowing up when I do, you might get burned. Maybe literally. You're not ditching us, Malcolm says. Where you go, we go. Tagaway nods, his head jerking to the right. Like his body is betraying his instinct to follow me, he nods again. No twitch this time. Between these past couple of POV points, I can kind of see why it took Fennec a while to get into the book. He told me when he read this, he was like, at first, but he gave it a little bit longer, and eventually came around to it. Because the first guy's kind of a wet blanket, and this one's kind of a mess himself. But he really adored this book apparently by the end. So who knows? Like, I don't mind this guy so far, he's got complexities. He's young, he's impulsive, he's making bad decisions, and here he is at the end of his life already. Tagaway nods, his head jerking to the right, like his body's betraying his instinct to follow me. He nods again. No twitch this time. You two are straight up shadows, I say. That because we're black, Malcolm asks? Because you're always following me, I say. Loyal to the end. The end. That shuts us up. We get on our bikes and ride off the curb, the wheels bumping and bumping. This is the wrong day to have left my helmet behind. Tagaway and Malcolm can't stay with me the entire day, I know that. But we're Plutos, bros to the same foster home, and we don't turn our backs on each other. Let's go home, I say, and we out. I adore this soju because when it's 14% by volume, you don't taste the alcohol. In the unflavored ones you do, as I found out the hard way on Halloween when I brought an unflavored one over to Fennec's co-worker's place for Halloween to hang out, and had to chase it with every other alcohol to hide the flavor. And their poor carpet. Their poor carpet after that. But this is nice. That it turns out the bars downtown actually do have some nice drinks that don't taste anything like jet fuel. They have the magic. That magic is known to the world, just not to me. If they had the capability of making alcohols that don't taste like alcohol, why let it? Because that's the one bad thing about alcohol, right? Apart from all the liver damage and everything else. And some people not having any impulse control. Is the taste? Who would have guessed poison tastes bad? But if folks have the means of brewing a brew that doesn't taste like you're trying to siphon fuel out of a jet engine, then why not have that be the default experience? Back to Mateo, 1:06 a.m. I'm back in my bedroom. So much for never returning here again. And I immediately feel better, like I just got an extra life in a video game where the final boss was kicking my ass. I'm not naive about dying. I know what's going to happen. But I don't have to rush into it. I'm buying myself more time. Kid, you've got the exact same 23 hours as you had last minute, last chapter, last whatever. A longer life is all I've ever wanted, and I have the power to not shoot that dream with a foot by walking out that front door, especially this late at night. Kid, this late at night, everybody's asleep. If there are violent criminal elements in your city, what are they doing? Are they waiting for 3 a.m. when everybody is asleep for the maximum chance of getting a score? No, they're gonna do it. What's a good time? 9 to 11? When people can reasonably be out, maybe they're going out to a restaurant, maybe going home from someplace, because they just got off work, because they just got off a date. Not the wee hours when even they're asleep, catching their shut-eye. I jump into bed with the kind of relief you only find when you're waking up for school and realize it's Saturday. I throw my blanket around my shoulders, hop back on my laptop, and, ignoring the email from Deathcast with the timestamp receipt of my call with Andrea, continue reading yesterday's Countdowners post from before I got the call. The Decker was 22-year-old Keith. His statuses didn't provide much context about his life. Only that he'd been a loner who preferred runs with his golden retriever Turbo instead of social outings with his classmates. He was looking to find Turbo a new home because he was pretty sure his father would give ownership of Turbo to the first available person, which could be anyone because Turbo is so beautiful. Hell, I would have adopted him, even though I'm severely allergic to dogs. But before Keith gave up his dog, he and Turbo were running through their favorite spots one last time, and the feed stopped somewhere in Central Park. Aww. I don't know how Keith died. I don't know if Turbo made it out alive, or if he died with Keith. I don't know what would have been preferred for Keith or Turbo. I don't know. I could look into any muggings or murders in Central Park yesterday around 5:40 p.m. when the feed stopped. But for my sanity, this is better left a mystery. Oh man, could you imagine in this world? There's gotta be like podcasters who like go through these feeds of Deckers who have just mysteriously dropped off, and basically true crime podcasts. But, and then, what really happened to Keith after his walk at Central Park? What happened at 5:40 p.m.? We looked through the public records of the NYPD, and it turns out that nothing at all happens. This remains a mystery to this day. You know, that sort of thing. Apparently, I was joking around with Fennec when we talked about the book, and there's gonna be things like dating apps for these Decker folks and the people who want a no-strings-attached hookup with someone who's about to die in 24 hours. I joked, haha, chasers, but for dead people. It's like, yeah, actually. Instead, I open up my music folder and play Space Sounds. A couple years ago, some NASA team created a special instrument to record the sounds of different planets. I know, it sounded weird to me too, especially because of all the movies I've watched telling me about how there isn't sound in space. Except there is. It just exists in magnetic vibrations. NASA converted the sounds so the human ear could hear them. And even though I was hiding out in my room, I stumbled onto something magical from the universe. Something those who don't follow what's trending online would miss out on. Some of the planets sound ominous, like something you'd find in a science fiction movie set in some alien world. Alien world, as in world with aliens, not non-Earth world. Neptune sounds like a fast current. Saturn has this terrifying howling to it that I never listen to anymore. And the same goes for Uranus, heyo! Except there are harsh winds whistling that sound like spaceships firing lasers at each other. The sounds of the planets make for a great conversation starter if you have people to talk to. But if you don't, they make for great white noise if you're going to sleep. What does Earth sound like, I wonder? Like, there's all this description on how ominous or the different critiques of different planet sounds. What about our own? What is the song of the Earth? Like, that's not just the... like, what is the song of the Earth? If we picked up our magnetic resonance and converted it to tone that we could hear. I mean, I'm sure that'd be some combination of natural whatevers plus all the human activity. But I'm sure that regardless of whatever sound it is, you could probably create some kind of poetic statement of it. I would like to. Hey Hordian, happy birthday to you too. What in the name of science is this? This is Vampire Survivors. It's Vampire Survivors Among Us DLC. So I'm playing as an imposter that is using its sharp imposter tongue times 1,000,000. And I'm also reading a book that my ex-boyfriend gave to me when he finished reading it. Because I just want to do something dumb and funny for my birthday. Numbers? Which numbers? You gotta specify. Is it numbers on the game itself? Is it numbers on the stream? Which there's no new numbers, so you should be familiar with those. 379 now. Who dropped? Who dropped a follow after I chose to read a book for birthday? Oh, this number. The yellow numbers that pop up is a gold rush. When a gold rush happens, in normal gameplay, it's maybe hundreds or a few thousand. But when you're this powerful into Vampire Survivors, it hits the hundreds of thousands easily. Endless time because you're on endless. Millions of monsters being killed, millions of golds being obtained. I could put in more numbers if I wanted to, but it kind of lags things up. The clock is moving faster than seconds? It is. That is because I have it on the hyper mode. I have it on the extra speedy mode. Look at all those pop up. 21st of April? That is a fine birthday too, Hordian. Okay, my computer can handle the flashing, but as a policy for stream, I like to minimize flashing. That is why I don't like that Help Wanted 1 has the flashlight minigame with the plush babies, where you have to strobe the flashlight to be able to catch them while still maintaining enough flashlight battery to actually survive the night. If I remember, Hordian, I'll wish you again on the 21st. Stream compression goes bananas with the numbers on. I'm actually surprised how much the stream compression survives a game like this. People like to call Vampire Survivors bitrate survivors, and it is true. But when I would stream Vampire Survivors for holidays before, and I would check on my end to see like, okay, how's the stream doing? It actually looked pretty good. Like, of course on 720, but even on 480p? Which is really surprising to me because I'm on Comcast. Comcast is shit. Maybe it's because I take the extra effort to keep the stream bitrate at or around 5,000, right? So it's got enough information to push out to maintain all this. Like, let me look at it right now. If I put it to 720, yeah. I'm pixely, but the game itself isn't too bad. Like, it's not the sharpest thing in the box, but you could actually read the numbers. That is a lot for bitrate survivors. Bloons is an amazing benchmark. I haven't played that one yet. Though I have had people recommend it back in my early streams, like, hey man, back when I had a suggestion box, I used to play Bloons Tower Defense. But I haven't. I distract myself from my end day by reading more countdowners feeds and playing the Earth track. Oh, he does cover the Earth sound! Which always reminds me of soothing bird song and that low sound whales make. But it also feels a little bit off, something suspicious I can't put my finger on. A lot like Pluto, which is both seashell and snake hiss. I switch to the Neptune track. Back to Rufus, 1:18 a.m. We're ready to Pluto in the dead of night. Pluto is the name we came up with for the foster home we're all staying at. Our families died or turned their backs on us. Pluto got demoted from planet to dwarf planet, but we'd never treat each other as something lesser. It's been 4 months that I've been without my people, but Tagaway and Malcolm have been getting cozy with each other a lot longer. Malcolm's parents died in a house fire caused by some unidentified arsonist. And whoever he was, Malcolm hopes he's burning in hell for taking away his parents when he was a 13-year-old troublemaker and no one else wanted to accept the system. And barely even them. Tagaway's mom bounced when he was a kid, and his pops ran off 3 years ago when he couldn't keep up with the bills. A month later, Tagaway found out his pops had committed suicide, and homeboy still hasn't shed a tear over the guy. Never even asked how or where he died. Even before I found out I was dying, I knew home, Pluto, wasn't gonna be home for me much longer. My 18th birthday is coming up, same for Tagaway and Malcolm, who both hit 18 in November. I was college bound like Tagaway, and we figured Malcolm would crash with us as he gets his shit together. Who knows what's what now? And I hate that I already have an out to these problems. But right now, all that matters is we're still together. I got Malcolm and Tagaway by my side. Like they've been from day one when I got to the home. Whether it was for family time or bitchin' sessions, they were always at my left and right. I wasn't planning on stopping, but I pull over when I see the church, and came to a month after the church I came to a month after the big accident. My first weekend out with Amy. The building is massive, with off-white bricks and maroon steeples. I'd love to take a picture of the stained glass windows, but the flash might not catch it right. This man speaks to my heart. How I wish we had camera technology that could simply capture exactly what you see, exactly as you see it. I want a camera that fully, perfectly emulates not just the human eyeball, but your human eyeball. How cool would that be? Doesn't matter anyway. If a picture is Instagram worthy, I slap on the moon filter for that classic black and white effect. The real problem is I don't think a photo of a church taken by my non-believing ass is the best last thing to leave behind for my 70 followers. Hashtag not happening. He's got 70 followers! How's my old Instas doing? Come to think of it. There's a few that I used to keep. One, a private, not really a private, but a personal account that I would just post my day-to-day photos on. How's that one doing? Abandoned, 2018 of course, after the hard times happened. Oh, I'm down to 22 followers! But I was getting at least a dozen likes every picture for most of them. That is something. Some better or worse. How about the art one that I posted for a while? $42. And I know for a fact that I was up to like 55 or so at my peak, so I wasn't too far behind him. all this dorky art, but I actually wasn't doing half bad. And how about my stream Instagram? How's Guinea Prince doing? 19. I'm amazed it's that high at all. Given that I hardly used it over the years and only started like posting memes in the past couple of years or so. And this guy's up to 70? I gotta catch up? What's good, Ruth? This is the church where Amy played piano for me, I say. Amy's pretty Catholic. Is she Catholic, like in the love your neighbor sense, or American Catholic, where they're basically evangelical Republicans with a fondness for gold? Amy's pretty Catholic. It's hilarious, by the way. The little war that American Catholics and American bishops are waging with the Pope. All because the Pope is saying that, hey, you know, queer people aren't that bad after all. Go ahead, bless them, officiate their marriages. People keep talking schism, but the way I see it, is there really any point to a schism when they're already just evangelicals in robes? They can become Presbyterians, they can become generic non-denominationals. They basically worship the Church of Trump, so they have places to go without having to split properly. All they'll do is live a more honest life. Amy's pretty Catholic, but she wasn't pushing any of that on me. I was the same way with Fennec, you know, because I'm Catholic, but I was lucky enough to grow up in the islands of the Pacific, so we're very much of the love your neighbor, who no matter who they are type. Not the forget Jesus. This book of Timothy, whatever, says to hate everyone, so hate everyone. Luckily dodged that. And Fennec was Jehovah's Witness growing up, and so he was basically forced into a very hateful cult. And so when he escaped, it was like, why don't you come to church just once, see what it's like, to see how other sects do it, so you get an appreciation that not everything in the world is violently hateful. And he's like, nah, that's okay. He gave it one go. It was weird to him, but he gave it one go and that was enough. That's perfectly fine. Give it one go. He wants to be more atheistic, agnostic, perfectly fine by him. Don't try to push. That's the way to do it. 8 billion of us in the world with 8 billion experiences. We've been talking about music, and I mentioned digging some of the classical stuff Olivia used to put on when she was studying. And Amy wanted me to hear it live, and she wanted to be the one who played it for me. Why did these two break up? They sound so cute. Why did we break up? I have to tell her I got the alert. Tagaway twitches. I'm sure he's itching to remind me that Amy said she needs space from me. But those kind of requests get tossed out the window on end days. Yeah, they do. What he's gonna do? Wait for tomorrow he hasn't got? No matter the state of the relationship, he's going to feel worse if he just dies off without saying hello. Or goodbye, as the case may be. She's gonna get plenty of time from tomorrow onwards, I tell you what. I climb off the bike, throwing down the kickstand. I don't go far from them, just closer to the entrance, right as a priest is escorting a crying woman out of the church. She is knocking her rings together, topaz I think, like the kind my mom once pawned when she wanted to buy Olivia concert tickets for her 13th birthday. This woman gotta be a Decker, or no one. The graveyard shift here is no joke. Oh, there's button again. Got the button. Graveyard shift, graveyard shift. Malcolm and Takue are always mocking the churches that shun Deathcast, and their unholy visions from Satan. But it's dope how some nuns and priests keep busy way past midnight for Deckers trying to repent, get baptized, all that good stuff. So see, this guy might have come from a broken home and has a bit of the body inclination now, but he respects working class customer service folk and doesn't take it out on them. He's not religious, but he respects the comfort that the service brings to those who needs it. Just doesn't like the judgmental focus on Satan to judge everyone else types, which of course, that's sensible. If there's a god guy out there like my mom believed, I hope he's got my back right now. I call Amy. It rings 6 times before going to voicemail. I call again, it's the same thing. I try again. And it only rings 3 times before going to voicemail. She's ignoring me. I type out a text. Deathcast called me. Maybe you can too. The suave poet? Nah, I can't be a dick and send that. I correct myself. Deathcast called me. Can he call me back? My phone goes off before a minute can pass. A regular ring, and not the heart-stopping Deathcast alert. It's Amy. Hey. Hey. Are you serious? Amy asks. If I weren't serious, she'd certainly kill me for crying wolf. Tagaway once played that game for attention, and Amy shut that down real fast. Oh, where's Button? There's Button. These buttons are gonna go off on BRB, I know it. And that's what we'll find out, if missing the button ends the game, or simply deprives you of getting a cool 5-item chest. Where are you? There's no edge to her, and she's not trying to hang up on me like she has on recent calls. I'm by the church you took me to, actually, I say. It's mad peaceful, like I could stay here all day and make it to tomorrow. I'm with Malcolm and Tagaway. Why aren't you at Pluto? What are you guys doing out on a Monday night? Don't tell her, don't tell her. I need more time before answering this. Maybe another 80 years. But I don't have that, and I don't want to man up to it right now. We're headed back to Pluto now. Can you meet us there? What? No! Stay at the church and I'll come to you. I'm not dying before I can make it back to you. You're not invincible, dumbass! Amy's crying now. Oh, see, she does still care about him. Does Fennec for me? And her voice is shaking, like that time we got caught in the rain without jackets. She had a breakdown over them getting caught in the rain without jackets. She's so motherly. God, I'm sorry. But you know how many Deckers make those promises, and then pianos fall to their heads. Is that common? I'm gonna guess not that many, I say. Death by piano doesn't seem like a higher probability. This is not funny, Rufus. I'm getting dressed. Do not move. I'll be 30 minutes tops. I hope she's gonna be able to forgive me for everything. Tonight included. I'll get to her before Peck can. And I'll tell my side. I'm sure Peck is gonna go home, clean himself up, and call Amy off his brother's phone to tell her what a monster I am. He better not call the cops though, or I'll be spending my end day behind bars, or maybe finding myself on the wrong end of some officer's club. Let's be honest, 2017, it's gun, not club. I don't want to think about any of that. I just want to get to Amy and say goodbye to the Plutos, as a friend they know I am. Not the monster I was tonight. 2 buttons. Button number 1 if I can touch it. Got it. Meet me at home. Just get to me. Bye, Amy. I hang up before she can protest. I get my bike, climbing on it as she calls non-stop. What's the plan, Malcolm asks. We're going back to Pluto, I tell them. You guys are gonna throw me a funeral. I check the time. 1:30. Oh, it's 1:40 upstream. And 11:37 in the AM. There's still time for the other Plutos to get alert. I'm not wishing it on them. But maybe I won't have to die alone. Or maybe that's how it has to be. Back to Mateo, 1:32 AM. Going through countdowners is a very serious downer. Who could have guessed? But I can't look away because every single registered Decker has a story they want to share. When someone puts their journey out there for you to watch, you pay attention, even if you know they'll die at the end. As is the very title of this book, they both die at the end. Are Mateo and Rufus the only, perspective characters we follow? Or are there more, I wonder? It says both die at the end, and we have two main characters so far, but who knows? If I'm not going outside, I can be online for others. There are 5 tabs on the site: popular, new, local, promoted, random. They have promoted posts even for the people about to die. And I browse through local searches first, as usual, to make sure I don't recognize anyone. No one. Good. It could have been nice to have some company today, I guess. I randomly selected Decker, username, Jeff Nevada 88. Jeff received his call 4 minutes after midnight and is already out in the world, heading to his favorite bar, where he hopes he doesn't get carded because he's a 20-year-old who recently lost his fake ID. If they know this guy's a Decker, like, I know the law says you're not supposed to give alcohol to anyone under 21. In this world where the government can very, very accurately say you are going to die today, surely they gotta allow an allowance for those about to die, right? Or maybe they wouldn't, because what if drunk driving is the reason they die? Yeah, they probably wouldn't give any sympathy to a minor who wants to drink before they die then. At least not from stores or bars or restaurants. Like, friends could always drink together. Cops aren't gonna stop you for that. I'm sure he'll get through okay. I pin his feed and will receive a chime next time he updates. I switch to another feed. Username, WebMaven Mark. Mark is a former social media manager for a soda company, which he's mentioned twice in his profile, and he isn't sure if his daughter will reach him in time. It's almost as if this Decker is right in front of me, snapping his fingers in my face. I have to visit Dad, even if he's unconscious. He has to know I made my way to him before I die. Hey, Gaius? Good Baba emote. That's Baba. No, that's Saijima, isn't it? Yeah, that's a Saijima. Still. I'm still rooting for a Baba and Saijima OTP. RGG has it wrong by not giving Saijima his own spin-off game. Imagine Judgment, right? They could do a Judgment-style thing for Saijima and Majima. Saijima and Majima solving crimes in the only way they know how, through violent threats and lots of just not the threats, but the violence itself. They could do it. Saijima needs a game. Saijima needs a game to his own, where he's allowed to simply be and not have to crawl through sewers away from the law 3 times in a row. Exactly, you get it, Gaius. You would play a Saijima Majima spin-off for sure. I'm sure many would. It'd be printing money. They are straight up like the 2 best of the classic series. Everybody loves Majima. I absolutely adore Saijima. Even if they don't explore the Saijima Baba romance, it's still the top 2 top-tier characters of the classic series. They are squandering an opportunity. I love Ichiban Saga. I'm gonna get crucified, but I love Ichiban so much more than Kiryu. And the reason that I love the Yakuza 5 so much is because I enjoyed everybody else except Akiyama a lot more than Kiryu. They got so much potential right there. And if they can't do Judgment because of whatever issues happened with What's-His-Face's voice actor and face, that's fine. Saijima could very easily fit the exact same mold. Just like if Kaito was the main character, if Kaito was the one in charge of the detective agency. I do appreciate that Ichiban and Kiryu are different types of masculinity. They are both dorks, who put other people before themselves, especially those they care about the most. And according to Kelly Turnbull and Manly Guys Doing Manly Things, that is a height of masculinity. The height of masculinity is using your power to take care of those that you care about the most. And both Kiryu and Ichiban cover that with different expressions, but I especially love that both of them have their versions of masculinity and their life trajectories based on the video games they grew up with. And because Ichiban grew up on like Dragon Quest and being the hero who assembles a party, he's a lot more extroverted and a lot more social and a lot more out there with the people, explicitly trying to find the side quests to make people's day. I adore that about him. Infinite Wealth cannot come out soon enough. I really wish it came out earlier in January, so I could take a stab on it on stream before surgery recovery time. But that's fine. If I'm late to the party, that means more eyeballs then, because once it comes out, big time, day one, week one, it's gonna be everybody else. It's gonna be drowning in Yakuza streams. Okay, I put down my laptop, ignoring the chimes from the couple accounts I've hid, and go straight to Dad's bedroom. His bed was unmade the morning he left for work, but I made it for him since then, making sure to tuck the comforter completely under the pillows, as he prefers it. I sit on his side of the bed, the right side, since my mother apparently always favored the left. And even with her gone, he still lives his life in two sides, never writing her out. That's so sweet. And I pick up the framed photo of Dad helping me blow out the candles on my Toy Story cake on my 6th birthday. Well, Dad? Well, Dad did all the work. I was laughing at him. He says the gleeful look on my face is why he keeps his pictures so close. I know it's sort of strange, but Dad is just as much my best friend as Lydia is. I could never admit that out loud without someone making fun of me, I'm sure. But we've always had a great relationship, not perfect. But I'm sure every two people out there in my school and in the city, on the other side of the world, struggle with dumb and important things. And the closest pairs just find a way to get over them. Dad and I would never have one of those relationships where we had a falling out and never talked to each other again. Not like these Deckers on some Countdowner feeds, who hate their fathers so much they either never visited them on their deathbeds, or refused to make amends before they themselves died. Which is kind of the mood. Dad was not a very good parent. It's not a good combination where you take a narcissist who can only express his disappointment with his family through violence. But on his deathbed, he was simply an old man, right? So no matter what bad relationship we had, at least he was that, you know? He appealed the past, and ultimately he was simply a human in need who needed somebody at the end. I slipped the photo out of the frame, fold it, and put it in my pocket. The creases won't bother Dad, I don't think. And get up to go to the hospital and say my goodbye and make sure this photo is by his side when he finally wakes up. Then why can't you carry it in the frame? You say he won't mind the creases, but the photo will last so much longer if you simply carry it in the frame to the hospital to put next to his bed. What the heck, man? I want to make sure he quickly finds some peace, like it's an ordinary morning, before someone tells him I'm gone. I leave his room, pumped to go out and do this, when I see the stack of dishes in the sink. I should clean those up so Dad doesn't come home to dirty plates and mugs with impossible stains from all the hot chocolate I've been drinking. I swear this isn't an excuse to go outside, seriously, to not go outside. Let me see, how close are we to then Rufus, then Mateo, then Rufus, then Mateo, 2 a.m., then Rufus again. Now every major section break, it does these big black pages before parts, right? This is part 1. And I guess part 1 is all Rufus and Mateo. Maybe parts 2 and 3 and... Oh, you could even see, like, the dark areas where the parts are. Part 3, the beginning. Part 4, the end. Going to skip that page. So, I'm not sure if we're gonna get a different pair every part, or if we're gonna be following the same Rufus Mateo all the way to the end. But it's almost been a couple of hours, and I've had half a small cup of tea, just a little bit of water, and amazingly, half this 357 milliliter, 14% by volume bottle of soju, which means I gotta pee. So, I'm gonna grab a BRB before we continue on this journey. And maybe we'll find out what happens if this button doesn't get pressed before I get back. It's got 83 seconds. Will it end the map and the run if I don't press the button? Or does it simply deprive me of a chest? We will see when I return. Or I guess you guys will see. I'll find out when I get back. Ooh. So the map doesn't end when you fail to get to the button in time. So I guess we don't actually have to bother about that then. We could just focus entirely on the book they both die at the end. In which we are back to Rufus's POV at 1:41 a.m. 1:41, we had a jump. Where was Mateo last time? 1:32 Mateo. 1:18 Rufus. So we're like a whole half hour ahead practically. We used to beast through the streets on our bikes like we were racing without brakes, but not tonight. We look both ways constantly and stop for red lights, like now. Even when the street is clear of cars. Same, it's just good practice. We're on the block with that Decker-friendly club, Clint's Graveyard. There's a crowd forming of 20-something-year-olds, and the line is straight chaos. This has gotta be keeping the paychecks coming for the bouncers, dealing with all these Deckers and their friends trying to get crazy on the dance floor one last time before their time is up. This brunette girl, mad pretty, is bawling when a guy advances on her with some tired-ass pickup line. Maybe you'll live to see another day with some vitamin me in your system. And her friend swings her purse at him until he backs up. Poor girl can't even get a break from assholes hitting on her when she's grieving herself. What did I say? Chasers. There's gonna be chasers for the dead. Looking for some no strings attached from someone who's not gonna be here tomorrow. It's a green light and we ride on, finally reaching Pluto minutes later. I'm amazed. These streetlights actually respond to bicycles. A good 94% of the streetlights here, if you're a bike and you go up to the light and you wait, you are waiting forever until some car comes up the other way to trigger the wait plate and gets the light to turn green. Where was I? The foster home is jacked up duplex, the face of a battered building. Bricks missing. Indecipherable in colorful graffiti. Press the pedestrian button? I can't always do that. It's a multi-lane road. The right lane is turning only. I gotta be in the left lane to go forward. The crosswalk thing is all the way over there. There's some streets they explicitly do have if you're on a bike push this button. But that is such a pain, even on the small residential streets that do have that. And I'm telling you, there is somebody watching those lights, because a good 77% of the time, it'll be green, and it'll turn yellow, just as I'm about to get to it, and it only turns red, long enough for me to stop and put a foot down, and lose a sync of my pedal, and then it goes green right away, and I gotta scramble to get back up and get my pedal in a good position and then go. Somebody is watching and simply getting a laugh from making bicyclists stop for 1/4 of a second. And so I just run the red half the time. Like, that's why even when the light turns green, by the book, you're supposed to wait to make sure no one's going. Because my justification is, well, at this point, it turned yellow now, and that's the caution light to slow down, but I cannot safely slow down without slamming into everything else, so I'm just gonna go neom. Hey, be gay, do crimes, Gaius. I'm the type of hardened criminal who, I actually jaywalk in front of cop cars if there's a cop car on the crosswalk. I don't push the button to cross, I just go in front of them, and they can't do a thing about it. Truly living the hardened criminal life here. There are bars on the ground floor windows, not because we're criminals or anything like that, but so no one busts in and steals from a bunch of kids who've already lost enough. We leave our bikes out at the bottom of the steps, racing up to the door and letting ourselves in. We go down the hall, not bothering to tiptoe across the tacky chessboard-like tile floor into the living room. And even though there's a bulletin board with information about sex, getting tested for HIV, abortion, adoption clinics, and other sheets of that nature. This place still feels like home and not some institution. There's a fireplace that doesn't work but still looks dope. There's a warm orange paint covering the walls, which had me ready for fall this summer. The oak table we'd gather around to play Cards Against Humanity and Taboo on weeknights after dinner. It's very important to make that distinction. The TV, where I'd watch this reality show, Hipster House Otagoe. Even though Amy hated all those hipsters so much, she wished I watched cartoon porn instead. This guy is 17 years old and doesn't watch cartoon porn. The couch we'd take turns napping, since it's more comfortable than our beds. Mood. We go up to the second floor, where our bedroom is. This tight spot that wouldn't really be all that comfortable for one person, let alone three, but we make it work. There's a window we keep open on the nights Tagoe eats beans, even if it's mad loud outside. I gotta say it, Tagoe says, close the door behind us. You've come really far. Think about all you've done since coming here. There's so much more I could be doing. I sit on my bed and throw my head back on my pillow. It's mad pressure to do all my living in one day. Might not even be a full day. I'll be lucky to get 12 hours. No one's expecting you to cure cancer or save endangered pandas, Malcolm says. Yo, Deathcast is lucky they can't predict when an animal is gonna die, Tagoe says. And I suck my teeth and shake my head because he's speaking up for pandas when his best friend is dying. What? It's true! You'd be the most hated dude on the planet if you called up the last panda ever. Imagine the media. There'd be selfies and... I get it, I interrupt. I'm not a panda, so the media doesn't give a shit about me. You guys gotta do me the biggest favor. Wake up Jen, Lori, and Francis. Tell them I want to have a funeral before heading out. Francis never really took a liking to me, but I got a home out of this arrangement, and that's more than others get. You should stay here, Malcolm says. He opens up the only closet. Maybe we can beat this. You can be the exception. We can lock you in here. I'm sorry, folks, but the book literally says they both die at the end. I'm not sure what else you're expecting. I'll suffocate. Or the shelf, their heavy-ass clothes will collapse on my head. He should know better than to believe in exceptions and shit like that. I sit up. I don't have a lot of time, guys. I shake a little, but I get it together. I can't let them see me freaking. What if the title is an unreliable narrator? Maybe it could be a symbolic death. A death of the life of uncertainty and worry that they used to know before as they step forward into a brand new day where their lives are their own to write after this 24 hours of panic has passed. But no, I'm sure they're dying. I am sure that the title is very, very sincere that they both die at the end. They got you assume the pronouns to refer to the wrong person? Here's the thing. They might be ambiguous in that sense. Does they refer to multiple people? Does they refer to a singular person? But both is specific. Both is one of those cool little features of languages that specifically refer to two people. And it's pretty funny how languages have that. Singular person, two person, many person. You gotta specify the two, and they do here. Tagoe twitches. Could be two other people. Maybe. I still don't know if there's gonna be other perspective characters throughout. We're still only on part 1 after all, and I'm swapping back and forth between... what's his face? Rufus and Mateo. That's right, Mateo. You gonna be okay by yourself? It takes a few seconds before I get what he's really asking me. I'm not offing myself, I say. I'm not trying to die. They leave me alone in the room with laundry I'll never have to worry about washing. and summer coursework I'll never have to finish. Or start. Bunched up in the corner of my bed is Amy's blanket. This yellow thing with a pattern of colorful crayons. Looking to my left. Fennec's blanket is also yellow, just no crayons. Yellow thing with patterns of colorful crayons which I wrap around my shoulders. It belonged to Amy as a kid, a relic from her mother's childhood. We started dating when she was still here at Pluto, and we'd rest underneath the blanket together and use it for the occasional living room picnic. Those were mad chill times. She didn't even ask for the blanket back after we broke up, which I think was her way of keeping me around, even when she wanted distance, like I still have a chance with her. This room couldn't be more different from the bedroom I grew up in. Beige walls instead of green, 2 extra beds and roommates, half the size, no weights or video game posters. But it still feels like home. And it showed me how people matter more than stuff. Malcolm learned that lesson after firefighters put out the flames that burned his house, parents, and favorite things. We keep it simple here. Behind my bed, I have pictures thumbtacked onto the wall, all printed out by Amy from my Instagram, Altea Park, where I always go to think. My sweaty white t-shirt hanging from my bike's handlebars, taken after my first marathon last summer. He does marathons too. Hey, Carver? How's mess? What mess? What are you talking about, Carver? Apart from... You can't see the mess off screen. You don't know about that. Everything here is perfectly nice. Handlebars. An abandoned stereo on Christopher Street, playing a song I never heard before and never heard again. Tagaway with the bloody nose at the time we tried creating a handshake for Plutos, and it all went wrong because of a stupid headbutt. 2 sneakers, one size 11, the other size 9. From the time I bought new kicks but didn't make sure they matched before leaving the store. Me and Amy, my eyes uneven. Kind of like when I'm high, which I wasn't. Yet. But it's still a keeper because the streetlight threw a cool glow on her. Footprints of the mud from when I chased Amy around the park after a long week of rain. 2 shadows sitting beside each other, which Malcolm wanted no part of, but I took anyway. And tons more I gotta leave behind for my boys as I walk out of here. Walking out of here. I really don't want to go. Mateo, 1:52 a.m. Are these kids not going to go to sleep? I'm almost ready to go. I did the dishes. Swept, dust, and candy wrappers from out underneath the couch. Mopped the living room floor, wiped the bathroom sink clean of my toothpaste smears, and even made my bed. This guy is going to die today. And he's delaying by doing chores all around the house. I'm back in front of my laptop, faced with a greater challenge. The inscription for my headstone in no more than 8 words. No more than 8! We have visited the cemetery where Dad lies many times since October of 2021. People get wordy, okay? People get to put whole poems and whatever else on their stones. 8 words or less. This is how you know that yes, this is a government-subsidized program. They are cutting costs here, they're keeping it simple. He lived where he died, in his bedroom. What a waste of life. Of a life. Children take more risks than him. I have to do better. Everyone wanted so much more out of me, myself included. I have to honor this. It's my last day to do so. Here lies Mateo. He lived for everyone. I hit submit. Okay, Jesus. There's no going back. Yeah, I could edit, but that's not how promises work. And living for everyone is a promise to the world. I know it's early in the day, but my chest squeezes because it's also getting late. For a Decker at least. I can't do this alone, the leaving part. I'm not really dragging Lydia into my end day. Once I get out of here, not if, I'll go see Lydia and Penny. But I'm not telling Lydia. I don't want her to consider me dead before I am, or ever bring her any sadness. Maybe I'll send her a postcard explaining everything while I'm out living. What I need is a coach who can double as a friend for me, or a friend who can serve as a coach for me. And that's what this popular app, often promoted on Countdowners, provides. The Last Friend app is designed for lonely Deckers and for any good soul who wants to keep a Decker company in their final hours. Chasers. You know it's gotta be chasers. This isn't to be confused with Necro, which is intended for anyone who wants a one-night stand with a Decker. The ultimate no-strings-attached app. You see, the chasers are everywhere. I've always been so disturbed by Necro, and not just because sex makes me nervous, but no. The Last Friend app was created so people can feel worthy and loved before they die. There are no user charges, unlike Necro, which goes for $7.99 a day. Which disturbs me because I can't help but feel as if a human is worth more than $8. Anyway, just like any potential new friendship, the relationships born from the Last Friend app can be pretty hit or miss. I was once following this Countdowners feed where the Decker met a last friend, and she was slow about updating, sometimes for hours, to the point where viewers in the chat room assumed she died. She was actually very much alive, just living her last day right. And after she died, her last friend wrote a brief eulogy that taught me more about the girl than I had learned in any of her updates. But it's not always sweet like that. A few months ago, this Decker with a sad life unwittingly befriended the infamous Last Friend serial killer. And that was so tragic to read about. And one of the many reasons I struggled with trusting this world. What if there's a bit of self-fulfilling prophecy to this? And some people die because they are told that their last day is coming up, and they go on to the Last Friends app, and they meet the person who ends up killing them, and if they were never told, they would have had no reason to go on to the app, and they would have lived a good 30-40 more years? I can't imagine that these two who die at the end are going to upend the system before the end within one whole day. I think engaging with the Last Friend could do me some good. Then again, I don't know if it's sadder to die alone, or in the company of someone who not only doesn't mean anything to you, but also probably doesn't care much for you either. Time is wasting. You missed the premise, Gaius, so the context is pretty clear, but you're let on details. Basically, this is a book, so far about two people who have received a phone call that they are going to die within the day. It's basically 2017, with the divergence point that apparently it could be predicted that someone is going to die that day, and so a system is set up in which you get a phone call sometime after midnight to be told, hey, sucks to be you, you're dying today, make the most of it, goodbye. And of course you can tell there are some societal changes on that. We're only 43 pages in, and it's basically following the early morning so far of two different people who had received the news, either after midnight or after 1 a.m. And so far, how they're both responding to their last day. I have to take a shot and find the same bravery hundreds of thousands of Deckers before me have found. I check my bank account online, and what remains from my college funds has been automatically deposited into my account, which is only about $2,000. But it's more than enough money to get through the day. I can visit the World Travel Arena downtown, where deckers and guests can experience the cultures and environments of different countries and cities. I download the Last Friend app on my phone. It's the fastest download ever, like it's some sentient being who understands the whole point of its existence, is that time is running out for someone. And yet, I bet you it still wouldn't work on my old phone, which even for 2017 was already a bit obsolete. Because I had to buy cheap, and so I had to buy blue. Don't ever buy blue. If you're feeling desperate enough to buy the blue line of phones, literally buy anything else. Anything else, and you'll do better. The app has a blue interface with an animation of a gray clock, as two silhouettes approach each other and high-five. Last Friend zooms into the center and a menu drops down. Dying today? Not dying today. I click Dying Today. A message pops up. We here at Last Friends Inc. are collectively sorry for this loss of you. Our deepest sympathies extend to those who love you and those who will never meet you. We hope you find a new friend of value to spend your final hours with today. Please fill out the profile for best results. Deeply sorry to lose you. Last Friend Inc. A blank profile pops up when I fill it out. Name: Mateo Torres. Age: 18. Gender: male. Height: 5'10". Weight: 164 pounds. Ethnicity: Puerto Rican. Orientation: skip. Is he gonna be the gay one? Because Fennec did say that the book is more gay than he expected, and that he looked it up and the author is also a bit queer too. Job: skip. Interests: music. Wandering. Favorite movies, TV shows, books. Timberwolves by Gabriel Reeves. Plaid is the new black. The Scorpius Hawthorne series. Who you were in life. I'm an only child, and I only ever really had my dad, but my dad has been in a coma for 2 weeks, and will probably wake up after I'm gone. I want to make him proud and break out. I can't go on being the kid who keeps his head low, because all that did was rob me of being out there with you all. Maybe I could have met some of you sooner. Bucket list. I want to go to the hospital and say goodbye to my dad, and then my best friend, but I don't want to tell her I'm dying. Do you think they're gonna hook up on the app? Like, not hook up, but she's also a last friend, and they end up pairing? After that, I do not know. I want to make a difference for others and find a different Mateo while I'm at it. Final thoughts? I'm going for it. I submit my answers. The app prompts me to upload a photo. I scroll through my phone's album, and there are a lot of photos of Penny and screenshots of songs I'd recommended to Lydia. There are others of me out of the living room with Dad. There's my junior year photo, which is lame. I stumbled on what I took of myself wearing the Luigi hat I won in June for entering this Mario Kart contest online. I was supposed to send the contest host my picture to be featured on the website, but I didn't think the boy goofing around in the Luigi hat was very me, so I never submitted it. I don't know, that sounds iconic. This guy's literally lived his life, missing out on all aspects of his life. But I was wrong, go figure. This is exactly the person I always wanted to be. Loose, fun, carefree. No one will look at this photo and think it was out of character, because none of these people know me, and their only expectation of me are to be the person I'm presenting myself as in my profile. I upload the photo, and a final message pops up. Be well, Mateo. Rufus, 1:59 a.m. My foster parents are waiting downstairs. They tried rushing in here the second they found out, but Malcolm played bodyguard because he knew I still needed a minute. I change into my cycling gear, my gym tights with blue basketball shorts over them, so my package isn't poking out there like Spider-Man's, and my favorite gray fleece, because there's no other way I could imagine getting around the city on my end day except on my bike. I grab my helmet because safety first. I take one last look around the room. I don't break down or nothing like that, seriously. Even as I remember playing catch with my boys. I leave the light on as I step out and keep the door open so Malcolm and Tagaway don't get weird about going back in. Malcolm gives me a little smile. His playing it cool game is weak, cause I know he's been losing his head. They all are. I would too if the cards are reversed. You actually got Francis awake, I asked. Yeah? It's possible I'm going to die at the hands of my foster father. If you're not his alarm clock, you shouldn't wake him up. I follow Malcolm downstairs. Tagaway, Jen Laurie, and Francis are there, but they don't say anything. The first thing I want to ask is if anyone has heard from Amy. Like if her aunt is holding her up. But that's not right. I really hope she didn't change her mind about wanting to see me. It's going to be okay. I gotta focus on everyone who is here. Francis is wide awake and wearing his favorite /only bathrobe. Like he's some kingpin whose business makes him stacks on stacks of money, instead of a technician spending what little he makes on us. Good guy. But he looks mad wild because his hair is patchy since he cuts it himself to save a few bucks. Which is crazy stupid because Tagaway is a haircut artist. I kid you not. Tagaway gives the best fades in the city, and that bastard better open up his own barbershop one day and give up his screenwriting dreams. Francis is too white to rock a fade though. Clearly, Rufus hasn't seen military tights. It's pretty much one of the only two haircuts you're allowed, some kind of fade or bald, take your choice. Jen Laurie dries her eyes with the collar of her old college t-shirt before putting her glasses back on. She's at the edge of her seat, like when we watched Tagaway's favorite slasher flicks. And just like then, she gets up, but not because of some gross spontaneous combustion. She hugs me and cries into my shoulder, and it's the first time anyone's hugged me since I got the alert that I don't want her to let go. But I have to keep it moving. Jen stays by my side as I stare at the floor. One less mouth to feed, right? No one laughs. I shrug. I don't know how to do this. No one gives you lessons on how to brace everyone for your death, especially when you're 17 and healthy. We've all been through enough seriousness that I want them to laugh. Rock, paper, scissors, anyone? I clap my fist against my palm, playing scissors against no one. I do it again, this time playing rock. Still no one. Come on, guys. I go again, and Malcolm plays paper against my scissors. It takes another minute, but we get several rounds going. Francis and Jen Laurie are easy to beat. I go up against Tagaway and rock beats scissors. Do over, Malcolm says. Tagaway switched from paper to rock last second. Man, of all days to cheat, Roof. Why today? Tagaway shakes his head. I give Tagaway a friendly bro push. Because you're a dick. The doorbell rings. I dart to the door, heart racing like whoa, and open it. Amy's face is so flush I almost can't make out the huge birthmark on her cheek. Aww. Are you kidding me? Amy asks. I shake my head. I can show you the timestamp on my phone. Not about your end date, Amy says. This! She steps to the side and points to the bottom of the stairs. At Peck and his wrecked face. The one I never wanted to see again as long as I live. Is she gonna be more upset about Peck than about her ex dying? Man, he was gonna explain his side first about the things that he said to agitate him? Now, I'm not going to openly promote violence against the guys your exes hang out with who try to push your buttons, but he didn't kill him, his buttons were pushed, the guy pretty much had some response coming. And he wasn't killed. So how about a little gratitude, Peck? Some of us might not be as merciful. Back to Mateo, 2:02 a.m. I don't know how many last friend accounts are active in the world, but there are currently 42 online in New York City alone. 42 in New York City! You would think for a city and sprawl of that size, there'd be thousands, maybe tens of thousands. And staring down these users feels a lot like being in my high school auditorium on the first day of classes. There's all this pressure, and I don't know where to start until I receive a message. There's a bright blue envelope in my inbox and it glows in pulses, waiting to be clicked open. There's no subject line, just some basic information. Wendy Mae Green, 19 years old, female, Manhattan, New York, 2 miles away. I click her profile. She isn't a decker, just a girl who's up late looking to console one. In her bio, she's self-described, bookworm obsessed with all things Scorpius Hawthorne. And this common link is probably why she's reaching out. She also likes walking around too, especially in late May when the weather is perfect. I won't be around for late May, Wendy May. I wonder how long she's had this profile, and if anyone's told her that speaking about the future like that might offend some deckers. How it might be mistaken as showing off how much life she still has left to live. I move past it to click her photo. She seems nice, light-skinned, brown-eyed, brown hair, a nose piercing, and a big smile. I open the message. Wendy Mae G, 2:02 a.m. Hi Mateo. All lowercase, it's casual, it's a chat. You have great taste in books. Bet you're wishing you had a death cloaking spell, huh? It's all like truncated, U for you, BKS for books. I'm sure she means well, but between her bio and this message, she's hammering me with nails instead of giving me the pat on the back I was hoping for. My own heart is breaking reading that response from him. I won't be rude though. Mateo T, 2:03 a.m. Hey Wendy Mae. Thanks. You have great taste in books too. Scorpius Hawthorne for life. How are you doing? Not great. I don't want to leave my room, but I know I have to get out of here. What was the call like? Were you scared? I freaked out a little bit. A lot of bit, actually. LOL, you're funny, and really cute. Your mom and dad must be losing their heads tonight? Heads too, right? I don't mean to be rude, but I have to go now. Have a nice night, Wendy Mae. What did I say? Why do you dead guys always stop talking to me? You dead guys? Folks, our first chaser. It's no big deal, really. It's hard for my parents to lose their heads when my mom is out of the picture and my dad is in a coma. She didn't even read the bio. Just went to his favorite book and hoped to hook up. How was I supposed to know that? It's in my profile. Fine, whatever. Do you have an open house then? I'm supposed to lose my virginity to my BF, but I want to practice first and maybe you can help me out. Literally chasers. My first thought hearing the synopsis of the book was like, oh man, I bet there's gonna be chasers, you know? If everyone knows when they're going to die and they're desperate, there's gonna be people to capitalize on that. And then like 20 pages into the book, here's this app where people hook up. And then 30 pages into the book, here's people using "you need some vitamin me in you" pickup lines for the dead people bar. And now 53 pages into the book, here's our first chaser interaction with the main protagonist. I click out while she's typing another message and block her for good measure. I get her insecurities, I guess, and I feel bad for her and her boyfriend if she manages to cheat on him, but I'm not some miracle worker. I received some more messages with these subject lines. Subject: 420, Kevin and Kelly, 21 years old, male, Bronx, New York from miles away. Decker? No. Subject: my condolences, Mateo, great name. Billy Bruiser, 24-year-old, male, Manhattan, New York, 3 miles away. Decker, no. Subject: you sitting a couch? Good condition? J. Mark, 26-year-old, male, Manhattan, New York, 1 mile away, Decker, no. Subject, dying sucks, huh? Ellie R, 20-year-old, female, Manhattan, New York, 3 miles away, Decker, yes. I ignored Kevin and Kelly's messages, not interested in pot. I delete J marks because I'm not studying the couch Dad will need again for his weekend naps. I'm going to answer Philly's message, because it came first. Philly. Hey Mateo, how's it going? Hey Philly, is it too lame to say I'm hanging in there? Nah, I'm sure it's rough. Not looking forward to the day Deathcast calls me. Are you sick or something? Pretty young to be dying. I'm healthy, yeah, I'm terrified of how it's gonna happen. But I'm nervous I'll somehow disappoint myself if I don't get out there. I definitely don't want to stink up the apartment by dying here. I can help with that, Mateo. Help with what? Making sure you don't die. Which one's Phyllis again? My condolences, Mateo, great name, Decker, no. That's not a thing anyone can promise. I can. You seem like a cool guy who doesn't deserve to die. So you should come over to my apartment. It'll have to be a secret, though. But I have the cure to death in my pants. I block Philly and open up Ellie's message. Maybe the third time will be the charm. Rufus, 2:21 a.m. Amy gets in my face and pushes me against the fridge. She doesn't play when it comes to violence because her parents got real extra when they tag team robbed a convenience store, assaulting the owner and his 20-year-old son. Shoving me around isn't gonna get her locked up like them, though. Look at him, Rufus. What the fuck were you thinking? I refuse to look at Peck, who's laid against the kitchen counter. He got off lucky. Okay, I'm biased, but he got off lucky. I already saw the damage I did when he walked in. One eye shut, a cut on his lip, spots of dried blood on his swollen forehead. At least, he doesn't have, like, pedo carved into his forehead to prevent a closed casket, to prevent a open casket. Jen Laurie is right next to him, pressing ice against his forehead. I can't look at her either. She's so disappointed in me. End day or not. Tagaway and Malcolm flank me, quiet too, since she and Francis already gave them shit for hitting the streets with me way past bedtime to rough Peck up. Not feeling so brave now, right? Peck asks. Now I want to beat up Peck. Shut up! Amy whips around, slamming her phone against the counter, startling everyone. Don't follow us! She pushes open the kitchen door, and Francis is not so casually hanging out by the staircase, trying to stay in the know, but also keep back so he doesn't have to shame or punish a Decker. Amy drags me into the living room by my wrist. So what? Deathcast calls you, and so you're free to lay into whoever you fuck you want. I guess Peck didn't tell her I was beating his ass before I got the alert. What? There's no point lying. I was coming for him. Amy takes a step back, like I'm some monster who might lash out at her next, which kills me. Look, Amy, I was freaking out. I already felt like I didn't have a future before Deathcast dropped that grenade in my lap. My grades have always been shit. I'm almost 18. I lost you, and I was wilding out because I didn't know what I was gonna do. I felt like a straight up nobody, and Peck was pretty much the same damn thing. You're not a nobody, Amy says, shaking a little as she comes toward me, no longer scared. She takes my hand and we sit on the couch, where she first told me she was leaving Pluto because her aunt on her mom's side had enough dough to take her in. A minute later, she also broke up with me because she wanted a clean slate. Some cheap-ass tip from her elementary school classmate. Peck! We didn't make sense anymore, and there's no point lying. Like you said, even on your last day. She holds my hand while she cries, which I was doubting she'd even do because she was so pissed when she got here. I read our love wrong, but that doesn't mean I don't love you. You were there for me when I needed to act out and be angry, and you made me happy when I was tired of hating everything. Nobody's can't make someone feel all of that. All you gotta say, Fennec? She hugs me, resting her chin on my shoulder the same way she would relax on my chest whenever she was about to watch one of her historical documentaries. I told her, because I don't have anything new to say. I want to kiss her, but I don't need some fakeness from her. She's mad close though, and I pull back so I can see her face, because maybe one last kiss might be for real for her too. She's staring at me, and I lean in. And of course, Tagaway comes into the living room and covers his eyes. Oh, sorry. I back up. Nah, you good. We should do the funeral, Tagaway says. But take your time, it's your day. Sorry, it's not your day. It's not like a birthday, it's the opposite, he twitches. I'm gonna get everyone in here. He steps. I don't want to hog you, Amy says. Please the fuck do. He doesn't let me go. Aww. Not until everyone comes in. I needed that hug. I'm looking forward to hugging the Plutos for the final Pluto Solar System group hug after the funeral. I stay seated on the center of the couch. I'm battling my lungs for my next breath hardcore. Malcolm sits to my left, Amy to my right, Tagaway at my feet. Peck keeps his distance, playing around on Amy's phone. I hate that he's on her phone. In more ways than one, I bet. But I broke his, so I gotta stay shut. This is my first Decker funeral, since my family didn't care about throwing one for themselves, because we all had each other, and didn't need anyone else, not coworkers or old friends. Maybe if I'd gone to others, I'd be ready for the way Jen Lowry speaks directly to me and not the other attendees. It makes me feel vulnerable and seen. And it gets me teary-eyed, like when someone sings happy birthday to me, seriously, every year it never fails. Failed. The way they catch themselves into the past tense, when they're so accustomed to present continuous. You never cried, even though you had every reason to, like you were trying to prove something. The others. Jen Lowry doesn't turn to the Pluto, not even a little. She doesn't break eye contact, like we're in a staring contest. Respect. They all cried, but your eyes were so sad, Rufus. You didn't look at any of us for a couple of days. I was convinced, if someone posed as me, you wouldn't have known any better. Your heartiness was heavy until you found friends and more. I turn, and Amy won't take her eyes off me. Same sad look she gave me when she broke up with me. I always felt good when you were all together, Francis says. He's not talking about tonight. I know that. Dying sucks, I bet. But getting locked up in prison while life keeps going on without you has gotta be worse. Francis keeps staring, but doesn't say anything. We don't have all day. He waves at Malcolm. Your turn. Malcolm steps to the center of the room, his hunched back to the kitchen. He clears his throat, and it's harsh, like he's got something stuck in his pipes, and some spit flies out of his mouth. He has always been a mess.
or the kind of dude who will unintentionally embarrass you because he has bad table manners and no filter. But he can also tutor you in algebra and keep a secret. And that's the stuff I would talk about if I was giving his eulogy. You are our bro, Roof. This is bullshit. Total fucking bullshit. His head hangs low as he picks at the cuticles of his left hand. They should take me instead. Don't say that. Seriously, shut up. I'm serious, he says. I know no one's living forever, but you should live longer than others. You matter more than other people. That's life. I'm this big nuthead who can't keep a job bagging groceries and you're dying. I interrupted, standing. I'm heated, and I punch him mad hard in the arm, not saying sorry either. I'm dying and we can't trade lives. You're not a big nothing, but you can step your damn game up anyway. Tagawe stands, massaging his neck, beating back a twitch. Roof, I'll miss you shutting us up like this. You stopped me from assassinating Malcolm whenever he eats off our plates and doesn't flush twice. I was ready to see your damn mug until we were old. Tagawe takes off his glasses. Oh shit, now I can't see. Wiping his tears with the back of his hand, and closes it into a tight fist. He looks up, like he's waiting for some death pinata to drop from the ceiling. You're supposed to be a lifer! No one says anything. They just cry harder. The sound of everyone grieving before I'm gone, gives me crazy chills. I want to console them and stuff, but I can't snap out of my daze. I spent a lot of time feeling guilty for living after I lost my family. But now I can't beat this weird Deckard guilt for dying, knowing I'm leaving this crew behind. Amy steps up to the center. And we all know, this is about to get mad real. Brutal. Is it lame to say, I think I'm stuck in a nightmare? I always thought everyone was being so dramatic when they said that. This feels like a nightmare. Like, really? That's all you feel when tragedy happens? I don't know how I wanted them to feel. But I can say now, they hit the nail on the head. There's another cliche for you. Whatever. I want to wake up. And if I can't wake up, I want to go to sleep forever. Where there's a chance I dream everything beautiful about you. Like how you looked at me. How you looked at for me. And not because you wanted to gawk at this fuckery on my face. Mood, Amy. Absolute mood. Amy touches her heart, choking on her next words. It hurts so much, Rufus. To think you won't be around for me to call or hug, and she stops looking at me. She's squinting at something behind me, and her hand drops. Did someone call the police? Fucking... It's Peck, who was playing on his phone after his girlfriend drags him to her ex's place. After he got beaten to an inch of his life. That's why you gotta go all the way, Rufus. You gotta accept the stain on your soul at some point in your life. I've already done it once, not kill a guy, but you gotta accept at some point that you gotta accept some stain. You can't keep your soul pure forever. You gotta do the thing that you have to compromise your own morals on. Not to get ahead selfishly, but because something has to be done. I jump out of my seat and see the flashes of red and blue in front of the duplex. I'm in full-on panic mode that feels insanely brief and mad long, like 8 forevers. There's only one person who isn't surprised or freaking out. I turn to Amy, and her eyes follow mine back. You didn't, Amy says, charging toward him. She snatches her phone from him. He assaulted me, Peck shouts. I don't care if he's on his way out. He's not expired meat, he's another human being. Amy shouts back, "Holy shit!" I don't know how Peck did it because he hasn't made any calls here, but he got the cops on me at my own funeral. I hope Deathcast calls that bastard in the next few minutes. Go out the back, Tiger always says. Twitches running wild. You have to come with me. You guys were there. We'll slow them down, Malcolm says. Talk them out of it. There's a knock on the door. Jen Lowry points to the kitchen. Go. I grab my helmet, walking backwards towards the kitchen, taking in all the Plutos. My pops once said goodbyes are the most possible impossible, because you never want to say them, but you'd be stupid not to when given the shot. I'm getting cheated out of mine because a wrong person showed up at my funeral. I shake my head and run out the back, catching my breath. I rush through the backyard we all hated because of relentless mosquitoes and fruit flies, then hop the fence. What about your bike, man? I sneak back around to the front of the house to see if there's a chance I can grab my bike before having to book it on my feet. The cop car is parked outside, just the one. But both officers must be inside. Maybe even in the backyard by now if Peck snitched. I grab my bike and run with it down the sidewalk, hopping onto the seat once I get enough momentum. I don't know where I'm going, but I keep going. I lived through my funeral, but I wish I was already dead. And we're still in part 1, even after that climactic funeral. Mateo, 2:52 a.m. Third time was not the charm. I can't even tell you if Ellie is actually a Decker, but I blocked her without investigating because she spammed me with links to funny snuff videos gone wrong. I closed the app afterwards. Have to admit it, I feel a little vindicated in how I've lived my life because people can be the worst. It's hard to have a respectful conversation, let alone make a last friend. I keep receiving pop-up notifications for new messages, but I ignore them. Dude, hold notification, settings, disable all. You don't need that shit. If you cared about the messages, you check the app yourself. That's what I do. Only app I don't mute notifications on are Discord and Snapchat because I want to know when Fennec says hello. Speaking of which. Nothing. Did you open at least? Delivered. Last on. An hour ago. What time is it? 12:49. Getting ready for work. Ah! Where was I? I keep receiving pop notification messages and ignore them because I'm on the 10th level of a dark vanishing. This brutal Xbox Infinity game that has me wanting to look up the cheat codes. My hero, Code, a level 17 sorcerer with fire for hair, can't advance through this poverty-stricken kingdom without offering to the princess. He's a regular McCall, this guy. This game is poverty. It is shit level right now. So I walk, well, Cove walks, past all the hawkers trying to sell off their bronze pins and rusty locks, and go straight for the pirates. I must have gotten lost in my head on the way to the harbor because Cove steps on a landmine. They got landmine PvP in town. There is no safety in this MMO. Bethesda, please balance your game. And I don't have time to ghost face through the explosion. Cove's arms fly through a hut's windows. His head rockets into the sky, and his legs burst completely. This game's got phenomenal graphics. Forget ragdolling. This thing has particleization of the 3D polygons. How do they maintain a steady 30 FPS when they could disintegrate the polygon model this completely? Like I could understand a polygon model being made up of here's arm, here's leg, here's some gibs to blow up. You know, like a basic Fallout thing, whoops, there goes your head. Arms fly off, head rockets, legs burst. My heart pounds all through the loading screen. until Code is suddenly back, good as new. Foreshadowing? Or is this a juxtaposition for his own impossibility? Because he's not coming back. Code has got it good. I won't be able to respawn later. I'm wasting away here. There are 2 bookcases in my room. The blue bookcase on the bottom holds my favorite books that I could never get myself to purge when I did my monthly book donations to the teen health clinic down the block. This guy's been wasting his life, but even in his own little ways, he is finding ways to connect and give back to the world. He's an avid reader, apparently, on top of an avid gamer, and he gives his books that he is done reading to the youths. He might not have lived as much as he has wanted, but he has still made his connections. And that's basically all we do. It's not just the thing I say all the time that we are social animals like guinea pigs and gray parrots, but in every little aspect, in ways he doesn't even realize he is making those connections and leaving his mark, even if those kids don't even know his name. The white bookcase on top is stacked with books I always planned on reading. I grab the books, as if I'll have time to read them all. I'm not even going to finish a 379-page book in one stream. He is not finishing off that bookshelf in like 13 hours. That's not happening. I grab the books, as if I'll have time to read them all. I want to know how this boy dealt with the life that's moved on without him, after he's resurrected by a ritual, or what it was like for the little girl who couldn't perform at the school talent show because her parents received the deathcast alert while she was dreaming of pianos. Or how this hero, known as a people's hope, receives a message from these deathcast-like prophets, telling him he is going to die 6 days before the final battle, where he was the key to victory against the king of all evil. That sounds like a webtoon if I ever read one. Snail Lords, get on this. I throw these books across the room, and even pick some of my favorites off their shelves, because the line between favorites and books that will never be favorites doesn't matter anymore. I rush over to my speakers and almost hurl them against the wall, stopping myself at the last second. Books don't require electricity, but speakers do. And it can all end here. The speakers and piano taunt me, reminding me of all the times I rushed home from school to have as much private time as I could with my music, before Dad returned from his managerial shifts at the craft store. I would sing, but not too loudly so my neighbors couldn't overhear me. He's shy just like I am. He wants to express himself just like I do, but he doesn't because he is shy and he hasn't unlocked the psychological barrier glasses that don't cover anything but give him one little filter to let him open up a little bit more. Ow, that kind of hit against my new piercing that I have been slacking on cleaning the past couple of days. Nobody tell Fennec. He's gonna beat my butt if he finds out I wasn't cleaning it. By which I mean, he'd say that sounds like a you problem and leave it at that. I tear down a map from the wall. I have never traveled outside of New York, oh poor thing, and will never get on a plane to touch down in Egypt to see the temples and pyramids, or travel to Dad's hometown in Puerto Rico to visit the rainforest he frequented as a kid. I rip up the map, letting all the countries and cities and towns fall at my feet. It's chaos in here. It's a lot like when the hero, in some blockbuster fantasy film, is standing in the rubble of his war-ravaged village, bombed because the villains couldn't find him. Except instead of demolished buildings and disintegrating bricks, there are books open face first on the floor, their damaged spines poking up, while others are piled on one another. I can't put everything back together, or I'll find myself alphabetizing all the books and taping the map back together. I swear this isn't some excuse to not clean my room. I turn off the Xbox Infinity, where Cove has respawned, all limbs together, as if he didn't just explode minutes ago. Cove is standing at the start point, idly dangling his staff lewd. I have to make a move. I pick up my phone again, reopening the Last Friends app. It's gonna be wall-to-wall chasers, man! I hope to step over the people who are dangerous like landmines. Rufus. 2:59 a.m. Wish Deathcast called before I ruin my life tonight. If Deathcast hit me up last night, they would have knocked me out of that dream I was having, where I was losing a marathon to some little kids on tricycles. This guy has a whimsical inner life, even if his outer life is such hardships. If Deathcast hit me up 1 week ago, I wouldn't have been up late reading all the notes Amy wrote me when we were still a thing. The love letters and cards I have hanging on my wall. If Deathcast called 2 weeks ago, they would have interrupted the argument I was having with Malcolm and Tagaway about how Marvel heroes are better than DC heroes. It is true though. And maybe I would have asked the Herald to weigh in. This time, and this time only, they put the parentheses inside the period. The parentheses is encapsulated within the sentence it is associated with. I don't know why every single major publication and published author puts a parentheses outside the period of the sentence it adheres to. Logically, it doesn't make sense. I don't have a visual aid, but if this is the sentence, and the parentheses refers to the thing in the sentence, lock that shit in with the period or the punctuation. If it's sentence, punctuation, parentheses, you're off on your own. You've been divorced. You two aren't connected. You're Rufus and Amy all over again. You want to connect, but you can't. Cause there's punctuation between you now. You're not bound together, and that's always gonna be my pet peeve from day one of streaming 2 today. And well off into the future. At least be consistent. You're giving me hope in this one sentence. And then every other example is gonna be brackets outside the period. If Deathcast called 1 month ago, it's not even like a British English or Commonwealth English versus American English thing too, because they both do it. They both make this bizarre mistake. If Deathcast called 1 month ago, they would have killed the dead silence that came with me not wanting to talk with anyone after Amy left, but nah. Deathcast called tonight when I was pounding on Peck, which led to Amy dragging him to the duplex to confront me, which led to Peck getting cops involved and cutting my funeral short, which led to me being 100% alone right now. None of that would have happened if Deathcast called 1 day sooner. I hear police sirens and keep pedaling. I hope something else is happening. I get a few more minutes before I take a break, stopping between a McDonald's and a gas station. It's mad bright. Maybe kneeling over here is stupid, but staying in plain sight might be a good hiding spot. I don't know. I'm not James Bond. I don't have some guidebook on how to hide for the bad guys. Shit, I'm the bad guy. I can't keep moving though. My heart is racing. My legs are on fire and I gotta catch my breath. I sit on the curb outside the gas station. It smells like piss and cheap beer. There's graffiti of 2 silhouettes on the wall with air pumps for bike tires. The silhouettes are both shaped like the dude on the men's bathroom sign. In orange spray paint, it says, "The Last Friend app." Do you think this is how these two connect, Rufus and Mateo, and somehow Rufus and Mateo maintain as the perspective characters through all 3 parts of the book until the end? And those are the 2 that are going to die. Is that who these are? Mateo and Rufus on the cover. Because you can connect Decker to Decker. We've seen that already. It doesn't have to be Decker to Chaser all the time. I keep getting dicked out of proper goodbyes. No final hug with my family. No final hug with the Plutos. It's not even the goodbyes, man. It's not getting to thank everyone for all they did for me. The loyalty Malcolm showed me time and time again. The entertainment Tagaway delivered with his B-movie scripts like Canary Clown and the Carnival of Doom, and Snake Taxi. Though Substitute Doctor was just so bad, even for a bad movie. Francis's character impressions had me dying so hard I'd beg him to shut up because my ribcage hurt. The afternoon, Jen Lowry taught me to play solitaire so I could keep myself moving, but also have alone time. The really great chat I had with Francis when we were the last two awake, about how instead of complimenting and attracting anyone on their looks, my pickup line should be more personal. Because anyone can have pretty eyes, but only the right kind of person can hum the alphabet and make it your new favorite beat. The way Amy always kept it real, even just now when she set me free by telling me she wasn't in love with me. I could have really gone for one last Pluto Solar System group hug. I can't go back now. Maybe I shouldn't have run. The charges probably went up for running, but I didn't have time to think. I gotta make this up to the Plutos. They spoke nothing but truth during their eulogies. I've messed up a bit lately, but I'm good. Malcolm and Tagaway wouldn't have been my boys if I weren't. And Amy wouldn't have been my girl if I were scum. They can't be with me. But that doesn't mean I have to be alone. I really don't want to be alone. Which has me thinking about a song that Fennec recently discovered that he was telling me about after the last time he went to the bar for karaoke with his co-worker. And I adore the guy. But you know, he's autistic himself, and I adore that about him. It's part of the constellation of what makes him so special. And I'm thinking about that song he was showing me, and in his non-verbal state try to communicate this song, Me Think You, with heavy themes about, like, being alone and finding yourself alone. Anyway, I pick myself up and walk over to the wall with a graffiti and some oil-stained poster for something called Make a Moment. I stare at the last friend's silhouettes on the wall. Ever since my family died, I would have bet anything I was going to die alone. Maybe I will. But just because I was left behind doesn't mean I shouldn't have a last friend. Man, this app's advertisement really pays for itself. They don't even gotta pay for anything. Everybody wants a last friend, don't they? They're like Nintendo by this point, they're a household name. They're like Ghibli. Ghibli didn't even advertise for The Boy and the Heron. They just put one poster out and let the profits come in. Apps really aren't my thing. But neither is beating in people's faces. So I'm already out of my element today. I enter the App Store, and I download Last Friend. And just like me, he's found out his old phone can't actually run it because it's running Android 5 in an Android 13 world. Ugh! Download the Last Friend. The download is mad fast. Probably a bitch on my data, but who cares? This guy's really speaking to me then. This thing doesn't even get data outside of town. Not only was I paying for the cheap plan that ends up more expensive as you factor in SMS and actual data use, but it doesn't even get any connection outside of, not even the full town. If I go too far into town, I lose data connection. So this is like switching from the primitive industrial revolution Europe to the freedom of the Pacific. You know, it's like night and day. It's going from barbarism to civility. I know there's a good Rufus in me. The Rufus I used to be. And maybe a last friend can drag him out for me. Apps really aren't my thing. Neither is beating people, yada yada yada. Downloads mad fast, bitch on my data, who cares? I register as a decker. Set up my profile. Upload an old photo off my Instagram, and I'm good to go. Nothing like receiving 7 messages in my first 5 minutes to make me feel a little less lonely. Even though one guy is throwing some bullshit about having the cure to death in his pants, and yo, I'll take death instead. Even Rufus has no time for the chasers, man, and I feel that. $700, 375 milliliters. Done. $3:14 a.m. The other one I think I'll save. Bennett can't have any drink 3 weeks before or after the surgery, but it's pomegranate and he likes pomegranate. Maybe I'll gift it to his co-worker, who sadly does have to move out of their place. Oh well. 3:14 a.m. Mateo, pie time. I adjust the settings on my profile. They're going to meet. Mateo has been on Last Friend. Rufus has just got on to Last Friend. They both got the same chaser messaging them. I'm adjusting the settings of my profile, so I'll only be visible to anyone between the ages of 16 and 18. They allow minors on this app? Older men and women can no longer hit on me. I take it one step further, and now only registered deckers can connect with me, so I don't have to deal with anyone looking to buy a couch or pot. He's only going for decker-to-decker communication. This is going to be it. The two who die at the end are going to finally meet. This diminishes the online numbers significantly. It is just like every other hookup app. Once you cut out the no pictures, the no bios, the chasers, the people of actual worth, you go from like 100,000 matches to 20, just like that. I'm sure there are hundreds, maybe thousands of teens who received the alert today, but there are only 89 registered deckers between the ages of 16 and 18 online right now. For one day, the number of people 16 to 18 going to die today, and on the app, 89, that is a lot. Imagine how many others aren't registered. I receive a message from an 18-year-old girl named Zoe, but I ignore her when I see a profile for a 17-year-old named Rufus. Mateo clearly likes them a bit on the younger side. That is a year difference younger. I've always liked that name. Is this where it gets gay? Because Fennec promised me it gets gay. I've always liked that name, but click on his profile. Rufus Emeterio, 17, male, 5'10", 169 pounds, Cuban American. They're both Hispanic, they got that in common. Orientation. He has actually put his orientation. Don't forget, Mateo put skip for his orientation, but Rufus is brave enough to put bisexual. Job? Professional time waster. Interest? Cycling. Photography. Favorite movie, TV show, books? Skip. Who you were in life? I survived. Something I shouldn't have. Bucket list. Do it up. Final thoughts. It's about time. I've made mistakes, but I'm gonna go out right. This is gonna be it, because don't forget, Mateo is frightened by sex, right? So he hasn't even had the opportunity to explore the sexual or romantic sides of himself. So maybe the heartbroken Rufus and the terminally frightened Mateo find love of a sort in their final day. Don't spill my water. I want more time, more lives, and this Rufus Emeterio has already accepted his fate. Maybe he's suicidal. Suicide can't be predicted specifically, but death itself is still foreseen. If he is self-destructive, I shouldn't be around him. He might actually be the reason I'm about to clock out. But his photo clashes with that theory. He's smiling. He has welcoming eyes. I'll chat with him, and if I get a good vibe, he might be the kind of guy whose honesty will make me face myself. I'm going to reach out. There is nothing risky about a hello. Sorry you'll be lost, Rufus. I'm not used to reaching out to strangers like this. There have been a few times in the past I considered setting up a profile to keep Deckers company, but I didn't think I could provide much for them. Now that I'm a Decker myself, I understand the desperation to connect even more. Now, Fennec, who has just finished this book, otherwise it wouldn't be in my hands right now, has told me that this book does end up a bit more gay than he expected. Which could just be that his gaydar is less tuned than my own. But I'm starting to feel a few parallels, because I have a letter, right? I'm the B in the LGBTQIA. Recently found myself to be the A. Recently, I say, as of like August, September. July, August, around that ballpark. But primarily, let's talk about the B, right? And there's a lot of biphobia within and without of the community, so it's very hard for a young gay sometimes to feel accepted into the proper, broader queer fam. And that, sadly, is still a thing that many have to experience, whether they're the B, the T, the A, wherever else. So I totally feel where he's coming from, where he hasn't really thought much of himself with this Decker community, and suddenly he's having an awakening of his own, where now he is realizing he himself is a Decker. He's not just reaching out to other people who are not sane, to people who are some kind of minority who could use an ally. He's not just the ally, he is the Decker himself now. He is reaching out into his queer fam and making some kind of connection with people like himself, and that is something that most of us have to go through at some point, even if we don't feel that queer connection right away. Like I didn't. I felt like an outsider even among my own alphabets, and now consider myself the elder queer, right? And that's kind of the projection that I'm reading into here. Hey, Mateo, nice hat, all the Luigi hat. He not only responded, but he likes my Luigi hat for my profile picture. He is already connecting to the person I want to become. Thanks. I think I'm going to leave the hat here at home. I don't want the attention. Good call. A Luigi hat isn't exactly a baseball cap, right? Exactly. Wait, you haven't left your house yet? Nope. Did you just get the alert a few minutes ago? Deathcast called me a little after midnight. What have you been doing all night? Cleaning and playing video games. Which game? NM. The game doesn't matter. Don't you have stuff you want to do? What do you... no, that's Rufus still. Never mind, the game doesn't matter. Don't you have stuff you want to do? What are you waiting for? I was talking to potential last friends and they were... not great, is the kindest way to put it. Chases! Why do you need a last friend before starting your day? Why do you need a last friend when you have friends? I asked you first. Fair. I think it's insane to leave the apartment knowing something or someone is going to kill me. Also, there are last friends out there claiming they have the cure to death in their pants. I spoke to that dick too! Not his dick, exactly, but I reported the guy and blocked him afterwards. I promise I'm better than that guy. I guess that's not saying much. Folks, time and time again is proven. The bar for standards of relationship and friendships and making connections is basic human kindness. The bar is at floor level, and still people fail to meet it. Do you want a video chat? I'll send you the invite. An icon of a silhouette, speaking into the phone, flashes. I almost reject the call, too confused about the centeredness of this moment. But I answer the call before it goes away. Before Rufus goes away. The screen goes black for a second, and then a total stranger with the face Rufus has at his profile appears. He's sweating and looking down, but his eyes quickly find me and I feel exposed, maybe even a little threatened, like he's some scary childhood legend that could reach through the screen and drag me into the dark underworld. Yeah, he's having his gay awakening. In my overactive imagination's defense, Rufus has already tried bullying me out of my own world and into the world beyond, so, yo! Rufus says, you see me? Yeah, hey, I'm Mateo. Hey, Mateo. My bad for springing the video chat on you, Rufus says. Kind of hard to trust someone you can't see, you get me? No worries, I say. There's a glare. which is a little blinding wherever he is, but I can still make out his light brown face. I wonder why he's so sweaty. You wanted to know why I prefer a last friend over my real life friends, right? Yeah, I say, unless it's too personal. Nah, don't worry about that. I don't think it's too personal should exist between last friends. Long story short, I was with my parents and sister when our car crashed into the Hudson River, and I had to watch them die. Living with that guilt isn't something I want for my friends. I have to throw that out there and make sure that you're okay with this. With you leaving your friends behind? No. The chance that you might have to watch me die. I'm being faced with the heaviest of chances today. I may have to watch him die unless it's the other way around. And both possibilities make me want to throw up. It's not that I feel a deep connection with him already, but the idea of watching anyone die makes me sick and sad and angry, and that is why he is asking. But not doing anything is hardly comforting either. Okay, yeah, I can do it. Can you? There's a whole you not leaving your house problem. Last friend or not, I'm not spending the rest of my life holed up in someone's apartment. And I don't want you to either, but you gotta meet me halfway, Mateo, Rufus says. The way he says my name is a little more comforting than the way I imagine that creep Billy would say it. It's more like a conductor giving a pep talk before a sold-out performance. Believe me, I know, we can get ugly out here. There was a point where I didn't think any of this was worthwhile. What changed? I don't mean it to sound like a challenge, but it kind of is. I'm not leaving the safety of my apartment that easily. You lost your family, then what? I wasn't about this life, Rufus says, looking away. And I would have been game over with game over. Would have been game with game over. But that's not what my parents and sis wanted for me. It's mad twisted. But surviving shows me it's better to be alive wishing I was dead than dying wishing I could live forever. If I can lose it all and change my attitude, you need to do the same before it's too late, dude. You gotta go for it. Go for it. That's what I said in my profile. He actually read the profile. He paid more attention than the others and cared about me the way a friend should. Okay, I said. How do we do this? Is there a handshake or something? I'm really hoping my trust isn't betrayed the way it's been in the past. We can get a handshake where we meet, but until then I promise I'll be the Mario to your Luigi, except I won't hog the spotlight. Where should we meet? I'm by the drugstore south of... I have one condition, I say. His eyes squint. He's probably nervous about the curveball I'm throwing his way. You said I have to meet you halfway, but you need to pick me up from home. It's not a trap, I swear. Sounds like a trap, Rufus says. I'm gonna find a different last friend. It's really not, I swear. I almost dropped the phone. I've screwed everything up. Seriously, I'm kidding, dude, he says. I'll send you my phone number. You can text me your address. Then we can come up with a plan. I'm just as relieved as when Andrea from Deathcast called me Timothy during the call, when I thought I'd actually lucked into more life. Except this time, it's okay to fully relax, I think. Will do, I say. He doesn't say bye or anything. He just looks at me for a little longer, likely sizing me up, or maybe questioning whether or not I'm actually luring him into a trap. See you in a bit, Mateo. Try not to die before I get there. Try not to die getting here, I say. Be safe, Rufus. I'm putting a bit more flirting into it, but I'm totally predicting that these two are getting together. Rufus has his eyes set on Amy in the same way that in 2019 I had my eyes set on the British ex, before fighting my own gay awakening. That sadly also dies at the end. Rufus nods and ends the video chat. He sends me his phone number, and I'm tempted to call, to call it, to make sure he's the one who picks up, and not some creep who's paying him to collect the addresses of young, vulnerable guys. But if I keep second-guessing Rufus, this last friend business won't work. I'm a little concerned about spending my end days with someone who's accepted dying, someone who's made mistakes. I don't know him, obviously, and he might turn out to be insanely destructive. He is outside, in the middle of the night, on a day he's slated for death after all. But no matter what choices we make, solo or together, our finish line remains the same. It doesn't matter how many times we look both ways. It doesn't matter if we don't go skydiving to play it safe, even though it means we'll never get to fly like my favorite superheroes do. It doesn't matter if we keep our heads low when passing a gang in a bad neighborhood. No matter how we choose to live, we both die at the end. Title drop. And part 2, The Last Friend. We've actually made it through part 1. A ship in the harbor is safe, but that is not what ships were built for. We're having themes here. Raining. Well, since we've gotten to... What page is this? Page 179, 180, 181, 2, 3, okay. It's counting the fully black pages that make the printers super happy to charge for as pages as well. So, it's not quite 4 hours yet, but I think this is a good place as any to take a BRB before we continue to the next part. So we're gonna put Rufus and Mateo aside for the time being, and I'm gonna go on BRB and leave you guys on this phenomenal Vampire Survivors screen where you can't even see the tongues anymore. It's just a constant flurry of colors. How is the bitrate surviving? Quick swap to 720p. Remarkably well. I don't know how it is, but it is. Okay, I'm gonna pee, but I'm gonna come back. And then we'll continue to part 2 of the book. Alright, let's get back to the book, shall we? We just finished part 1, following Mateo and Rufus. Both got their death call, and they finally found each other on the Last Friend app and are going to be very, very gay together. Part 2, The Last Friend, starting with Andrea Donahue. So we do get perspective characters outside of Rufus and Mateo. Which I guess is going to be how they prolong the book. If the people who die at the end are going to die within the day. So they can't exactly continue the book beyond their deaths, can they? But they can if they're very active between 1 to 3 a.m. and we put in some other people to pad things out. Andrea Donahue, 3:30 a.m. Deathcast did not call Andrea Donahue because she isn't dying today. Andrea herself, one of Deathcast's top reps since their inception 7 years ago, has made her fair share of end-day calls. Tonight, between midnight and 3, Andrea called 67 Deckers, not her best number, but has proven difficult to beat her record of 92 calls in one shift ever since she was put under inspection for rushing through calls. Allegedly. On her way out of the building, limping with her cane, Andrea hopes HR won't review her call log tonight, even though she knows hope was a dangerous thing in this profession. Andrea mixed up several names too, eager to get from one Decker to the next. It'd be terrible timing to lose her job with all the physical therapy she needs after her accident on top of her daughter's mounting tuition. Not to mention, it's the only job she's ever been great at because of one major life hack she discovered that has sent others out the door and onto less distressing jobs. Rule number 1. Deckers are no longer people. That's it. Abide by this one and only rule, and you won't find yourself wasting hours with the company's counselors. Andrea knows there's nothing she can do for these Deckers. She can't fluff their pillows or serve them last meals or keep them alive. She won't waste her breath praying for them. She won't get invested in their life stories and cry for them. She simply tells them they're going to die and moves on. The sooner she gets off the phone, the sooner she reaches the next Decker. Andrea reminds herself every night how lucky these Deckers are to have her at their service. She doesn't just tell the people they're dying. She gives them a chance to really live. But she can't live for them. That is on them. She's already done her part and she does it well. Rufus, 3:31 a.m. Back to our boys. Rufus confirmed by. And also an islander, just of a Caribbean stock and not Pacifica. I'm biking towards that Mateo kid's house. He better not be a serial killer or so help me. Nah, he's chill. It's obvious he spends way too much time in his head and is probably too antisocial for his own damn good. I mean, check this. I'm legit going to pick him up from his house like he's some prince stuck in a high tower in need of rescuing. I think once the awkwardness is out of the way, he'll make for a solid partner in crime. If not, we can part ways. It'll suck, because that's a waste of time we don't have, but that's what it is. If nothing else, having a last friend should make my friends feel a little better about me running wild across the city. It makes me feel better at least. Malcolm Anthony. We're getting Malcolm's POV now, 3:34 a.m. Deathcast did not call Malcolm Anthony tonight, because he isn't dying today, but his future has been threatened. Malcolm and his best friend Tagaway didn't offer the police any clues as to where they believe Rufus may be headed. Malcolm told the police Rufus is a Decker, and obviously and absolutely not worth chasing. But the officers couldn't let Rufus go unpursued, not after his act of aggravated assault. Hey! You're cops, you're not the judge. You don't get to say that he did do aggravated assault. That is for the judge to decide. So Malcolm came up with a genius, life-ruining idea. Get himself arrested. Malcolm argued with the police officer and resisted arrest, but the great flaw in his plan was being unable to communicate it to Tagoe, who jumped into the argument with much more aggression than Malcolm himself was using. Both Malcolm and Tagoe are currently being taken to the police station. This is pointless, Tagoe says at the back of the cop car. He's no longer sucking his teeth or shouting about how he did nothing, the way he did when the handcuffs first went on. Though Malcolm and Amy urged him to shut up. They're not gonna find Rufus. He'll dust them on his shut up. This time Malcolm isn't worried about extra charges coming Tagoe's way. Malcolm already knows Rufus managed to get away on his bike. The bike wasn't there when they were being escorted to the house, and he knows Rufus can dust the police on his bike. But he doesn't want them keeping an eye out for boys on bikes and find him. If they want him, they're gonna have to work for it. Malcolm can't give his friend an extra day, but he can find him extra time to live. This is assuming Rufus is even still alive. Malcolm is game to take this hit for Rufus, and he knows he's not innocent himself. That's common sense. The Pluto snuck out earlier tonight with the intention of kicking Peck's ass, which Rufus did a fine job of all by himself. Malcolm has never even been in a fight before, even though many paint him as being a violent young man because he's 6 foot tall, black, and close to 200 pounds. Just because he's built like a wrestler doesn't mean he's a criminal. And now Malcolm and Tagoe will be tagged as juvenile delinquents. But they'll have their lives. Malcolm stares out the window, wishing he could glimpse Rufus on his bike turning a corner. And finally he cries. These loud, stuttering sobs. Not because he'll now have a criminal record. Not because he's scared to go to the police station. Not even because Rufus is dying. But because the biggest crime of all tonight was not being able to hug his best friend goodbye. These little vignettes, man. These connecting vignettes. Mateo, 10 minutes later, 3:42 a.m. There's a knock at the front door and I stop pacing. Different nerves hit me all at once. What if it's not Rufus? Even though no one else should be knocking at my door this late at night. What if it is Rufus and he's got a gang of thieves with him or something? What if it's Dad, who didn't tell me he woke up so he could surprise me? The sort of end-day miracle they make Lifetime movies about. Oh my goodness. Lifetime original movies were bad enough when it was middle-aged white woman gets murdered, or city girl gets romance with MAGA Trumpist from the country. Now we gotta get Lifetime movies about Deckers with their miracles at the end day of their life. I approached the door slowly, nudging up the peephole's cover and squinted Rufus, who's looking right at me, even though I know he can't actually make me out, but they will make out. It's Rufus, he says from the other side. I hope it's only him out there as I slide the chain free from its track. I pull the door open, finding a very three-dimensional Rufus in front of me, not someone I'm looking at through a video chat or a peephole. He's in a dark gray fleece, and wearing blue basketball shorts over these Adidas gym tights. There's no smile or anything, but it's friendly all the same. I leaned forward, my heart pounding. It was the same way when Fennec and I first met. And peeked it, well, not in this scenario, but still. The nerves, the pounding heart. Missing the little kitten hiding in his travel bags, but... And peek out into the hallway to see if he has some friends hiding against the walls, ready to jump me for the little I have. But the hallway is empty. And now Rufus is smiling. I'm on your turf, dude, Rufus says. If anyone should be suspicious, it's me. This better not be some fake sheltered kid act, yo. It's no act, I promise. I'm sorry, I'm just on edge. We're in the same boat. He holds out his hand, and I shake it. His palm is sweaty. You ready to bounce? This is a trick question, obviously. I'm ready-ish, I answer. He's coming straight to my door for company today, to lead me outside my sanctuary, so we can live. Until we don't. Let me grab a couple of things. I don't invite him in, nor does he invite himself in. He holds the door open from the outside while I grab the notes from my refrigerator and my keys. I turn off the lights and walk past Rufus, and he closes the door behind me. I lock up. Rufus heads towards the elevator when I go the opposite way. Where are you going? I don't want my neighbors to be surprised or worried when I'm not answering. I drop off one note in front of 4F. Elliot cooked extra food for me because I was only eating waffles. I come back Rufus's way and leave a second note in front of 4A. And Sean was good to take a look at her busted stove, but he doesn't have to worry about that now. That's chill of you, he says. I didn't think to do that. I approach the elevator and peek over my shoulder at Rufus, this stranger who's following me. I don't feel uneasy, but I am guarded. He talks like we've been friends for a while, but I'm still suspicious. Which is fair, since the only thing I know about him are that his name is Rufus, he rides a bike, he survived a tragedy, and he wants to be the Mario to my Luigi, and that he's also dying today. Well, we're not taking the elevator, Rufus says. Two deckers riding an elevator on their end days is either a death wish or the start to a bad joke. Good point, I say. He watches horror movies at Tomio. He's seen Final Destinations 1 through 20. Good point, I say. The elevator is risky. Best case scenario, we get stuck. Worst case scenario? Obvious. But you could fall down the stairs too. Sapan Stars, hello to you. Happy birthday to you too. Thank you. Thankfully, I have Rufus here to be comforting for me. I guess Last Friends doubles as life coaches that way. He did want a life coach for his last day, that's right. Let's take the stairs, I say, as if there's some other option to get outside, like a rope hanging from the hallway window, or one of those aircraft emergency slides. I go down the 4 flights like a child being trusted with stairs for the first time. Its parents a couple steps ahead. Except no one is here to catch me should I fall, or should Rufus trip and tumble into me. We get downstairs safely. My hands hover over the lobby door. I can't do it. I'm ready to retreat back upstairs until Rufus moves past me and pushes the door open, and the wet, late summer air brings me some relief. I'm even hit with hope that I, and only I, sorry Rufus, can beat death. It's a nice second away from reality. Go ahead, Rufus says. He's pressuring me. Well, that's the whole point of our dynamic. I don't want to disappoint either of us, especially myself. I exit the lobby, but stop once the door is behind me. I was last outside yesterday afternoon, when I was coming home from visiting Dad, an uneventful Labor Day. But being out here now is different. I checked the buildings I've grown up with but never paid any special attention to. There were lights on my neighbors' apartments. I could even hear one couple moaning. The audience roar, laughing from a comedy special. Someone else, laughing from another window. Possibly at the very loud comedy show, or because they're being tickled by a lover, or laughing at a joke. Someone cared enough to text them at this late hour. Rufus claps, snapping me out of my trance. You get 10 points. He goes to a railing and unlocks his steel gray bike. Where are we going, I ask, inching farther away from the door. We should have a battle plan. Battle plans usually involve battles and bombs, Rufus says. Let's roll with game plan. He wheels his bike towards the street corner. Bucket lists are pointless. You're not going to get everything done. You gotta go with the flow. You sound like a pro at dying. That was stupid. I know it before Rufus shakes his head. Yeah, well, Rufus says. I'm sorry, A panic attack is coming on. My chest is tightening, my face is burning up, my skin and scalp are itchy. I can't wrap my head around the fact that I'm living a day where I might need a bucket list. I scratch my head and take a deep breath. This isn't going to work. It's gonna backfire on us. Hanging out together is a bad idea because it'll only double our chances of dying sooner, like a Decker hot zone. What if we're walking down the block and I trip and bang my head against a fire hydrant and... I shut up, cringing for the phantom pain you get when you think about falling face first onto spiked fences, or having your teeth punched out of your mouth. You can do your own thing. But we're done for whether we hang out or not, Rufus says. No point fearing it. Not that easy. We're not dying from natural causes. How can we try to live, knowing some truck might run us down when we cross the street? We'll look both ways, like we've been trained to do since we were kids. And if someone pulls out a gun, we'll stay out of bad neighborhoods. And if a train kills us, if we're on the tracks on our end days, we're asking for it. What if? Don't do this to yourself. Rufus closes his eyes, rubbing them with his fists. I'm driving him crazy. We can play this game all day. Or we can stay out here and maybe, live. Don't do your last day wrong. Rufus is right. I know he's right. No more arguing. It's gonna take me some time to get to where you are with this. I don't become fearless just because I know my options are do something and die versus do nothing and still die. He doesn't remind me that we don't have a whole lot of time left. I have to say goodbye to my dad and my best friend. I walk towards the 111th Street subway station. We can do that, Rufus says. I have nothing I'm getting to do. I had my funeral, and that didn't exactly go as planned. Not really expected a do-over though. I'm not surprised someone so boldly living his end day had a funeral. Oh, hello. Didn't realize, discard. Where did that come from? Hey, P83, happy birthday to you too! You're eating tolfife in celebration. You know, I actually found some tolfife in a store here. And I have to admit, I'm not very enthused. It's okay. It's an okay chocolate than whatever else, but it's not exactly life-changing, you know? But enjoy it. It's your little sister's birthday today too. So your little sister and I are both birthday buddies. That is so awesome. Happy birthday to her too, MP. Give her my regards. We can do that, Rufus says. Nothing gunning for. Not surprised someone so boldly on the end day at a funeral. I'm sure he had more than 2 people to say goodbye to. You just felt her presence. Aww. What happened, I say? Nonsense. Rufus doesn't elaborate. I'm looking both ways, getting ready to cross the street when I spot a dead bird on the road, its small shadow cast from the bodega's lit awning. The bird has been flattened. Its severed head is a couple inches away. I think it was run down by a car, then split by a bike, hopefully not Rufus's. This bird definitely didn't receive an alert telling it that it would die tonight or maybe yesterday or the day before. Though I like to imagine the driver that killed it at least saw the bird and honked their horn. But maybe that warning wouldn't have mattered. Rufus sees the bird too. That sucks. We need to get it off the street. I look around for something to scoop it up with. I know I shouldn't touch it with my bare hands. You're not exactly gonna get sick like a day or a week from now, man. You haven't got to worry. You are invincible so long as you die today. Say what? I don't have this dead is dead so just walk away attitude, I say. I definitely don't have this dead is dead so just walk away attitude either, Rufus says, an edge to his voice. I need to check myself. I'm sorry. Again. I quit my hunt. Here's the thing. When I was in 3rd grade, I was playing outside in the rain when a baby bird fell out of its nest. I caught every second of it. The moment the bird leapt off the edge of its nest, spread its wings and fell. The way its eyes darted around for help, its leg broke on impact. and it couldn't drag itself to shelter, so the rain was just pummeling it. That bird had some bad instincts jumping out the tree like that, Rufus says. The bird dared to leave home at least. Rip bit rate the game. Yeah, Vampire Survivors is usually good for that. But surprisingly, let me give another test. Switch my quantity from 160 to 720. Amazingly, it's holding up. Now granted, I'm playing as an imposter character, subsisting solely off some severe tonguing and not as Pepino, who I usually like to put some very expressive firework type weapons on. So it amazes me each time I do a quirky meme holiday stream, and it doesn't turn this into 5 total pixels. I was scared it was going to freeze to death or drown in a puddle, so I ran out and sat down on the ground with this bird, sort of shielding it with my legs like a tower. The cold wind got the best of us, and I had to take off from school the following Monday and Tuesday because I'd gotten really sick. What happened then? I have no idea, I admit. I remember I got a cold and missed school, but I must have blocked out what happened to the bird. I think about it every now and again because I know I didn't find a ladder to return it to its nest. Sucks to think I left it there to die in the rain. I often thought that helping that bird was my first act of kindness. Something I did because I wanted to help another and not because my dad or some teacher expected me to do it. I can do better for this bird though. Rufus looked at me, takes a deep breath, then turns his back and wheels his bike away from me. My chest tightens again, and it's very possible I have some health problems I'm going to discover and die from today. But I'm hit with relief when Rufus parks his bike along the sidewalk, throwing down the kickstand with his foot. You know how the Nintendo Switch has that very satisfying flick? I find that a bike's kickstand is the exact same way, with the exact same sensation. Let me find you something for the bird, he says. Don't touch it. I make sure no cars are coming up from the block. Rufus returns with a discarded newspaper and hands it to me. Best I can find. Thanks. I use a newspaper to scoop up the bird's body and its severed head. I walk toward the community garden opposite the subway station, set right in between the basketball court and the playground. Rufus appears beside me on his bike, pedaling slowly. What are you doing with that? Burying it. I enter the garden and find a corner behind a tree, away from the spot where the community gardeners have been planting fruit trees and flowers and making the world glow a little more. I kneel and place the newspaper down, nervous the head is going to roll away. Rufus hasn't commented on it, but I feel the need to add, I can't just leave the bird out there to be tossed in the trash or flattened by cars over and over again. I like the idea of a bird that died so tragically ahead of the time, resting amid life here in the garden. I even imagine that this tree was once a person, some decker who was cremated and had asked to have their ashes packed into a biodegradable urn with a seed tree to give it life. It's a couple minutes after 4, Rufus informs me. I'll be fast. I take it he's not the bury a bird type. I know many people won't agree or understand this sentiment. After all, to most people, a bird is nothing compared to an actual human being, because actual human beings put on ties and go to work. They fall in love and get married, and they have kids and raise them. But birds do all this too. They work, no ties, you got me there, and mate and nurture babies until they can fly. Some of them become pets who entertain children who learn to love and be kind to animals. Other birds are living up until their time is up. But this sentiment, is a Mateo thing, meaning it's always made others think I'm weird. I don't share thoughts like these with just anyone, rarely even with Dad or Lydia. 2 fists can't fit in this plot, and I'm shuffling the bird's body and head off the newspaper and into the big hole right when a flash goes off behind me. No. The first thing I thought wasn't that an alien was beaming down warriors to take me out. Okay, fine, it was. I turned to find Rufus aiming his phone camera at me. Sorry, Rufus says. Not every day you see someone burying a bird. I scooped the soil over the bird, smoothing it flat before standing. I suppose someone is this kind to us when it's over. I hope someone is this kind to us when it's over. And then perspective shift again. Rufus, 4:09 a.m. Yo, Mateo is too good. Definitely not suspicious anymore. It's not like he's got it in to jump me. But I'm mad shocked to meet someone so pure? I wouldn't say I've only ever surrounded myself with assholes, but Malcolm and Tigerway are never gonna bury a bird in their lives. Let's be real fucking clear about that. Beating down that bastard peck tonight proves you're not innocent. I'll bet you anything Mateo has no idea how to make a fist, and couldn't imagine himself getting violent. Not even when he was a kid and dumb shit was forgiven and written off because he was young. There's no way I'm telling him about it. I'll take it to my grave today. Who are we out to see first? My dad. We could take the subway, Mateo points. It's only 2 stops downtown, but it's safer than walking. 2 stops downtown would be a quick 5-minute bike ride for me, and I'm tempted just to meet him there. But my gut is telling me this Mateo kid will screw up and leave me hanging outside the train station. I carry my bike down the stairs by its handlebars and seat. I roll my bike around the corner while Mateo cautiously hangs back a bit. And I catch him peeking before following me. Like when I went out that haunted house thing in Brooklyn with Olivia a few years ago. Except I was a kid. I don't know what he was expecting to find. And I'm not asking either. You're good, I say. Coast is clear. Mateo creeps behind me, still suspicious of the empty corridor leading into the turnstiles. I wonder how many other Deckers are hanging out with strangers right now. A lot are probably dead by now. Car accidents, or fire, or shot, or fallen out of a manhole, or... He stops himself. Dude really knows how to paint a picture of tragedy. What if they were on their way to say goodbye to someone close to them, and then... Mateo claps. Gone! It's not fair. I hope they weren't alone. We get to the MetroCard vending machine. Nope, not fair. I don't think it matters who you're with when you die. Someone's company isn't going to keep you alive once death cast hits you up. This has got to be a taboo for a last friend to say. But I'm not wrong. Still feel a little bad when it shuts Mateo up. Deckers get some perks, like free unlimited passes for the subway. You just gotta bother the teller with some form. But the unlimited part is bullshit because they expire at the end of your end day. The voice is coming through normally. I'm glad to hear that, MP. Since I'm reading a book that Fennec lent me, the voice is pretty much what matters this time. A few weeks ago, the Plutos claimed we were dying. We could score free passes for our adventures to Coney Island. Thinking the dude would give us a break and let us through, but nah. He had us waiting for confirmation from Deathcast servers, which could take longer than waiting for an express train, so we just bounced. I buy an unlimited Metro card. The non-decker. I still got tomorrow's edition. And Mateo copies. Dang! This injustice. These guys are dying tomorrow. They're dying today. And they have services that gives them freebies and discounts because they're dying today. But waiting takes too damn long. Everything else is a blurry and blocky mess. Even on 720p, what are you on? Normally I do 480 myself. But when I peek back in and go to 720, I'm amazed by how nice it looks. For like the stream quality. I suppose there's no point holding up my tablet to show how crisp it looks, because if it's blurry on your end, the crispness is going to be blurry too. 720 source, really? Huh. Maybe I benefit then from being right next to the stream source. Oh well. We swipe our way onto the platform. This could be our last ride for all we know. Mateo points back at the booth. It's crazy to think the MTA won't need any station staffers in a few years because machines, maybe even robots, will take over their jobs? It's sort of happening already if you think about. The roar of the approaching train drowns Mateo out a little at the end there, but it's fine. I get what he was saying. The real victory here is catching a train instantly. Yeah, the only time I catch a train instantly is when I'm biking up to the intersection. The NEP starts to ding 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 ding. I have a really good talking voice. I appreciate that compliment, MP83. If you caught me back in 2019, it would be so stilted. And 4 hours into stream, my throat would be all raw, my tongue would be numb, my jaw would be so sore that no syllable could get out. Like a narrator from the Conan TV series. Detective Conan or Barbarian type, either way. I don't quite remember the narrator to either. Of course, I also just finished an entire 357ml bottle of soju. So, that's not all just me right now. This one? Okay, let me see.
After the ocean swallowed Atlantis.
Isn't this one that Macaw plays all the time in his Barbarian games?
Spread across an uncharted world. This was the age of
Nah.
Enslaved as
That's a
fool,
few tiers higher than me. I might be sanctified, but this one is ultimate.
he escaped to encounter mystery, magic.
This is nowhere near as nasally as I am.
Facing the
Which I'm fine with. I know that I might not have like the deepest, most masculine voice. But it's cute, I'm cool with it, I'm fine being cute as a button. The roar of the approaching trains drowns Mateo out a little at the end there. But it's fine. I get what he's saying. A fan edit of the clip and have me read out some macabre things. I don't know, man. I think this might be one of those ideas that sound better on the head and not so much in execution. Catch train instantly, now we can safely rule out falling onto the exposed tracks, getting stuck while rats run by us, and straight chopped up and flattened by the train. Damn! Mateo's grimness is already rubbing off on me. Before the doors even open, I see one of those train takeovers going down. The one where college kids host parties on trains to celebrate not getting the alert Mateo and I got. I guess dorm parties got old, so they're wilding out the subway instead. And we're joining them, damn it. Let's go, I tell Mateo when the doors open. Hurry. I rush and wheel my bike in, asking someone to make room for us. And when I turn to make sure my bike tire isn't keeping Mateo from getting in, I see he's not behind me at all. Mateo was standing outside the car, shaking his head, and at the last second before the doors close, he darts into the empty car ahead of mine. One that has sleeping passengers and isn't blasting a remixed version of Celebration. It's a classic anthem, but let's retire it already. See, again, the last time they had parentheses, they put it inside the period. This time it's outside the period. They did it right once, and then back to bad habits. Look, I don't know when Mateo bitched out, but it's not gonna ruin my vibe. It's a party car. I wasn't asking him to go bungee jumping or skydiving. It's far from Daredevil territory. We Built the City comes on, and a girl with 2 handheld stereos hops onto the bench seat to dance. Some dude is hitting on her, but her eyes are closed and she's just straight up lost in her moment. In the corner, some dude with a hood over his face is knocked out, but he's had a really good time where he's a dead decker on the train. Not funny. I lean my bike against an empty bench seat. Yeah, I'm that guy whose bike gets in everyone's way. But I'm also dying, so cut me some slack. And step over the sleeping guy's feet to peek into the next car. Mateo is surrogate to my car like some kid who's been grounded and forced to watch his friends play from the bedroom window. I gesture him to come over, but he shakes his head and stares out of the floor, never looking up at me again. You know, I might be a dork who can't dance and I admit that, but at least I'll dance dorkily. When Fennec and I go to the bar for his birthday, it's like, come on, just dance. And I don't know how, so I just copy for him. So would stop copying me, do your own thing. But hey, that's what the drinks are for, to loosen up. Someone taps my shoulder. I turn, and it's this gorgeous hazel-eyed black girl with an extra cat of beer in her hand. Want one? Nah, I'm good. I shouldn't be getting buzzed. More for me, I'm Callie. I miss that little. Kelly? She leans into me, her breast against my chest, and her lips against my ear. Now we do know this guy's bi already, so either way for him. Callie! Hey Callie, I'm Rufus, I say back into her ear since she's already here. Which I gotta admit, I don't normally go out to bars, but because Fennec has taken up going to them and invites me with, having to lean in ear to whisper is pretty intimate. I kinda like that. Hey Callie, I'm Rufus, I say back into her ear, so already there. What are you? My stop is next, Callie interrupts. Wanna get off with me? I bet you do. You're cute and you seem like a nice guy. She's definitely my type, which means she's also Tagoe's type. Malcolm's type is any girl who likes him back. But since there isn't much I could offer her beside what she's obviously suggesting, I gotta pass. Having sex with a college girl has gotta be on mad people's bucket lists. Young people, married dude people, boys, girls, you get it. I can't, I say. I gotta have Mateo's back. And I also have Amy on the braid. I'm not trying to cheat that with something fake like this. Sure you can. I really can't, that it sucks, I said. I'm taking my friend to the hospital to see his dad. Forget you then. Callie turns her back on me. Girls. And she's talking to another guy within a minute. Which is good on her, since she actually follows her out of the train when we come to her stop. Maybe Callie and that guy will grow old together and tell their kids how they met at the subway party. But I bet you anything they'll just have sex tonight and I'll call her Kelly in the morning. I take photos of the energy in the car. The guy who had managed to get the attention of the beautiful girl. Twins dancing together. The crushed beer cans and water bottles. And the freaking life of it all. I put my phone in my pocket, grab my bike, and wheel it through the doors between the cars. The ones on the overhead announcements are constantly reminding us are for emergencies only. End day or not, that announcement can suck it. The tunnel's air is chill, and the train's wheels screeching and screaming on rails is a sound I won't miss. I enter the next car, but Mateo keeps staring at the floor. We're 100 pages in already on this? I sit beside him, and I'm about to go off on him to tell him how I didn't take some older girl's invite to have sex on my last day to live, ever, because I'm a good last friend. But it's pretty damn obvious he doesn't need the guilt trip. Yo, tell me more about these robots. The ones who are gonna take everyone's jobs. Mateo stops looking at the floor for a sec, turning to see if I'm toying with him, and I'm clearly not. I'm mad chill on all this. He grins and rambles so hard. It's gonna take a while because evolution is never fast, but the robots are already here, you know that, right? There are robots that can cook dinner for you and unload the dishwasher. You can teach them secret handshakes, this is pretty mind-blowing. And they can solve a Rubik's Cube. I even saw a clip of a breakdancing robots a couple of months ago. This guy's all in on the Boston Dynamics murder bots. But don't you think these robots are one giant distraction while other robots receive job training at some underground robot headquarters? I mean, why pay someone $20 an hour to get directions when our phones already do that? Or even better, when a robot can do it for you, we're screwed. Mateo shuts up and is no longer killing. Buzzkill, right? Yeah, Mateo says. At least you don't have to ever worry about your boss firing you for a robot, I say. That's a pretty dark bright side, Mateo says. Dude, today is one huge dark bright side. Why'd you bet on the party car? We have no business on that car, Mateo says. What are we celebrating? Dying? I'm not trying to dance with strangers when on the way to say goodbye to my dad and best friend, knowing damn well there's a chance I might not even reach them. It's just not my scene, and those aren't my people. It's just a party. The train stops. He doesn't respond. It's possible Mateo, not being a daredevil, will keep us alive longer. But I'm not banking on it being a memorable end day. Amy Dubois next. Which means that Rufus's ex-girlfriend is possibly kin across the pale with Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau. 4:17 a.m. Perspective shift to Amy. Deathcast did not call Amy Dubois today because she isn't dying today. But she's losing Rufus. Lost him already because of her boyfriend. Amy is speed walking home, followed by Peck. You're a monster. What kind of person tries to get someone arrested at their own funeral? I got jumped by 3 guys. Malcolm and Tagaway didn't touch you, and now they're going to jail. Peck spits. They ran their mouths, that's not on me. You have to leave me alone. I know you never liked Rufus, and he didn't give you any reason to, but he's still really important to me. I wanted him with a picture, now he won't be. I had even less time with him because of you. I can't even see him. I don't want to see you either. Man, I should have made that call back in May. You're ending it with me? Amy stops. She doesn't want to turn Peck's way because she hasn't considered this question yet. People make mistakes. Rufus made a mistake attacking Peck. Peck shouldn't have had his friends send the police after Rufus. But he wasn't wrong to have done so. Well, legally, no. Morally, hell yes. You keep putting him before me, Peck says. I'm the one you've been coming to for all your problems, not the guy who almost killed me. I'll let you think on that. Now, technically, these other friends didn't even get all that much. Amy stares at Peck. He's a white teen with low-hanging jeans, baggy sweater, Caesar cut, and dried blood on his face because he's dating her. Peck walks away, and Amy lets him. She doesn't know where she stands with Peck in this world of gray. She is not quite sure where she stands with herself either. Back to Mateo. 4:26 a.m. 9 minutes have passed from here. I'm failing to break out. I couldn't surround myself with more strangers. They were harmless for the most part, the only red flag being how I don't want to be around people who get so drunk they pass out and eventually black out the nights they're lucky to be living. But I wasn't honest with Rufus either, because at a deep level, I do believe partying on the train is my kind of scene. Really, Mateo? This guy's basically a shut-in outside of work and he wants a party train to be his scene, he really truly does. It's just that the fear of disappointing others, or making a fool of myself, always wins. My dude, not everyone is blessed to be the kind of phenomenal dancer like Fennec is, who could just break out on the dance floor. Doesn't matter if it's a song he doesn't know, he whips the moves out, he's got it. He's shaking, he's grooving, top side, bottom side, he's got it all. The rest of us are dorks. That's what we do. We go onto the dance floor, we're awkward as heck, we start shaking, we look awful, and then people come up and say, wow, we love your vibe, because they're just happy that you're doing it, you know? That's all they want to see, you just gotta be doing it. I'm actually surprised Rufus is chaining his bike to the gate and following me into the hospital. We walk up to the front desk, and a red-eyed clerk smiles at me, but doesn't actually ask how he could help me. Hi, I'd like to see my father, Mateo Torres, in intensive care. I pulled out my ID and set it across the glass counter to Jared, as a name tag, pinned to his sky blue scrubs reads. Visiting hours ended at 9, I'm afraid. Straight up tell him you're dying, you get privilege. It won't be long, I promise. I can't leave without saying goodbye. It's not happening tonight, kid, Jared says, the smile still there, except a little more unnerving. Visiting hours resume at 9. 9 to 9. Catchy, right? Okay, I say. He's dying, Rufus says. Your father is dying? Jared asked me, the bizarre smile of someone working a 4 in the morning shift finally gone. No. Rufus grabs my shoulder and squeezes. He is dying. Do him a solid. Let him upstairs to say goodbye to his father. Jared doesn't look as if he particularly appreciates being spoken to this way. And by a kid, mind you, Rufus is 17. And I'm not a fan of it myself, but who knows where it would be without Rufus to speak up for me. Actually, I know where. Outside this hospital, probably crying and holed up somewhere hoping I'd make it to 9. Hell, I'd probably still be at home playing video games or trying to talk myself into getting out of the apartment. Your father is in a coma, Jared says, looking up from his computer. Rufus's eyes widen like his mind has been blown. Whoa, did you know that? I know that. Seriously. It's not as if it's his first week on the job. Jared's got to be on some 40-hour shift. I still want to say goodbye. Jared gets his act together and stops questioning me. I get his initial resistance. Rules are rules. But I'm happy that he doesn't drag this out any longer by asking me for proof. He takes photos of us, prints out a visitor's pass, and hands the passes to me. Sorry about all this, and you know. His condolences, while hardly there, are way more appreciated than the ones I received from Andrea at the Deathcast. I thought that was the same name. I had forgotten Andrea's name by then, but given her attitude, I figured it was the exact same one who called him. We walk toward the elevator. Did you also want to punch a smile off his face, Rufus asks. Nope. It's the first time Rufus and I have spoken to each other since getting out of the train station. I pressed the visitor pass across my shirt, making sure it sticks with a couple pats. But thanks for getting us in here. I would have never played the Decker card myself. No problem. We have zero time for could've, would've, should've, Rufus says. I push the elevator button. I'm sorry I didn't join the party car. I don't need an apology. If you're part of their decision, that's on you. He walks away from the elevator and towards the staircase. I'm not cool with us running the elevator though, so let's do this. Right. Forgot. It's probably better to leave the elevators available for the nurses and doctors and patients at this time of night anyway. I follow Rufus up the stairs. And it's only the second floor, but I'm already out of breath. Really, maybe there's something physically wrong with me and maybe I'll die here on these steps before I can reach Dad or Lydia, or future Mateo. Rufus gets impatient and sprints up, sometimes even skipping 2 steps at a time. On the 5th floor, Rufus calls down to me. I hope you're serious about opening yourself up to new experiences though. Doesn't have to be something like the party car. I'll feel ballsier once I've said my goodbyes, I say. Respectful, Rufus says. I trip up the steps, landing flat on the 6th floor. I take a deep breath as Rufus comes back down and helps me up. That was such a kid fall, I say. Rufus shrugs, better forward than backwards. We continue to the 8th floor, the waiting area straight ahead, with vending machines and peach-colored couch between folding chairs. Would you mind waiting out here? I sort of want one-on-one time with him. Respect, Rufus says again. I push open the blue double doors and walk through. Intensive care is quiet, except for some light chatter and beeping machines. I watched this 30-minute documentary on Netflix a couple years ago, about how much hospitals have changed since Deathcast came into the picture. We get more societal changes here, not just a grosser variety of chasers. Doctors were close with Deathcast, obviously, receiving instant updates about the terminal patients who've signed off on this agreement. Could you imagine then how cheaper this has to be for the hospitals? They know exactly that a patient is going to die that day. So they unplug him and toss him out the door to make room for somebody else. No uncertainty. Because you know how vulture-like it gets when they gotta worry about the profits, they gotta worry about the overhead, they gotta worry about negotiating with insurance, and insurance probably has the exact same information and isn't going to pay out for someone who's going to die that day. So there's no economic incentive for the hospital to keep taking care of somebody. It's really ghoulish, but that's the kind of world we live in. We don't have single-payer healthcare that covers everything. Receiving instant updates on their terminal patients who've signed off on this agreement. When the alerts come in, nurses dial back on life support for their patients, prepping them for a comfortable death. Which is kind of similar to the idea where after a patient is terminal enough, there's really no point in trying to maintain prolonged longevity. You just put them on some kind of hospice care where it could be weeks, it could be months, it could be a year. But you know they're not making it, so however long it is, you make sure they're at home, they're comfortable. They could at least be happy in the dying days, but this was a bit... Given this is in America, healthcare is still super predatory. Healthcare is still super extractive. And the responses of the hospitals is simply how they have to make by and make it work for them so the hospital can still exist. It's probably not so altruistic as, hey buddy, go home, live your life comfortably. It's more so, hey buddy, get out of this bed that's somebody else's now. Prepping them for a comfortable death instead with last meals, phone calls to families, funeral arrangements, getting wills in order, priests for prayers and confessions, and whatever else they can reasonably supply. Dad has been here for almost 2 weeks. He was brought in right after his first embolic stroke at work. I freaked out really hard, and before I went ahead and signed off on Dad's contact information being uploaded to the hospital's database, I spent the night of his admittance praying his cell phone wouldn't ring. Now I'm finally free of the anxiety that Dr. Quintana might call to notify me my dad is going to die. And it's good to know Dad has at least another day in him. Hopefully way more than one. I show a nurse my visitor's pass, and put it straight into Dad's room. He's very still as machines are breathing for him. So what type of stroke? What is this? Embolic stroke? Embolic stroke. Usually caused by a blood clot that forms elsewhere in the body, the embolus, and travels through the bloodstream to the brain. Often cause from heart disease or heart surgery and occur rapidly and without any warning signs. So he's got embolic stroke in the family. He's got heart disease in the family possibly, if that was a source of his father's stroke. And this guy is pretty sedentary himself, this Mateo. He's 18 and thinks he's healthy, but he barely leaves the house. He subsisted entirely on waffles for the 2 weeks his dad went into the hospital, until his neighbor noticed and started cooking for him. And he's winded going upstairs. I think he's not as healthy as he thinks, and the reason that he's got his end day today is because he's probably got some genetic predisposition to heart disease, and because he isn't the most active. He's lived a very paranoid, shut-in life, and I think that's given him his unlucky roll for heart disease. And this movement around town is probably going to give him too much effort, probably. And plus, if he has his gay awakening and hooks up with Rufus, his heart is going to be pounding, along with everything else, am I right? I'm breaking down because my dad might wake up to a world without me, and I won't be around to comfort him. But I don't break. I sit down beside him, slide my hand under his, and rest my head on our hands. The last time I cried was the first night at the hospital, when things were looking really grim as we approached midnight. I swore that he was a minute away from death. I hate to admit it, but I'm a little frustrated Dad is not awake right now. He was there when my mother brought me into this life, and when she left us, and he should be here for me now. Everything is going to change for him without me. No more dinners where instead of telling me about his day, he would go on remembering the trials my mother put him through before she finally agreed to marry him, and how the love they shared was worth it while it lasted. I'll have to put away the invisible pad he would whip out whenever I said something stupid as a promise to embarrass me in front of my future children. Even though I never really saw kids as part of my future. And he'll stop being a father. Or at least won't have anyone to parent. Oh, Mateo. He'll never stop being a father even with you gone. I release Dad's hand. Grab a pen that's on his bedside chest of drawers. I pull out our photo and write on the back of it with an unsteady hand. Thank you for everything, Dad. I'll be brave, and I'll be okay. I love you from here to there. Mateo. I leave the photo on top of the chest. Someone knocks on the door. I turn, expecting Rufus, but it's Dad's nurse, Elizabeth. Elizabeth has been taking care of Dad during the night shift, and she's always so patient with me whenever I call the hospital for updates. Mateo? She eyes me mournfully. She must know. Hi, Elizabeth. I'm sorry to interrupt. How are you feeling? Would you like me to call you down to the cafeteria and see if they put out the jello yet? Yeah, she definitely knows. No, thank you. I focus on Dad again. How vulnerable and still he is. How is he doing? Stable. Nothing for you to worry about. He's in good hands, Mateo. So, the back end of the book is like previews and things and whatnot, so we're not quite halfway there. But this feels like a halfway point. And I think bulk-wise, we should be about like a little bit before halfway, with a scene like this. At least from narrative flow point of view. I tap my fingers on Dad's chest of drawers, where his house keys, wallet, and clothes are. I know I have to say goodbye. Never mind that Rufus is out there waiting for me. Dad never would have wanted me to spend my end day in this room, even if he were awake. You know about me, right? Yes. Elizabeth covers Dad's skinny body with a new sheet. It isn't fair. I don't want to leave without hearing his voice. Elizabeth is on the opposite side of the bed, her back to the window, while mine is toward the door. Can you tell me a little about him? I've been taking care of him for a couple of weeks, and all I know about his personal life is he wears mismatched socks and has a great son. She's really trying for Mateo right now, isn't she? I hope Elizabeth isn't asking this because she doesn't think Dad will wake up to tell her himself. I don't want Dad dying soon after I do. Between Hungry Heart's Diner memories at the end of last year, and they both die at the end, at the beginning of this year. What the heck is this? With my media pinching up the years and transitioning one to the other, covering deaths and handoffs, meeting loved ones on the other side. This better not be foreshadowing. He once told me stories that can make someone immortal, as long as someone else is willing to listen. That story's gonna make someone immortal. I want him to keep me alive the same way he did my mother. Dad loves creating lists. He wanted me to start a blog for his lists. He thought I'd become rich and famous, and that commenters would request special lists. He even believed he'd finally get on TV because of the lists. Appearing on TV has been a dream of his since he was a kid. I never had the heart to tell him his lists weren't that funny. Kid, it's 2017. You've had 10 years of people making big careers out of not that funny online content. You just had to do it and be there in that wild frontier era. But I like seeing how his mind works, so I was happy whenever he gave me a new one to read. He was a really great storyteller. It sometimes feels like whiplash, like I was walking on the Coney Island beach with him where he proposed to my mother the first time. The first time! Rufus. I turn and find him standing in the doorway. Sorry to eavesdrop, I was checking in on you. Don't worry about it. Come in, I say. Elizabeth, this is Rufus. He's my... He's my last friend. I hope he's actually telling the truth. Like he wants to see what I was doing. And not that he was here to say goodbye and suggest we go our separate ways. Rufus leans against the wall with folded arms. So, this proposal. My mother turned him down twice. He said she liked playing hard to get. Then she found out she was pregnant with me, and he got down on one knee in the bathroom and smiled and said yes. I really like that moment. I know I wasn't there, but the memory I've created in my head over the years is crystal clear. I don't know exactly what the bathroom looked like, since it was in their first shoebox-sized apartment. But Dad always commented on how the walls were a muted gold, which I always took to mean aged yellow. And he said the floor tiles were checkered. And then there's my mother, who comes alive for me in his stories. In this particular one, she's laughing and crying about making sure I'm not brought into this world a bastard because of her family's traditions. It never would have mattered to me in the long run. The whole bastard thing is stupid. Sweetie, I wish I could wake him up for you. I really do. Too bad life doesn't allow us to turn back its gears like a clock when we need more time. Can I have 10 minutes alone? I think I know how I can say goodbye. Take your time, dude, Rufus says. It's surprising and generous. Man, it's like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Who knows when they're going to die? But it's not exactly 11:30 p.m. They still have some time. 5,000 kilobytes per second is your bitrate in OBS settings MP83. That's a good setting. I believe that for Twitch, the maximum is 6,000. And so that's so you can tell your internet is really getting fucky if you start seeing 7,000 or 9,000 or 15,000 kbs, because that just doesn't exist. I have mine in a similar setting, so if I see it like 5,000 something or 4,000 something, that's perfectly fine for me. Where did those 8,000 drop frames come from though? And especially if you're going to play something like retro style, that isn't exactly the most high-intensity graphics flashing on at once. You don't really need all that much. I've actually found it sensible to drop the bitrate for certain games, because putting out too much information, too much all at once would clog up the bandwidth, and so less information being broadcasted actually made for a more stable stream. It's weird how it works. Stream isn't as blocky anymore. That is good to hear. The funny thing is, right, is that it's not only the high intensity, high graphic, high resource games that do it. It's kind of a crapshoot. For a while, anytime there's a 3D game, it's like, okay, is this going to work? This is from 2014. 2014 has a 60% chance is going to work or is not going to work. 2017 has a 70% chance is going to work, not going to work. Kind of breathing a bit easier now since 2010 era was wild. 2010 era couldn't even agree within the same company how to port games to PC 1 year after the next. Always gonna be bitter about the transition for the excellent Lords of Shadows 1 to 2 as far as the porting goes. These days it's a little bit better in expecting that a game is going to work if you capture it at all. But sometimes it's a minefield. Never expected that Catherine and Alien Isolation, for as old as those were, would just be like the most random things to be difficult to capture. Alien Isolation can kind of understand because it is kind of pretty, everything is so shiny on the Sebastopol. But Catherine isn't exactly graphically intensive, it's not exactly resource intensive, but it's one of those games where you gotta go in and look up what tricks other people had to do to 1, get it to capture at all, and 2, get it to capture fluidly. Crazy stuff streaming. Take your time, dude, Rufus says. Surprising and generous. No, I say. Give me 10 minutes and come get me. Rufus nods. You got it. And also when you account for like different graphics cards and different CPUs and whatnot that also go into the equation, how could the computer itself handle translating this game into a program into something you control and play, and then taking that and broadcasting it to the world beyond? You did Catherine Classic 2 on PC, you understand. I forget exactly what trick that I used, but it took some tricks to get there. I think that was 2021 for me. Because I'm pretty sure that was just before. I don't think Dad was dead yet. That would die later that year, then Fennec comes afterwards. Yeah. That was before my little guy even moved over. Elizabeth rests a hand on my shoulder. I'll be out by the front desk if you need anything. Elizabeth and Rufus leave. The door closes behind them. I hold Dad's hand. It's time I tell you a story for once. You were always asking me, begging me sometimes to tell you more about my life and how my day was. And I always shut down. But me talking is all we've got now. And I'm crossing my fingers and toes and unmentionables so that you can hear me. I gripped his hand, wishing he'd squeeze back. Dad, I was raised to be honest. Is this him going to come out to his dad? Don't forget the foreshadowing. Not only do we have, on the cover, we got two guys walking alone, which could be just friends, but I read this as a very gay scene on the cover, and Fennec tells me, spoilers, that the book does end up being kind of gay and the author's gay too. So it's in there. It's gotta be in there. But the big foreshadowing is he skipped his orientation on the Last Friend app. I think that's telling. I think there's a reason for that. He's so scared of physical risks in his life. I bet you he's also scared of social risks. Truth can be complicated. It doesn't matter, the truth won't make a mess. Sometimes the words don't come out until you're alone. Even that's not guaranteed. Sometimes the truth is a secret you're keeping from yourself because living a lie is easier. I hum Take This Waltz by the late Leonard Cohen, one of those songs that never apply to me, but help me lose myself anyway. I sing the lyrics I do remember, stumbling over some words and repeating others out of place. But it's a song Dad loved. And I hope he hears me singing it since he can't. And now it has been like 4.5 hours of stream right now, right? One full glass of water, another glass of water I'm working on, my entire tea, the bottle of soju, I've gotta pee again. So let me give myself some bit of a break. And we'll continue, both Vampire Survivors and the book They Both Die at the End when I return. Won't take too long though. Just a quick refresher, then back into it. right. Ah! Just in time for babies to fly up on the screen. 535 minutes in-game already. Of course, it is on the hyper time, so time does go faster. I can't imagine. Remember the first time we did the Vampire Survivors main stream? And it was Pepino in the Bone Zone. Was it Thanksgiving? I think it was. And that was before the update that made it where you can just walk into chests to open them instantly. You had to go through and manually open each one by one. The game was so laggy by the end. When they went out and announced that part of the latest update at that time would have chests automatically update or automatically open if it was only going to be money and no upgrades. Biggest thing I was excited. We could just walk through it all. Man, Hino was there. I'm sure Hino remembers walking through a line of chests and then having to wait a half hour as each one would lag and open up in sequence. Rufus, 4:46 a.m. I am sitting outside Mateo's father's room, and I'm charged with telling Mateo it's time to go. Getting him out of his apartment was one thing, but I'm probably going to have to knock the dude out and drag him out of the hospital. Someone would have had to do the same thing to get me away from my pops, coma or no coma. That nurse, Elizabeth, looks at the clock and then at me before carrying a tray of stale-smelling food into another room. It is time for me to grab Mateo. I get up from the floor and crack open the door to the room. Mateo was holding his father's hand and singing some song never heard before. I knock on the door, and Mateo jumps, straight startled. Sorry man, you good? Mateo stands and his face is flush, like he got into a snapping battle and I played him hard in front of mad people. Yeah, I'm fine. That's a damn lie. I should tidy up. It takes a minute before he lets go of his father's hand. He didn't get to come out! Almost like his father is holding him back. But Mateo manages to break free. He picks up a clipboard and drops it into a rack above his father's bed. Dad usually leaves all his cleaning for Saturdays because he hates the idea of coming home from work on weekdays for more work. On weekends, we cleaned and earned our TV marathons. Mateo looks around and the rest of the room is pretty damn clean. I mean, I'm not eating off the floor, but it's a hospital thing. Did you get your goodbyes in? Mateo nods. Sort of. He walks towards the bathroom. I'm gonna make sure it's clean in there. I'm sure it is. I should make sure they have clean cups ready for when he wakes up. They're going to take care of him. He might need a warmer sheet. He can't tell us if he's cold. I walk over and hold Mateo by the shoulders, trying to still him because he's shaking. He doesn't want you here, okay? Mateo's eyebrows squeeze together, and his eyes get red. Sad red, not pissed red. I didn't mean it like that. I say stupid things. He doesn't want you wasting away here. Look, you got a chance to say goodbye. I didn't get that with my fam. I took too much time trying to figure out what I was gonna say. I'm happy for you, but mad jealous too. And if this isn't enough to get you out, I need you. I need a friend at my side. Mateo looks around the room again. No doubt, convincing himself he definitely does need to scrub the toilet this very second. Or to make sure every single cup for this hospital is spotless so his father can't end up with a bad one. But I squeeze his shoulders and wake him out of all that. He heads over to the bed and kisses his father's forehead goodbye. Goodbye, Dad. Mateo walks backwards, dragging his feet, and waves bye to his sleeping father. My heart is pounding, and I'm only a witness to this moment. Mateo must be about to explode. I place a hand on his shoulder and he flinches. Sorry, he says at the doorway. I really hope he wakes up today. Just in time, you know. I'm not betting on it, but I nod anyway. We leave the room and Mateo peeks in one last time before closing the door behind us. Is this 10 minutes later? Mateo, 4:58. Last time was 4:46. Mateo, 4:58 a.m. These guys are taking so long to get out of the morning. By the time the day starts, the book's gonna be done. I stop at a corner of the hospital. It's not too late to run back to Dad's room and just live out my day there, but that's not fair to put others in the hospital at risk of me, the ticking time bomb. It's not like this is an anime where if you got the curse of death, you're going to attract an assassin out of nowhere to break into the window to slaughter you. You're set to die to some cause. It could just as easily be the ceiling light above Dad's bed falling down and cracking him on the occipital lobe in just the right spot to cause some kind of aneurysm that they can't catch in time and out he goes. It could be anything. He's not gonna blow up on them. I can't believe I'm back outside, in a world that will kill me, accompanied by a last friend whose fate is screwed too. There's no way this courage will hold. You good? Rufus asks. I nod. I really want to listen to some music right now, especially after singing in Dad's room. I cringe, because Rufus caught me singing, but it's alright. It's alright. He didn't say anything, so maybe he didn't hear that much. The awkwardness of it all makes me even more antsy to listen to music, to hide away with something that has always been very solitary for me. Another of Dad's favorites was Come What May, which my mother sang to him and wombed me during a shower they took together before her water broke. The line about loving someone until the end of time is haunting. The same could be said for my other favorite song, one song from Rent. I'm extra wired, wanting to play it, especially... This boy loves Rent. If he doesn't come out flamin' by the end of the story, then Adam Silvera has to put his gay card away. He likes Rent in 2017. That's gotta be the golden piece of evidence right there. That he's gonna have his coming out on the last day of his life. Extra wired wanted to play it, especially as a decker, since it's about wasted opportunities, empty lives, and time dying. My favorite lyric is one song before I go. Sorry if I pressure you to leave, Rufus adds. You asked me to get you out of there, but I'm not sure you meant it. I'm glad you did, I admit. My dad would want this. I look both ways before crossing the street. There are no cars, but there's a man on the corner up ahead tearing through trash bags furiously, as if there's a garbage truck approaching to steal them all away. It's possible he's searching for something he accidentally threw out, but judging by the split leg of his jean with the grime on his rust-colored vest, it's safe to guess he's homeless. The man retrieves a half-eaten orange. No, Schubert! Tucks it into his armpit and continues going through the trash bags. He turns towards us as we approach the corner. I wonder how this death cast system works, since it seems to call cell phones and not everyone's going to have one. Got $1? Any change? I keep my head low, same as Rufus, and walk past the man. Not even a sorry don't got cash, good luck. He doesn't call after us or say anything else. I want to give him some money, I tell Rufus, even though it makes me really nervous to do so alone. I go through my pockets and find $18. Do you have some cash to give him too? Not to be a dick, but why? Because he needs it, I say. He's digging through trash for food. There's a chance he's not even homeless. I've been duped before, he says. I stop. I've been lied before too. I also made the mistake of ignoring others asking for help, and it's not fair. I'm not saying we should give him our life savings, just a few bucks. When were you duped? I was in 5th grade, walking to school. This guy asked for $1. And when I pulled out my 5 singles for lunch money, he punched me in the face and took it all. I'm embarrassed to admit that I was pretty inconsolable at school, crying so hard until Dad left work to visit me in the nurse's office to see how I was doing. He even walked me to school for the 2 weeks afterwards, and begged me to be more careful with strangers, especially when money is involved. I just don't think I should be the judge of who actually needs my help or not. Like they should do a dance or sing me a song to prove they're worthy. Asking for help when you need it should be enough. And what's $1? We'll make $1 again. We won't actually make another $1. But if Rufus was smart or paranoid like I was, he would have more than enough money in his bank account as well. I can't read Rufus's face, but he parks his bike. He kicks down his kickstand. Let's do it then. He reaches into his pocket and finds $20 in cash. He walks ahead of me and I tail after him, my heart pounding. A little nervous, this man might attack us. Rufus stops a foot away from the man and gestures to me, right when the man turns around and looks me square in the eye. Rufus wants me to speak up. Sir, here is all we have on us. I take the 20 from Rufus and hold out the cash. Don't play with me. He looks around like I'm setting him up. Accepting help shouldn't make someone suspicious. Not at all, sir. He's laying it on too thick. This is simply how he is. But he's being too formal. It makes him come off as insincere. I step closer to him. Rufus stays by my side. I know it's not a lot and I'm sorry. This is... The man comes at me, and I swear I'm going to die of a heart attack, it's like my feet are cemented to a racetrack as dozens of cars speed toward me in colorful blurs. But he doesn't hit me. The man hugs me. The orange that was at his armpit, dropping at her feet. It takes me a minute to find my nerves and muscles, but I hug him too, and everything about him, from his height to his thin body, reminds me of Dad. Thank you, he says. He releases me, and I don't know if his eyes are red because he's possibly without a bed and really tired, or if he's really tearing up. But I don't cry because he doesn't have to prove himself to me. I wish I always had that attitude. The man nods at Rufus and stuffs the cash in his pocket. He doesn't ask for anything else. He doesn't hit me. He walks off, his shoulders a little straighter. I wish I'd gotten his name before he left, or at least introduced myself. Good call, Rufus says. Hopefully karma takes care of you later for that one. That's the thing, Rufus. Karma concerns itself with the transmigrations of souls. It's not going to help him now in his final day, but it might keep him from reincarnating as a hungry ghost or into the realm of animals. This isn't about karma. I'm not trying to rack up I'm a good person points. You shouldn't donate to charity, help the elderly cross the street, or rescue puppies in hopes to be repaid later. I might not be able to cure cancer or end world hunger, but small kindnesses go a long way. Not that I'm about to say any of this to Rufus, since all my classmates used to mock me for saying things like that. See, East Coasters. And no one should feel bad for trying to be good. I think we made his day by not pretending he's invisible. Thanks for seeing him with me. I hope we helped the right person, Rufus says. Much like Rufus can't expect me to be instantly brave, I can't expect him to be instantly generous. I'm relieved Rufus didn't mention anything about us dying. It cheapens everything, doesn't it? If this man thinks we're only giving him everything we have on us because we may not have a use for it 10 minutes from now. Maybe he'll go on to trust others because he met us tonight. He definitely helped me out with that. Delilah Gray, 5 a.m. Delilah? I don't think we've met a Delilah yet. I don't think this is radio host Delilah either. Deathcast called Delilah Gray at 2:52 a.m. to tell her she's going to die today. But she's sure it's not true. Delilah isn't in some denial stage of grief. This has to be a cruel prank from her ex, a Deathcast employee trying to scare her, since he called off their year-long engagement last night. Oh no. What if that is the catalyst that brings her life to an end? Which isn't on her, she has her right to be romantic or not with who she wants. Toying with someone like this is incredibly illegal. This degree of fraud can have him thrown in jail for a minimum of 20 years and blacklisted from working pretty much anywhere ever again. Screwing around at the job at Deathcast is, well, killer. Delilah can't believe Victor would abuse his power like this. Victor! Isn't Victor the one who had to call Rufus? Yeah. Victor was the one who called Rufus. I think Victor's just too busy to be involved in this. I think that, he's got his own busy night, having to call all these people. He had to call a mom to inform her that the 4-year-old wasn't going to make it through the day, and then call the police on the very off chance that the mother is the reason. I don't think it's Victor. Victor has his plate full right now with actual calls to make. Delilah can't believe that Victor would abuse his power like this. She deletes the email with a timestamp receipt of her call with her herald, Mickey, whom she cursed out before hanging up. She picks up her phone, tempted to call Victor. She shakes her head and places her phone back by the pillow on the side of the bed that was Victor's whenever he stayed over. So I think we're getting a third different response, because not everybody responds to getting a death call the same way. Delilah is definitely in denial and lashing out. Her narration says she's not in denial, but she totally is. Delilah refuses to give Victor the satisfaction of thinking she's paranoid, which she isn't. If he's waiting on her to log on to deathcast.com to see if her name is actually registered on the site as a Decker, or to call him and threaten him with a lawsuit until he admits Mickey is a friend at work he recruited to scare her, he's gonna be waiting a very long time. Time she has plenty of. Delilah is moving on with her day because just as she didn't second guess her decision to call off engagement, she will not second guess a bullshit call. She goes to the bathroom and brushes her teeth while admiring her hair in the mirror. Her hair is vibrant. Too vibrant, according to her boss. In the past few weeks, Delilah needed a change, ignoring the voice in her head urging her to end things with Victor. Dyeing her hair was simpler. Fewer tears involved. When asked by the hairdresser what she wanted, Delilah asked for the Aurora Borealis treatment. The combination of pink, purple, green, and blue needs some touch-ups, but that could wait until next week after she catches up with some assignments. She returns to bed and opens her laptop, breaking up with Victor last night before his shift.
Ouch!
Before his shift, in which he had to call a mother with a dying 4-year-old to call up Rufus and get razzed a bit by him, and then every other call he had to make that night of people who really don't want to die. Breaking up with Victor the night before his shift pulled her away from her own work. A season premiere recap she's been writing for Infinite Weekly, where she's been working as an editorial assistant since graduating from college this spring. She's not a Hipster House fan, but those hipsters are more clickbaity than Jersey Shore crew. And someone has to write pieces because the editors are busy covering the respectable franchises. Delilah is well aware how lucky she is to be given the grunt work, and to have a job at all considering she's a new hire who missed several deadlines because she was preoccupied planning a wedding with someone she's only known for 14 months. Delilah turns on her TV to rewatch the painfully absurd premiere. A challenge in a crowded Brooklyn coffee shop, where the hipsters have to co-write short stories on a typewriter. And before she can switch to her DVR, This is 2017 and I gotta share a typewriter. A Fox 5 anchor shares something truly newsworthy given her interests. We've reached out to his agent for word. The 25-year-old actor may have played the young antagonist of the blockbuster Scorpius Hawthorne films about the demonic boy wizard. But fans all over the world have been sharing nothing but love online for Howie Maldonado. Follow us on Twitter and Facebook for immediate updates on this developing story. Delilah jumps out of bed, her heart pounding. She isn't waiting around for this developing story. Delilah will be the writer who reports on the story. Well, too late! Fox 5 already got to it, which means everybody else got to it first. So the in-universe Daniel Radcliffe has got his death call. "5 hours in, and now my jaw is starting to feel the soreness. Now my tongue is starting to feel the numbness towards the back. Haven't read this much out at once since when? Vampire's final book that tells you the entire story that you've been reading the entire game anyway? Since April Fools of 2021, was it? Reading Roald Dahl books with marbles on stream in the background? Ant and Bee, this is not. Oh, that's what that is. I was wondering where those fires are coming from. That's because I've been ignoring the button push things. If I ignore the button push things and hazards come up on the map, that's pretty cool. And here I've been missing out on those because I've been pushing the button each time until now. Neat. Not that it matters, because at this point of the game, we are invincible. Just gotta sit here in the middle and tongue everything to death. Mateo, 5:20 a.m. I approach the ATM on the corner while Rufus watches my back. My dad thankfully had the common sense to send me to the bank after I turned 18 so I could get a debit card. I withdraw $400, the max limit at this ATM. My heart is pounding as I slide the cash into an envelope for Lydia, praying someone doesn't come out of nowhere to hold us up at gunpoint for the money. This guy can't go 3 steps without thinking a termite's gonna crash into his eyeball. We know how that would end. I grab the receipt, memorize how I have $2,076.27 left in my account as I tear up the slip. I don't need that much. I can get more cash for Lydia and Penny at another ATM or bank when it opens. It might be too early to go to Lydia's, I say. I fold up the envelope and put it in my pocket. She'll know something is up. Beep beep? What's beep beep? I'll get back to that. That's not pressing. It might be too early to Lydia, as I say, but if the envelope in my pocket, she'll know something is up. Maybe we can hang in her lobby. Nah, dude. We're not sitting here under the bestie's lobby because you don't want to burden her. It's 5 o'clock. Let's eat. Potential Last Supper. Rufus leads the way. My favorite diner is open 24 hours. We don't got that here. Can you believe it? Bay Area, North Bay, right in the middle of the highway going up between one major city and one not-so-major city, and everything closes at 9 or 10 o'clock, or worse, way before then. Half the restaurants here are either breakfast only or lunch only, and some are dinner only and 8:30. Who finishes dinner 8:30? Fennec finishes work at like 10 o'clock at night, and he's like, "Hey, Guinea, when I finish work, you want to grab dinner afterwards on your birthday?" I was like, "Yeah, sure, if any place is open." And I'm only like 50% certain that this one place downtown that claims to have a late night menu until 1 a.m. actually does. Since the last time we finished up gym at 9, and had to hobble uptown because my bike got his first flat then. Got there like 10 o'clock. It's, what are you doing? Kitchen's closed. Like, alright. And now their website says the kitchen's open, so we'll see. And it's like the entire town shuts off asleep, right? It's not like England, where 5 o'clock rolls around, and anything that isn't Morrison's or Tesco's shuts the fuck down, right? There's bars open, there's people about, people are awake, they're in town. So why the heck aren't they opening their restaurants to feed us all? Sounds good. I've always been a super fan of mornings. I follow several Facebook pages about mornings in other cities. Good morning San Francisco! And countries. Good morning India! I would judge him and say 2017 he's still on Facebook, but I didn't quit until like... I was still on in 2018. Did I quit in 2018 or was it 2019? Either way, can't judge him too harshly. But by that point I meddled out. No more like political arguments across how many unrelated profiles, just posting up pictures of cute visits and whatnot. And no matter the time of day, in my feed, there are pictures of glowing buildings, breakfast, and people beginning their lives. There's newness that comes with the rising sun. And even though there's a chance I won't reach daytime or see sun's rays filtering through the trees in the park, I should look at today as one long morning. I have to wake up. I have to start my day. The streets are really clear this early. I'm not anti-people. I just don't have the courage to sing in front of anyone. If I were alone right now, I'd probably play some depressing song and sing along. Dad taught me it's okay to give in to your emotions, but you should fight your way out of the bad ones too. The days after his admittance, I was playing positive and soulful songs, like Billy Joel's Just the Way You Are, so I wouldn't feel hopeless. We reached Cannon Cafe. Now I know it says Canon, and it's spelled Canon, but after streaming how many anime games, I can't help but read it as Kanon like the Bodhisattva. Death mark poisoned here. There's a triangular sign above the door with an illustrated logo of a cannon blasting a cheeseburger, or maybe it is a Bodhisattva Kanon of Mercy blasting the cheeseburger with a key blast from its palm. Blasting a cheeseburger towards the cafe's name, with french fries exploding wayward like fireworks. Rufus changed his bike to a parking meter, and I follow him inside the fairly empty cafe, immediately smelling scrambled eggs and French toast. A tired-eyed host greets us, telling us we could sit anywhere. Rufus passes me and goes all the way to the back, setting into a two-person booth beside the bathroom. It's gonna happen, man. Rufus is already by. Mateo is unspecified and scared of everything. It's going to happen, mark my words. If not this stream, then when I finish this book on my own time. I've been promised. Fennec promised me it gets queerer. The navy blue leather seats are cracked in various places, and it reminds me of the couch I had as a kid, where I would absent-mindedly peel the fabric off until there was so much exposed cushion foam that Dad threw the couch out for a current one. This is my spot, Rufus says. I come here once or twice a week. I get to say stuff like, I'll have the usual. Why here? Is this your neighborhood? I realize I have no idea where my last friend actually lives or where he's from. Only for the past 4 months, Rufus says. I ended up in foster care. Not only do I not know much about Rufus, I haven't done anything for him. He's been all about the mission of shadowing me on my journey, getting me out of my home, going to and getting me out of the hospital, and soon coming with me to Lydia's. This last friendship has been very one-sided so far. Rufus slides the menu my way. There's a Decker discount in the back. Everything is free, if you can actually believe that. This is a first. In all the Countdowner feeds I've read, the Deckers go to 5-star restaurants, expecting to be treated like kings with courtesy meals, but are only ever offered discounts. I like that Rufus returned here. A waitress comes out from the back and greets us. Her blonde hair is pulled back into a tight bun, and the button clip to her yellow tie reads Ray. Good morning, she greets us, in a southern accent. Pretend that was a southern accent, it's south somewhere. She grabs a pen out from behind her ear, and I glimpse a curly tattoo above her elbow. I'll never grow into someone who is unafraid of needles. It'll happen, Mateo. Growing up, I was deathly frightened. I was terrible. I was the worst. I was such a drama queen as a kid when it came to needles. And of course, I had to join a career that not only began with a barrage of needles for all the vaccinations and inoculations, but also periodic ones, plus blood draws, so you kind of just get used to it really fast. He just needs his exposure therapy. She twirls a pen between her fingers, and tattoos are surprisingly therapeutic. Like, I just have my one here, but it's kind of like a medium-sized piece in color and all that. And so just having a couple of hours of like, no, 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 no. You can kind of fall asleep to it. Like, I know it's not my armpit or my nipples or any place sensitive like that, but still, it's kind of soothing. And the ear piercings? Like, that is straight up getting a big needle punctured through your ear, through the flesh or the cartilage. But when the piercer apprentice does it, it's kind of like cheaper therapy. Because you're chilling, you're goofing it up with someone with a bubbly personality, and then boop, there goes the pinch. And it's like, oh, let me just clean up all this blood here. Who would have guessed I would enjoy paying to get stabbed? Late night for you too? You could say that, Rufus answers. Feels more like a really early morning I counter. If Ray is actually interested in my distinction, she doesn't show it. What can I get you to? Rufus looks at the menu. Don't you have the usual, I ask him? Changing it up today. Last chance and all that. He puts the menu down and looks up at Ray. What do you suggest? What? Did you get the alert or something? Her laughter is short-lived. She turns to me, and I lower my head until she crouches beside us. No way! She drops her pen and notepad on the table. Are you boys okay? Sick? You're not pranking me for a free meal, are you? Rufus shakes his head. Nah, not kidding. I come here a lot, and I wanted to roll through one last time. Are you seriously thinking about food right now? Well, yeah, what else would you? He needs his energy for his last day. He doesn't want to die of starvation here. Rufus leans over and reads her pin. Ray, what should I try? Ray hides behind her hand, shakes her shoulders, and mutters, I don't know. Don't you just want everything special that has fries, sliders, eggs, sirloin, pasta? I mean, it has everything you want that we have in the kitchen. No way I'm gonna eat all that. What's your favorite meal here, Rufus asks. Please don't say fish. I like the grilled chicken salad, but that's because I eat like a bird. I'll have that, Rufus decides. He looks at me. What do you want, Mateo? I don't even bother to look at the menu. I'll have whatever usual is. Like him, I'm hoping it's not fish. You don't even know what that is. As long as it's not chicken tenders, it'll be something new for me. Rufus nods. He points to a couple of items on the menu, and Ray tells us they'll return shortly, then rushes away so quickly she leaves behind her pen and notepad. We overhear Ray telling the chef to make our order priority number 1 because there are deckers at the table. People die every single day, and it is so sweet that this fictional restaurant goes out of its way to give special treatments to ones confirmed going this day. Not sure who our competition is. The guy in the back already drinking his coffee while he reads his newspaper? But I do appreciate Ray's heart, and I wonder if Andrea at Deathcast was once like her before the job killed her compassion. Can I ask you something, I say to Rufus. Don't waste your breath on questions like that. Just come out and say whatever you want, he says. He's coming on a little strong, but good call. Why did you tell Ray we were dying? Doesn't that screw with her day? I guess. But dying is screw with my day, and there isn't anything to do about that, Rufus says. I'm not telling Lydia I'm dying, I say. That makes no sense. Don't be a monster. You have a chance to say goodbye. You should do it. I don't want to ruin Lydia's day. She's a single mom, and she's already had a rough time since her boyfriend died. Maybe I'm not actually so selfless. Maybe not telling her is really selfish. But I can't bring myself to do it. Because how do you tell your best friend you won't be around tomorrow? How do you convince her to let you leave so you have a chance of living before you die? I push back against my seat, pretty disgusted with myself. If that's her call, I back it. I don't know if she'll resent you or not, but you know her best. But look, we gotta stop caring about how others will react to our deaths and stop second-guessing ourselves. What if, by not second-guessing our actions, we end ourselves? I ask. Don't you have little freakouts wondering if life was better before Deathcast? This question was suffocating. Was it better, Rufus asks? Maybe. Yes. No. The answer doesn't matter or change anything. Just let it go, Mateo. Again, I don't see them changing the system in one day. He's right. I'm doing this to myself. I'm holding myself back. I've spent years living safely to secure a longer life. And look where that's gotten me. I'm at the finish line, but I never ran the race. Ray returns with drinks, hands a grilled chicken salad to Rufus, and places sweet potato fries and French toast in front of me. If there's anything else I can get you boys, please just shout for me. Even if I'm in the back with another customer, I'm yours. We thank her. But I can tell she's hesitant about walking away. Almost as if she wants to scoot down next to one of us and just talk some more. But she collects herself and walks away. I bet you that Ray would be an actual sincere last friend. Not like the chasers that plague the site. You could really tell that Adam Silvera is a queer author who knows his way around the apps, because when Fennec was simply telling me over dinner about his progress through the book and the brief synopsis, and I was joking first, like, oh yeah, that means chasers, doesn't it? There's gonna be all those people looking for no-strings hookups. And it turns out that not only are they there, but they're so realistic, Mr. Cure for Death in my pants. Mr. or Miss, that first person that he texted that was basically fetishizing the Deckers and not realizing how inconsiderate she was being, and not understanding why everyone stopped talking to her after 3 messages. Collects herself and walks away. Rufus taps my plate with his fork. How's my usual looking for you? I haven't had French toast in years. My dad got really to making BLTs on toasted tortillas every morning instead. I kinda forgot French toast was even a thing. But that cinnamon smell restores many memories of eating breakfast across from Dad at our rickety table while we listened to the news or brainstormed lists we should write. This is pretty perfect. Do you want some? Rufus nods. But he doesn't reach over to my plate. Nah, man, you gotta do this boyfriend style? Grab your fork, cut off a slice, reach it across to him? His mind is elsewhere, as he plays around with his salad, seemingly disappointed in only eating the chicken. He drops his fork and grabs a notepad and pen that Ray left behind. He sketches a circle, bold. I wanted to travel the world taking photos. Rufus is drawing the world, outlining the countries he'll never get to visit. Like a photojournalist? I asked. Nah, I wanted my own thing. We should go to Travel Arena then and say, it's the best way to travel the world in a single day. Countdowners speak highly of it. I never read that stuff, Rufus says. I read it daily, I admit. That's why he's dying at 18. If not the congenital heart defect, then stressing himself out over death by reading these things day in, day out. It's comforting to see other people breaking out. Rufus glanced up from his drawing, shaking his head. Your last friend is going to make sure you go out with a bang. Not a bad bang, or a you-know-what bang, but a good bang. That made no sense. I get it, I think. What do you see yourself doing, like as a job? Rufus asks. An architect. I wanted to build homes and offices and stages and parks, I say. I don't tell him how I never wanted to work in any of those offices, or that I've also dreamt of performing on stages that I built. I have played a lot with Legos as a kid. Now, so did I. But I dated an engineer, and apparently, according to her, when doing their, like, awards and things and applications for all these different, like, whatnots that you could sign up for to get different benefits and things, they were like, don't mention Legos. Everyone says I got into engineering because I played with Legos, and they can actually hold you back on that. Or at least are tired of hearing it and wants to be a bit more creative. Same. My spaceships always came apart. Those smiling, block-headed pilots never stood a chance. Rufus reaches over and carves himself a piece of French toast, then chews it, savoring the bite with his head down and his eyes closed. It's hard watching someone swallow their favorite food one last time. I have to get it together. Things usually get worse before they get better, but today has to be the flip side. Once our plates are clear, Rufus stands and gets Ray's attention. Could we get the check when you have a sec? It's on us, Ray says. Please let us pay. It would mean a lot to me, I say. But I hope she doesn't see it as a guilt card. Seconded, Rufus says. Rufus may not be able to return here again, but we want to make sure they remain open for as long as possible for others. And money is how they pay the bills. Ray nodded vigorously as she hands us a check. I hand her my debit card, and when she comes back, I tip her triple the inexpensive meal's cost. Isn't the discount 0? So triple of 0 is still 0, is it not, Mateo? Nah, I'm just memeing. I'm sure they pay properly. I have less than $2,000 after this debit charge. I may not be able to restart anyone's life with this money, but every bit helps. Rufus puts his drawing of the world inside his pocket. Ready to go? I remain seated. Getting up means leaving, I say. Yeah, says Rufus. Leaving means dying, I say. Nah, leaving means living before you die. Let's bounce. I stand, thanking Ray and the busboy and the host as we leave. Today is one long morning, but I have to be the one who wakes up and gets out of bed. I look ahead at the empty streets, and I start walking towards Rufus and his bike, walking towards death with every minute we lose, walking against a world that's against us. Rufus's perspective. The next part in is part 3, the beginning, and that goes on for a while. Then part 4, the end. And then comes, what is this last bit? Just about the author. The last bit after that is acknowledgements. So we got 368 is the last page, and we're on 140. So we still have 228 pages to go. We're not even halfway through yet. We got, not counting acknowledgements at the end, not quite halfway yet, no. And I'm already starting to feel the tickly scratchy in my throat here. Which is good, because when I first started streaming, I would get that tickly scratchy after the first half hour. So we're already doing better than that. Oh, Rufus, 5:53 a.m. now. I can't front. Mateo's cool and neurotic and fine company. But it would have been really dope to have one last sit-down at Cannons with the Plutos. The real Sakuya Fumo. How's it going? Welcome. talk about all the good and bad things that have gone down, but it's too risky. I know what's good with me, and I'm not risking getting them hurt. They could hit me back with a text though. He doesn't know they've been arrested. I unchained my bike and wheeled it out onto the street. I tossed the helmet to Mateo, who just barely catches it. So, Lydia's right off where again? Is he actually gonna have Mateo ride in the back of the bicycle? Because when I got my electric bike, Fennec and I did that a few times, because his scooter, well, I say his scooter, it got stolen, and I had to get him a replacement electric bike of my own type. We drove around town a few times with him on the back of my bike, and that's actually pretty fun. Why are you giving me this? Mateo asks. So you don't crack your head open if you fall off the bike. They are. I sit on the bike. It would suck if your last friend killed you. This isn't a tandem bike, he says. There are pegs, I say, which is more than we had. I literally just had him sitting on the bit above the rear wheel, holding on. His ass bruised for a week from that metal bit. Tagaway would ride on the back pegs all the time, trusting me not to crash into any cars and send him flipping off. You want me to stand on the back of your bike while we ride in the darkness, Mateo asks. While wearing a helmet, I say. Holy shit, I really thought he was ready to take chances. No, this bike is gonna be he's missing out, man. It's surprisingly fun and you wobble a whole lot more, especially with my inexperienced biking. This bike is gonna be the death of us. This day is really doing a number on him. No, it won't. Trust me. I've ridden this bike every day for almost 2 years. Hop on, Mateo. He's mad, hesitant, that's obvious. But he forces the helmet onto his head. There's extra pressure to be cautious because I'd hate for an I told you so in the afterlife. Mateo holds onto my shoulders, pressing down on them as he gets on the pegs. See, Fennec would do the exact same thing, and I really wish he just put his arms around the middle, which he sometimes did. But, you know, sometimes he might want to see, sometimes he's more comfortable holding on like this. When he holds on like this, that pushes down on my arms and suddenly I'm weaving back and forth a bit. He's stepping his game up. I'm proud of him. It's like pushing a bird out of its nest. Maybe even shoving because it should have flown out years ago. A grocery store down the block is opening its roll-up door for business, as the moon hangs high above this bank up ahead. I press down on the pedal when Mateo hops on. No, I'm walking. And I think you should too. He unbuckles his helmet, takes it off his head and hands it to me. Sorry, I just have a bad feeling I have to trust my gut. I should throw on the helmet and ride away. Let Mateo go to Lydia, and I can do my thing whenever that is. But instead of parting ways, I hang my helmet off the handlebars and swing my leg over the seat. We should get walking then. I don't know how much life we have left, but I don't want to miss it. Mateo, 6:14 a.m. Ooh, got the big numbers there, and I missed it. How much was that? Because that was huge. How much is the money count so far right now? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 234 million? 500,000? Level 15,000? And I'm only playing as one imposter. With only the upgraded medbay to get the endless stat boosts, and the upgraded tongue with its Gemini counterpart to just sit in the middle and tongue everything to death. This game really is hilarious. This DLC, this collaboration, because the different weapons you pick up are all Among Us based as well. Mateo, 6:14 a.m. I'm already the worst last friend ever. It's time to be the worst best friend. This is going to suck, I say. Because you're not outing your death? I'm not dead yet. I turn the corner. Lydia's apartment is a couple of blocks away. And no, the sky is finally lightening up, the orange haze of my final sunrise ready to take over. Lydia was destroyed when we found out her boyfriend, future husband person was dying. He never got to meet Penny. I take it Penny is their daughter, Rufus says. Yeah, she was born a week after Christian died. How'd that go, the call, Rufus asks. If that's too personal, you have to tell me. My family getting the call was a nightmare, and I'm not a big fan of talking about that either. I'm about to tell him. I'm about to trust him with this story, as long as he promises not to tell anyone, especially not Lydia. When I realize Rufus will die with this story. Short of him gossiping in some afterlife, I'm safe to tell him anything and everything. Christian was traveling to outer Pennsylvania to sell these weird daggers and swords he inherited from his grandfather to this collector. The Mennonites. The Mennonites got to him. Weird daggers and swords sent to sell for Mad Bank, Rufus says. Lydia didn't want him to go because she was having all these hysteria freakouts, but Christian swore the money'd be worth it in the long run. They could buy a better crib, diapers and formulas for the next couple months, and clothes. He took off, stayed overnight in Pennsylvania, and woke up around 1-something to the alerts. My chest tightens reliving this. All the tears and screams. I stop and rest against the wall. Christian tried reaching Lydia, but she slept through everything. He texted her every minute he could. He'd hitchhiked there with the Decker truck driver, and they both died trying to get back to their families in the city. Holy shit, Rufus says. There was no consoling Lydia. She obsessively read Christian's final frantic texts and hated herself for not waking up to when he calls. Again, there has to be some element of like, self-fulfilling prophecy in this. He gets the call, he frantically tries to contact her and can't, and so he takes a risk hitchhiking with someone who's also set to die that day, frantic to get back to his family. It makes me wonder how the mechanics of all this works, but all too often you don't want to reveal the mechanics or the cool mystical thing because that makes it boring, and if it makes it all just quantified and everything, then you start thinking more about the rules of the story and not being driven into the day-to-day narrative. You want to keep the mystique, you don't want to reveal too much. But you still want to reveal something enough, Scott. There was a chance for her to come and see him one last time through the veil. A video chat app that drains batteries quickly but also creates stronger personal hotspots for anyone who's somewhere with weak service. Like a Decker on a highway headed home. Headed her. And she missed those invites too. I don't know if it's true, but the way Lydia spoke about Penny in the beginning sounded like she resented her for wearing her out so much towards the end of her pregnancy that she slept through her boyfriend's final hours. Bzz. But I know she was grieving, and doesn't feel that way now. Since then, Lydia dropped out of high school to take care of Penny full-time in a small apartment with her grandmother. She's not very tight with her own parents, and Christian's parents live in Florida. I am so sorry to hear that. Her life is challenging enough without throwing a goodbye into things. I just want to see my best friend one last time. That's brutal, Rufus says. It was. Coming from him, it means a lot. Let me call her. I walk a few feet away, giving myself some privacy. I hit call. I can't believe I won't be there for Penny if something fatal strikes Lydia. But I'm also pretty relieved I'll never have to live through Lydia receiving the call. Mateo? Lydia groggily answers. Yeah. Were you sleeping? Sorry, I thought Penny'd be awake by now. Oh, she is. I'm being Mom of the Year by hiding under my pillow while she talks herself to their crib. Why are you awake at ass o'clock? I... Oh. Well, that's a bum do care about. A Swedish guy died yet? Not at all. Now granted, this is kind of cheaty because this guy is at like 23,000, 25,000 eggs. And I haven't finished the book either. We're on page 146 out of 368 pages of story, so it's definitely not being finished on stream. Where was it called? Yes. I wanted to go see my dad. I'm not lying after all. Can I come over for a bit? I'm in the area. Yes, please. Cool. See you in a bit. I hail Rufus, and we walk over to her apartment. They've actually finally met Swedish guy. They became each other's final friends. Rufus and Mateo. It's in the kind of project where the superintendent sits on the stoop reading a newspaper when there's clearly more work that could be done, like mopping or sweeping the floor, fixing the blinking lamp in the hallway, and setting up mousetraps. But this doesn't matter to Lydia. The breeze she gets on rainy evenings charms her, and she's taken a liking to her neighbor's cat Chloe that wanders the halls and is scared of mice. It's home, you know. I'm going up alone, I tell Rufus. You'll be okay down here? I'll be fine. I should call my friends anyway. They haven't responded to anything since I left. Oh, there are eruptions. It turns out that if I skip hitting the buttons for seismic activity, that happens, which is fine, because that just makes the game more dynamic. And, I think I'm fine on chests anyway, and don't need those bonus ones. Discord messages to the XBF takes priority. He's updated his Discord status with a countdown to the surgery. Today officially marks 14 days until then. You've only got 2 more weeks of me, folks, before I go on surgery recovery team. I won't be long, I say, and he doesn't tell me to take my time. I run up the stairs, nearly falling face first on the edge of a step before I catch myself on the railing, hovering an inch away from what could have been my death. I can't rush towards Lydia's company on my end day. That urgency can, and almost just did, kill me. I reach the 3rd floor and knock on her door. Penny is screaming from inside. It's open! I walk in, and it smells like milk and clean clothes. There's a laundry basket right by the door, clothes spilling out. Empty formula bottles are also on the floor. And inside the playpen is Penny, who doesn't have her Colombian mother's light brown skin tone, but is instead very pale like Christian was, except right now, she's red from screaming. Lydia is in the kitchen, warming up a bottle in a cup of hot water. You are a godsend, Lydia says. I would hug you, but I haven't brushed my teeth since Sunday. You should go do that. Hey, nice shirt! Lydia fastens the top onto the bottle and tosses it to me, right when Penny screams louder. Just give it to her. She gets pissed if she doesn't hold her own bottle. She's so independent. How old's Lydia? Not Lydia, how old's Penny again? Like, she's young enough to still be on bottles and sleep in a crib, so 1, maybe 2 years tops? I don't quite remember when Christian died. Lydia ties her messy hair back with a rubber band and speed walks towards the bathroom. Oh my god, I get to pee by myself, I can't wait! That's how you can tell she's not a cat owner. I kneel before Penny and offer her the bottle. She has an attitude in her dark brown eyes. But when she grabs a bottle from me and sits back on the stuffed bear, she smiles and flashes me her 4 baby teeth for getting to work on the bottle. All the baby books say Penny should be done with formula already, but Penny resists the real stuff. We have that in common. Lydia comes out of the bathroom with a toothbrush hanging from her mouth as she puts batteries into a plastic toy butterfly. She's asking me something, but toothpastey saliva drips down her chin and she rushes to the kitchen sink and spits. This is a lot more authentic descriptions of women than any other novel that's like, and she boobily woke up as the sunbeams draped across her cleavage like 2 mounds of applesauce spilling out from her blouse, and so on and so on. This is real right here. Sorry, gross. You want some breakfast? You're so damn skinny. Gross, I sound like your mother. She shakes her head. Oh god, you know what I mean. I sound like I'm mothering you. No worries, Lydia. I already ate, but thanks. I poke Penny's feet while she drinks, and she lowers her bottle to laugh. There's some gibberish I'm sure makes perfect sense to her, and then she returns to her bottle. Guess who got the alert? Lydia asks, waving her phone. Okay, I read ahead. It's fine. Lydia's not dying. I freeze while holding Penny's foot. There's no way Lydia knows I'm dying, and there's no way she'd be this casual about letting me know she is. Aquas! Big man himself, rating 37. Let me toss you a shout out, buddy. How you doing? Welcome, Aquas and Aquas Raiders. Wait. I almost wrote the raid command, not the shout out command. Shout out, Aquas. No Uno reverse here. But thank you, Aquas, for the happy birthday wish and the raid. Your last plague, Hunt Down. I've heard plenty of good things about that one. Hope you had fun with it. Just enjoying some goofy Vampire Survivors Among Us collaboration DLC while reading out loud from a 348-page book. Acknowledgement 68, 368-page book. Because what better way to spend a birthday than by goofing off? Howie Maldonado. Lydia checks her phone. His fans are devastated. I'm sure. I share an end date with my favorite fictional villain. I don't know what to make of that. Oh, Howie Maldonado's the villain of the fictional Harry Potter series in this universe. Or the analog of it. Eh. How's your dad doing? Lydia asks. Stable. I keep hoping for one of those TV miracles where he hears my voice and snaps awake. But that obviously didn't happen. Nothing we can do but wait. But it does turn out that talking with people who are in comas does phenomenal things, because even if they're asleep, they could still hear, right? Whether it's they could actively hear you, or at the very least their brain is receiving the input from the outside to keep it engaged. It helps. And that's now the SOP now, that if someone's in a coma, you try to talk to them more often as much as you can. It's crunching my insides talking about this. I sit beside the playpen and pick up some stuffed animals, a smiling sheep, a yellow owl, and bounce them towards Penny before tickling her. I'll never have any moments like this with my own kids. I'm sorry to hear that. He'll pull through. Your dad is a badass. I keep telling myself he's just taking a nap from all that badassness. Probably. Penny's done with her bottle. I can burp her. Godsend, Mateo. Godsend. I wipe Penny's face clean, pick her up, and pat her on the back until I get that burp and laugh out of her. I do my signature dinosaur walk, where I stomp around like a T-Rex with Penny in my arms. This guy is so good with kids. He's missed his true calling, which always seems to relax her. Lydia walks over and turns on the TV. Yes, it's 6:30. Time for cartoons, aka the only time I have to clean up the previous day's messes before it all goes to hell again. Lydia smiles at Penny, slides towards us, and kisses her on the nose. What Mommy meant to say is what a treasure her little Penny is. Under her breath, and behind her smile, she adds, a treasure that leaves nothing buried around. I laugh and put Penny down. Lydia gives Penny the plastic butterfly and collects clothes from the floor. What could I do to help, I say? You can never change, for starters. Lydia could throw all her toys back into the chest, but leave the sheep alone or she'll freak out. And in return, I will love you forever and ever. I'm going to put her clothes in the drawers. Give me a minute or 10. Lydia leaves with a laundry basket. Take your time. God send. But Rufus doesn't have any time either, though. Rufus has the exact same 24 hours that Mateo does. I love Lydia in all her forms. Before Penny, she wanted to graduate high school with top honors and to go to college to pursue politics and architecture and music history. Very broad interests. That triple degree she's going for. She wants to travel to Buenos Aires in Spain, Germany, and Colombia. But then she met Christian and got pregnant and found happiness in her new world. Lydia used to be the girl who got her hair straightened after school every Thursday, and was always glowing without makeup, and loved photobombing strangers' photos of goofy faces. Aw, she sounds like a peach. Now her hair is what she calls somewhat cute, somewhat lion's mane, and she will never approve any photo to go up online because she thinks it looks too burnt out. I think my best friend glows even brighter than before because she's been through a change, an evolution that many can't handle. And she's done it solo. When I'm done throwing all the toys back into their chest, I sit down with Penny on the floor, watching as she blows raspberries whenever the cartoon characters ask her questions. This is Penny's beginning. And one day, she'll find herself on the terrible end of a death cast call. And it sucks how we're all being raised to die. Yes, we live, or we're given the chance to at least. But sometimes living is hard and complicated because of fear. Penny, I hope you can figure out how to become immortal so you can rule this place for as long as you like. Here's my vision of utopia. A world without violence and tragedies, where everyone lives forever, or until they've led fulfilling and happy lives and decide themselves that they want to check out whatever's next for us. Penny responds with gibberish. Lydia comes out from the other room. Why are you wishing Penny immortality and world domination when she's learning how to say one in Spanish? Because I want her to live forever, obviously, I smile, and make minions out of everyone else. These two have such good rapport. In another life, maybe. Lydia's eyebrows rise. She leans over, picks up Penny, and holds her out to me. Penny, for your thought. She's got puns! She's got mom puns! We both cringe. That is never going to be funny, is it? I just keep going for it, hoping that next time it will be, but no. I adore it. I appreciate it. And the worst puns are the best. Maybe next time, I say. Okay, I am snapping that to Fennec. He's read this book. He lent the book to me after he finished it, but I'm still showing him that passage in appreciation. I'll finish that snap later. Honestly, you don't even have to give me your thoughts. If you want Penny, you can have her for free. She flips Penny around and kisses her eyes and tickles her armpits. Mommy meant to say that you're priceless, little Penny. Then she mutters, the priciest, priceless little Penny ever. She sets Penny back down in front of the TV and continues cleaning. I don't know who this Adam Silvera is, but you can tell he's got so much life experience in him. This is someone who has absolutely spent time with exasperated moms who love and also loathe their children sometimes, but do love them in the end. The relationship I have with Lydia isn't the kind you see in movies, or maybe have with their own friends. We love each other to death, but we don't go around talking about it. It's understood between us. And words can sometimes be awkward, even when you've known someone for 8 years. But today I have to say more. Oh man, she is going to know. If he's breaking the norm to tell her all the ways she's important to him, she's going to know. This isn't going to be easy for anyone. I prop up a framed picture of Lydia and Christian that was tipped over. Christian has got to be crazy proud of you, you know. Your penny shot at happiness in a world that makes cheap promises, has no guarantees, and doesn't always reward those who never did wrong. It's like the world will just as easily screw with a good person as it will a not-so-good one. But you devote your days to someone else selflessly anyway. Not everyone is programmed like you. Lydia stops weeping. Mateo, where's this random flattery coming from? What's going on? I carry a bottle of juice over to the sink. Everything's okay. You say it out like that, and that's how she knows it's not. And everything will be okay. She'll be okay. I should probably head out in a bit. I'm tired. I'm not lying. Lydia's eyes twitch. She knows! Before you go, could you help me with a couple more chores? She knows. And she knows there's a reason that we aren't saying it. She probably knows you're trying to avoid that Mateo is probably avoiding talking about it. And it's hard for her too, because silence is confirmation, right? And so, if he's not going to talk, he's not going to talk, and more chores means spending more time with her best friend before she can, I'm betting. We move silently through the living room. She scrubs oatmeal off a pillow, and I dust her air conditioner. She collects cups, and I arrange all of Penny's shoes at the door. She folds laundry, peeking over at me, while I break down some diaper boxes. Could you take out the garbage, she asks, her voice cracking a little. And then I need help assembling that little baby bookcase you and your dad got Penny. Okay. I think she's catching on. We can't have Rufus waiting forever though, you know? I place the envelope of cash on the kitchen counter when she leaves the room. Even as I grab the trash bag out of the bin, I know I won't be able to return. I step out into the hallway and throw the bag down the chute. If I go back in, I'll never leave. And if I don't leave, I'll die in that apartment, possibly in front of Penny. And that's not how I want to be remembered. Rufus's approach is really smart and thoughtful. I pull out my phone and block Lydia's number so she can't call or text me to come back. I feel nauseous and a little dizzy. Slowly making my way downstairs, hoping Lydia understands, and hating myself so much, I race down the stairs faster and faster. And again, I have to, because I don't know how the system works, all that we know is that somehow the system knows when you're going to die, or what day you're going to die, and calls you to tell you. And that's all we know, that's all anybody knows. But I really have to wonder, what if it is self-fulfilling? What if he instead chose to stay with Lydia and help her out around the house? And they have a hard time, and they crack up and they cry because they both expect him to die, but because he is there and safe, he doesn't end up dying elsewhere. From, like, getting hit by a car or something. Unless it is something like congenital heart failure because his dad also has a cardio-related stroke just 2 weeks ago. And heart problems can be genetic, and this guy is very sedentary. But I just have to wonder what if, because people react to the news. You tell them you're going to die today, and people will change how they behave. Everyone in this book who gets the call has been changing how they react. It's 3:57. We are a ways away until the next part. We're in part 2, and part 3 begins on page 220, or ends. Part 2 ends on 223. And we're on 154. I'll give it one more section, and then I'll call it, and then get some cleaning in, and then gussy up before breakfast dinner with Fennec after his work. Rufus, 6:48 a.m. Who put down $10? Who put down $10? I'd find myself on Instagram on my end day, because you are now $10 richer. The Plutos still haven't responded to a single text or phone call. I'm not freaking out too hard because they're not Deckers, but damn! Could someone at least let me know if the cops are still on my ass or not? My money is on everyone being passed out. I'd nap too if you put a bed in front of me. A chair with armrests would work as well. Definitely not this lobby bench that could seat 2 people max. I'm not about to rest fetus position style, that's not me. There's been a website prior for the soon-to-be dead, and now there's an Instagram handle. I'm scrolling through Instagram, expected to find a new post from Malcolm's account, at Manthony012. If it's giving an actual Instagram tag, hold on. Instagram.com/Manthony012. It is real. Would you look at that? He actually linked to an actual Malcolm, with 1 post and many, many followers and 2 following. How deep does this AR go? Rufus! Even Rufus himself has an account, but it's 2024. He's like 6.5 years dead now, and the author himself, Adam Silvera, among the follows. Tall for no reason. Creator of They Both Die at the End universe. It's got a whole universe and constellation of books. Next, Infinity Kings. Oh, Fennec is going to love that. This is probably deep spoilers for the book. They both die at the end. We know that's going to happen. And the last picture on his Instagram is them holding hands. "331 weeks ago, September 5th, 2017. He didn't have to go through all this effort to make all this, but he did. Hey, it's Hey Arnold. Oh, there's the mud, the footprints in the mud. He talked about that picture earlier in the book. September 4th. Wait. What did that comment say? Come on, load back up. There's like a sorry to lose you or something. There are people playing along with this fiction. Aww. That's cute. That's really cute. Okay, I'm gonna save these tabs for another time and show Fennec when he comes over. Scrolling through Instagram, expecting to find a new post from Malcolm's account at Manthony012, but there's been nothing since 9 hours ago when he uploaded that unfiltered photo of a Coca-Cola bottle with his name on it. He's Team Pepsi in the World War with Pepsi vs. Coke, but he was so happy seeing his name in the bodega fridge that he couldn't resist. The caffeine only got him more hype before the fight. I shouldn't call that thing with Peck a fight. Peck couldn't even get a swing on me with the way I pinned him. I'm texting Amy an apology. even though I only half mean it because her little shit boyfriend unleashed the cops on me at my own damn funeral. When Mateo comes running down the stairs at dangerous speed. He's bulleting to the front door and I catch up with him. His eyes are red and he's breathing hard like he's fighting back a serious cry. You good? He's not. That was stupid to ask. No, Mateo pushes the lobby door open. Let's go before Lydia chases me down. I'm eager to get a move on too, believe me. But his silent mode isn't going to fly with me. I wheel my bike alongside him. Come on. Get wherever it is off your chest. Don't carry this around all day. I don't have all day, Mateo shouts, like someone finally pissed off he's dying at 18. Turns out there's some fire in him. He stops at the curb and sits down, straight reckless, probably waiting for a car to knock him out of his misery. Down goes my bike's kickstand. Up goes Mateo, as I slide my arms under his and pick him up. Oh man, he's getting super emotional. This is gonna be the catalyst that brings these two together, isn't it? That takes Mateo's orientation status from skip to very, very happy. We move away from the curb and lean against the wall and he's shaking, like he really doesn't want to be out here. And when he slides down to the ground, I go with him. Mateo takes off his glasses and rests his forehead on his knees. Look, I'm not gonna hit you with some impassioned speech. I don't have one in me and that's not what I'm about. Gotta do better than that. But I know that frustration you're feeling, dude. You have options, thankfully. If you want to go back to your dad or best friend, I'm not stopping you. If you want to ditch me, I'm not chasing you. It's your last day. Live it however the hell you want. If you want help living it, I got you. Mateo lifts his head and squints at me. Sounds pretty impassioned to me. I forgot to pick up a few chests, Swedish guy. Oh, you know what? You're actually right. I'll get those at the end, though. Yeah, my bad. I like him better with his glasses. But no glasses is a good look on him, too. What do you want to do? If he ditches, I'll respect it. And I'll figure out my next move. I gotta see what's what with the Plutos, but I can't sneak back there. I don't know if there are eyes on the place. I want to keep moving forward, Mateo says. Good call. He puts his glasses back on. And, I don't know, if you want to put together some analogy on how he's seeing the world with new eyes or something, be my guest. I'm just relieved. I'm not taking this day on alone. I'm sorry for yelling, Mateo says. I still think not saying goodbye is the right move, but it's something I'll regret all day. At least it'll only be the rest of his life, am I right, fellas? I didn't get to say my piece to my friends either, I say. What happened at your funeral? All my talk about honesty and getting stuff off your chest, and I'm not being straight with him. It got interrupted. I haven't been able to reach my friends again since then. I'm hoping they'll hit me up before... I crack my knuckles as cars go by. I want them to know I'm okay. No mystery over if I'm dead yet or not. But I can't keep texting them until whatever happens finally goes down. Set up a countdowner's profile, Mateo suggests. I found enough stories online and can help you navigate it. I bet he can. Going by that logic, I've watched enough porn to make me a sex god. Nah, that stuff isn't me. I never even got on board with Twitter or Tumblr or Twitter. Just Instagram. The photography stuff's still pretty new, just a few months. Instagram is dope. The sad thing is, for September of 2017, he's right. I was on Instagram in September of 2017. And even into 2018, 2019, it was still perfectly fine. It was a nice site. You could upload your pics, upload your art, put some hashtags on. Lots of like-minded people looking for what you got, giving affirmations. And ever since Zuck went ahead with all this meta bullshit, they've killed my boy. They killed my baby boy, man. I can't even do the Insta anymore. I posted a few memes up now and again, but that site is it's just not the same. I stay on it because Fennec posts our pictures on there sometimes when we go do stuff. And so I toss a like on that, he sends me memes on the messenger there. Every once in a while, I'll pop on to the Apprentice Piercer's Instagram, because the last time I went there, they were like, oh my goodness, I love how your ear's hurting out. Let me take a picture, I'll put it on the Insta. And it's never showed up on the Insta, so I think it just got into their personal ear pick collection. But beyond that, that site is garbage these days. Can I see your account? Sure. I hand him my phone. My profile is public because I don't care if some stranger stumbles onto it. But it's crazy different watching a stranger scroll through my photos. I feel exposed. Like I'm stepping out of the shower and someone is watching me wrap a towel around my boys. My earlier photos are pretty amateur hour because of bad lighting. But there's no edit button and that's possibly for the best. Why are they all in black and white? Mateo asks. I got the account a few days after I moved into foster home. My boy Malcolm took this photo of me. Look. I scoot closer to him and scroll down to my first wave of photos, self-conscious about my dirty fingernail for half a second before no longer giving a shit. I click the photo of me sitting on the bed at Pluto with my face in my hands. Malcolm is a credited photographer. It was my third or fourth night there. We were playing board games and I was freaking out in my head because I was feeling guilty for having a decent time. Nah, kill that. I was having mad fun. That's what made it worse. I walked away without a word and Malcolm hunted me down because I was taking too long and he captured my breakdown. Why? Mateo asked. He said he liked tracking a person's growth and not just physically. He's hard on himself, but he's smart as hell. But for real, I kicked Malcolm in his giant knee when he first showed me that photo weeks later. Creep. I keep my photos in black and white because my life lost color after they died. And you're living your life but not forgetting theirs? Mateo asks. Exactly. I thought people got on Instagram just to be on Instagram. I shrug. Old school. Your photos look old school, Mateo says. He shifts, looking at me with wide eyes. He smiles at me for the first time and yo, this is not the face you see on a Decker. You don't need the countdown apps. You can post everything here. You can create hashtags or whatever too. But I think you should post your life in color. Let that be how the Plutos remember you. The smile goes away, because that's the nature of today. Forget it, that's stupid. It's not stupid, I say. I actually really like this. The Plutos can revisit the time I lived with them in black and white, like a cooler history book, and my end day will have its own unfiltered contrast. Can you take a pic of me sitting here? In case it's my last post, I want everyone to see me alive. You know, now I am going to be going back to that Insta account. I have it up right now in this tab here still. There is a point where it goes from black and white to all in color. It's such a little thing, putting up an Instagram for fictional characters that do actually follow with the background of the story. But it's so cute to do that and see it, you know? Especially with that last photo, spoiled myself on it, oh well. But now that's something to look forward to. Mateo smiles again, like he's the one posing for the photo. He gets up and points the camera my way. I don't pose. I just sit there with my back against the wall, in the spot where I convinced my last friend to keep adventuring, and where he gave me the idea to add some life to my profile. I don't even smile. I've never been a smiler, and starting now feels off. I don't want them to see a stranger. Got it, Mateo says. He hands me the phone. I can take a nudge if you hate it. I don't care about photo approval. I'm not into that myself. The photo is surprisingly dope though. And yet, it's not there. Black and white, black and white, black and white. Even the earlier one with his head in his hands isn't there. And the black and white to color transition isn't against the wall. Something happened in the day from to delete. Is that Mateo with his glasses? A boy and his Legos. Those Legos look so poorly added in. The photo is surprisingly dope though. Mateo caught me looking sad and proud all at once, like my parents looked the day Olivia graduated high school. And the front wheel of my bike makes a cameo too. Thanks, dude! I upload the picture, unfiltered. I consider captioning it with "end day." But I don't need fake sympathetic "oh no, rip" comments or trolls telling me to rest in pieces. The people who matter the most to me know. And I hope they remember me as I was, and not as a guy who punched in someone's face earlier for no real good reason. The next section takes us to a perspective shift to Patrick Peck! I was like, I don't know if Patrick Abbott is Peck! Okay, Peck's bit is only one page. Do we end with Peck? Or do we end with Rufus after Peck? Okay, it goes Peck, then Rufus, then Amy, then Mateo. Let's do this then. Let's end the stream with Peck, then Rufus, then Amy, and then end it as it perspective shifts back to Mateo. We got plenty of time for that. It's only a few pages. Patrick. Peck Gavin. 7:08 a.m. Deathcast did not call Patrick Peck Gavin, but should've, because he's not dying today, though he was expecting the alert before his attacker received the call himself. He's home now, pressing a frozen hamburger patty against his bruises. It smells, but the migraine is fading away. Peck shouldn't have left Amy in the street, but she didn't want to see him, and he's not exactly happy with her either. He used his old phone and called Amy up. But the arguing only lasted so long before she began passing out from exhaustion. And it was so hard not to hang up on her when she said she wanted to make the effort to see Rufus again. To be with him on his end day. Aww. I'm rooting for the gay, but if she wants to be there too, that's perfectly fine. Peck used to operate by a code with people like Rufus. A code that goes into play when someone tries to walk all over you. Oh no. Peck has a lot to sleep on, but things aren't looking good for Rufus if he's still around when Peck wakes up. This is definitely a little bit of self-fulfilling prophecy then, because if that call didn't come in, Rufus absolutely was going to beat Peck to death. This looks to me right here like major foreshadowing, with 200 pages almost exactly to go, that the cause of death for our favorite gay boy is going to be Peck getting his revenge. Pencil Dick Peck, who Rufus wrote off as not being part of a real gang. No gang that takes Peck in has to be worth anything. And Peck's bottom rung anyway. But even bottom rung guys get bruised egos. Rufus, 7:12 a.m. My phone vibrates, and I'm counting on it being the Plutos, but that hope gets squashed once the chime follows. Mateo checks his phone and gets the same notification. Another message we both got today. Make a moment location nearby, 1.2 miles. I suck my teeth. What the hell is this? You never heard of it, Mateo asks? They launched last fall. Like Pokestops for the dead, I guess. Hey, you're dying, you're on the app. Here's a little notification if you want some final memories. Stop by this bridge, catch the sunlight just perfectly at 2 a.m. Nope. I keep it moving down the block, half listening, half wondering why the Plutos haven't hit me back yet. It's sort of like the Make-A-Wish Foundation, Mateo says, but any Deckers can go, it's not just for kids. They have these low-grade virtual reality stations designed to give you the same thrills as crazy experiences like skydiving and race car driving and other extreme risks Deckers can't safely experience on their end day. So it's a straight rip-off, watered-down version of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I don't think it's all that bad, Mateo says. I check my phone again, to see if I missed any messages. As I step off the curb, Mateo's arm bangs into my chest. I look right. He looks right. I look left. He looks left. There are no cars. The street is dead quiet. I know how to cross the street, I say. I've sort of been walking my entire life. You were on your phone, Mateo says. I knew no cars were coming, I say. Crossing the street is pretty instinctive at this point. If there are no cars, you go. If there are cars coming towards you, you don't go. Or you go real quick. I'm sorry, Mateo says. I want this day to last. He doesn't know it yet, but he's having his awakening. He's on edge, I know. But he needs to step off at some point. I get it, but walking? I got this. I look both ways again before crossing the empty street. If anyone should be nervous, it's the guy who watched his family drive a sinking car. I didn't exactly beat Mike Reeve to the point where I wouldn't ever see myself comfortably getting in a car in the next few years. But then there's Malcolm, who digs fireplaces even though he lost his parents to a house fire. I don't have that in me. But I'm also not looking right and left to right like Mateo is up until we make it to the opposite curve. Like there's a 99% chance the car will pop out of nowhere and run us down in 0.5 seconds. Mateo's phone rings. Make a moment, people making house calls, I ask? Mateo shakes his head. Lydia's calling from her grandmother's phone. Should I? He puts his phone back in his pocket and doesn't answer. Well played on her end, I say. At least she's reaching out. Haven't heard shit from my friends. Keep trying. Why not? I park my bike against the wall and FaceTime Malcolm and Tagoe. Both are no-goes. I FaceTime Amy, and right when I'm about to hang up, and send all the Plutos a picture of me flipping them off. Amy answers, breathing quickly, her eyes strained, her hair sticking to her forehead. She's home. I was knocked out. Amy shakes her head. What time is... You're alive. You... She loses my eyes for a second. She's staring at one half of Mateo's face. Oh, she knows he's gonna be the other man. It's his last day. She's gotta let him have this, right? But she could still be there, like I said. They're important to each other. She leans over, like the phone camera is a window, and she could stick her head out for a closer look. It's like when I was 13 and flipping through magazines, I'd scout for pictures of girls in skirts and dudes in shorts, and would tilt the pages to see what was underneath. Who's that? This is Mateo, I say. He's my last friend. Mateo waves. And this is my friend Amy. I don't add that she's a girl who body slammed my heart because I'm not trying to make everyone uncomfortable here. I've been calling you. I'm sorry, everything has got crazy after you left, Amy says, rubbing her eyes with her fist. I got home a couple hours ago, my phone was dead and I set it to charge, but I fell asleep before it came back on. What the hell happened? Malcolm and Tagoe got arrested, Amy says. They wouldn't stop mouthing off and Peck threw them under the bus since they were with you. I storm away from Mateo, telling him to stay put. He looks pretty frightened. So much for taking any suspicion of me being a shitty person to the grave. Are they okay? Which station? I don't know, Roof. But you shouldn't go looking around for them unless you want to spend your last day in a holding cell. Or who knows what will happen to you. This is bullshit. They didn't do anything. I raise my fist to punch in this car window, but that's not me. I swear it's not. If it was Peck's face, sure, but not random car windows. I don't go around hitting things and hitting people. I slipped up with Peck, that's that. And what's good with Peck? He followed me home, but I didn't want to talk with him. You wedded things with him, right? Last day alive, gotta make sure she does that right. She doesn't answer! If we were chatting on the phone instead of over video, I wouldn't have to be disappointed by the face she's giving me. I could pretend she's nodding her head, getting ready to break up with him if she hasn't already. But that is not what I'm seeing. It's complicated, Amy says. You know, Ames, it didn't seem complicated or confusing when you broke up with me. That legit sucks. But there isn't a bigger kick to the nuts than you turning your back on the Plutos for the punk-ass kid who got them locked up. We're supposed to be tight. And I'm gonna be out of the picture soon enough, and you're actually gonna tell me, to my face, you're keeping that motherfucker in your life. Screw body slamming my heart. This girl ripped her own mad long ago. They were innocent. Ruthless, they weren't totally innocent. You know that, right? Yeah. Bye. I gotta get back to my real friend. Ouch. The guy that he just met off an app on his last day. Amy begs me not to hang up, and I hang the hell up anyway. I can't believe my boys are in jail for my stupidity, and I can't believe she didn't tell me sooner. I turn around to tell Mateo everything, but he's gone. No. I'm sure he hasn't split. Mateo is super neurotic, and now knows that Rufus makes friends with people who get into jail for him. But surely he's only around the corner hyperventilating. He's too much of a neurotic mess to run down the street into traffic. Last one, then we're done for the night. Let's get Amy's side. Amy Dubois, 7:18 a.m. Amy gives up calling Rufus. There are 3 possible explanations for why Rufus isn't picking up, ranked from greatest hope to biggest fear. He's ignoring her, but will call her back. He's blocked her number, and has no interest in reaching out. Or he's dead. Amy goes on Rufus's Instagram, leaving comments on his pictures asking him to call her back. Are there actually going to be Amy comments on these, if I scroll through them? There's lots of comments up into 1 day ago, 22 hours ago, hashtag Plutos for life. But if I scroll far enough, will I see Amy posting? Begging to call back. Is that why some pictures mentioned in the book aren't there? Because he deleted them to get rid of those comments before dying. A couple of comments. Why are you awake so early, Rufus? ¿Por qué está acordado a esa hora, Rufus? Cyrillic languages I can't read. Arabic. What is this? My Arabic is so rusty. Yeah, Rufus. Oh man. Some of these posts are like 331 weeks ago. And I gotta like keep pressing more posts from 21 weeks ago. It's buried. If there's anything there like that, they're buried. She charges her phone, raises the volume, and changes into an old t-shirt of Rufus's and her shorts. Amy has really gotten into exercise ever since becoming a Pluto. When she originally snuck into her foster parents' room looking for something to steal from Francis, who gave her the weakest welcome, she spotted Jen Laurie's bedside dumbbells and gave lifting a shot. Her own parents, locked up for robbing a family-owned movie theater, inspired her kleptomaniac urges. But Amy discovered working on herself made her feel more powerful than stealing from others. Amy already misses going on runs with Rufus while he rides his bike, and she'll always think back to the time when she taught him to do a proper push-up. And she has no idea what comes next with that bombshell of plotting revenge, Rufus and Amy having a falling out, and Amy, the Amy chapter foreshadowing, she has no idea what's happening next. On that bombshell, I'm gonna have to put this birthday reading sesh to an end. Let's go open these treasure chests. If I can. At this point, what's my move speed? Plus 6,500. 22% move speed. I'm too fast, I can't get them! I can maybe grab like 1 or 2, and then I just fly past the rest. Circular movement is definitely out. Gonna have to do this tuna style and constantly dive in and out from the school. And this is why, for Peppino, I try not to keep them at anything more than 5,000 eggs, because you really don't need more than 5,000 eggs to dominate everything there is in Vampire Survivors. That's why the bigger boss fights strip you of eggs and just has you do from whenever you can pick up and your regular unlocks. And my Peppino still beat the final boss with no eggs. Immobile Tree Peppino still made it work. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to say that this is as many chests as I can get. There's still loads of them, but there's just no way for me to get them all. I can maybe grab 1 or 2 per minute. I'm getting some. I see the chest icons coming up. Or the, yeah, those amount numbers coming up. I think that's good enough. We made a few holes in the ring. Okay. 398 million coins got. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 9.5 million enemies slain. Alright, that's done then. New achievement! I had no idea they're new achievements. Is that beta branch stuff? Hyperspace 54 unlocked. And Paco Batiliar. Hold up. Oh, there are new achievements! 20 minutes, space 54. Phaser to 7. Ah, I haven't been keeping up. Cosmic trek through horrors and delights. Well, I'll play around with that some other time. I'm just happy that the game didn't froze. The last time, I had my imposter, like... Granted, I was going all night that I had him run. But I tried to end game, and it straight up froze the entire thing. But folks, thank you for putting up with Vampire Survivors Among Us and me just now raiding through a book. But I am going to have to call it there for tonight. I gotta get things ready. Because it's not a big birthday day for me. As long as I don't have a tooth infection, it's still better than last year, so I'll take it. No tooth infection is a win for me. Entering 2024 as cautiously as I can. 2023 was all, yeah, year of the rabbit, gonna be my year, all these plans, and catastrophe. 2022 or 2024, just gonna dip in, take it slow. Do this all nice and methodical like. So let's see who is online to raid. Hey, Punchy's on! I rarely get to raid Punchy, so I think we'll go ahead and raid him. I don't know how much longer he's gonna be, because he's like British time, that's 8 hours plus from here. But Punchy is doing some Shadow Hearts, so stick around for the raid, folks, and go say hello to him. And thank you for hanging out. And thank you guys for your raids and generosities. I'll see you guys around. Bye, Gaius. You guys go take care of yourselves, and we'll see what comes next. Enjoy the rest of your night.